After finishing meditation, Ron slowly opened his eyes, feeling the gentle flow of star energy within his body. The ignition of the scholar star granted him an unprecedented ability to integrate knowledge and provided a clearer understanding of his future path. The conditions for becoming an astrologer. He gently caressed the ancient star map on the desk, his brow slightly furrowed. The conditions for transferring to an astrologer require not only a skilled level in astrology, but also the completion of a full star observation ritual. This is undoubtedly an extremely complex and dangerous process. The ritual needs to be performed under specific star signs, using dozens of precious materials, including star crystals, starstone, and a space stabilizer. Moreover, during the ritual, the caster's consciousness will be projected into the depths of the starry sea, directly contacting the ancient consciousnesses between the stars. The risk at this level. Ron recalled the mental pressure endured while communicating with the King of Illusions. Raising deep caution in his heart, even existences at the Wizard King level must be cautious when mentioning certain high-dimensional forces. Rashly performing the star observation ritual might attract unwanted attention. He stood up, walked towards the window, and gazed at the twinkling stars in the night sky. Every star could hide an indescribable consciousness. The ritual for becoming an astrologer, essentially, involves actively sending a request to contact these entities. I should wait until I return to the observation station and ask for Professor Udall's opinion before making a decision. He formulated his plan in his heart. Additionally, as a mystic scholar, the professor should have a deeper understanding of such dangerous rituals. On the other hand, preparing the materials needed for the ritual is extremely tedious. The quality requirements for star crystals alone necessitate finding 7 different crystals corresponding to specific constellations, each worth a considerable sum. Not to mention the auxiliary devices used to construct the space-stable field, the design drawings alone require several months of research. He needs to prepare to return to the observation station. By tomorrow, the environment at the observation station is somewhat special. Performing the star observation ritual there carries too much risk and more easily attracts the attention of certain existences in the abyss. A gradual approach is the right choice. Ron finally decided on his strategy. First, consolidate my current skills and profession, then consider higher-level breakthroughs. The next morning, in the office hall of the Academic Affairs Office, Victor, who is responsible for course management, was organizing this month's teaching schedule. He has a slender physique with sunken eye sockets and a slightly tired expression from long-term handling of documents. When Ron walked into the office, Victor looked up, revealing a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Being the deputy of the new star plan, this ordinary staff member felt obvious pressure. "Lecturer Ralph, is there anything you need me to do for you?" Victor's voice trembled slightly, and the quill in his hand involuntarily wobbled. "I need to adjust the course settings," Ron stated directly. "Change the existing regular courses to monthly high-tier courses, offered only 1 week each month, but with increased content depth and price accordingly." Victor was stunned for a moment. The quill in his hand stopped wobbling. "You mean 1 week each month and increase the price? By how much?" "3-fold," Ron replied calmly. "3-fold?" Victor's voice rose several notches, catching the attention of several colleagues nearby. "Lecturer Ralph, are you sure you want to adjust like this? This price might affect the students' enthusiasm to enroll." He carefully explained, "Your current courses are already more expensive than other tutors, and if it's increased to 3 times the original basis, it would cost 300 magic stone fragments for a single course. This price surpasses even some senior lecturers' courses and is almost close to associate professors." The female staff responsible for finance interjected. "Moreover, according to academic statistics, each 50% increase in price results in about a 30% decrease in enrollment number. If it directly increases to 3-fold." The female staff didn't finish her sentence, but her meaning was clear. She believed this pricing strategy by Ron was overly aggressive, likely leading to an awkward situation where no one signs up for the course. The depth and value of the content will also increase. Accordingly, Ron's tone remained calm. Students willing to pay for high-quality teaching are usually the most dedicated students. This sort of screening benefits both parties. Victor frowned, quickly calculating in his mind the potential consequences of such adjustments. "Lecturer Ralph, we all suggest a more gradual approach. You could increase by 50% first to see market reaction, then consider further adjustments. An older academic affairs staff member also agreed in support. These administrative staff obviously thought he was too optimistic in judging the market. I understand your concerns. Ron's tone remained calm. But I have full confidence in the value of my courses. If enrollment numbers fall short, the loss will be my personal responsibility. Having spoken to this extent, Victor and his colleagues sighed lightly and did not continue to dissuade him. Well, since you insist, we certainly have no objections. Victor could only compromise but still couldn't help raising another issue. However, according to your request, since these are advanced courses, you'll need to use more advanced teaching aids, and you must also pay additional site fees. No problem, just send me the bill. Victor and several other staff members exchanged glances. In their view, this young lecturer was clearly blinded by his newly acquired status, making an extremely unwise decision. I'll arrange it for you right away. He sighed softly, but have you really thought it through? If enrollment numbers sharply decline, that just means this pricing has filtered out unsuitable students. Ron turned to leave. Notify me promptly of any results. Watching Ron leave, Victor shook his head and said to his colleagues, too impulsive, triple the price. I think it's fortunate if a fifth of his classroom fills. The finance administrator echoed, the title of New Star Plan's runner-up is indeed valuable, but not worth this much. Students aren't fools. This price more than covers the cost of attending advanced lecturers' classes. However, 4 hours after the course adjustment information was released, Victor's magic crystal communicator began flashing wildly. Mr. Victor, Lecturer Ralph's advanced course enrollment system seems to be experiencing a data glitch. The apprentice responsible for network maintenance reported anxiously, the enrollment numbers are growing too fast. No, it seems to be real data. The prepaid magic stone fragments have already been credited. What? Victor incredulously checked the real-time data. How is this possible? In just a few hours, enrollment numbers had surpassed 200 and were continuing to grow at a rate of 8-10 people per hour. Even more astonishing was the fact that among the enrollees were not only apprentices, but also more than a dozen official wizards. Quickly contact the equipment department. Apply to use the large lecture hall. Victor frantically directed. Also, install sound equipment and temporary seating. That afternoon, Victor had to personally visit Ron's residence to report the situation. When he saw Ron, his face was filled with deep admiration. Lecturer Ralph, I must apologize to you. Victor bowed, his voice trembling slightly. I completely underestimated your influence. Enrollment numbers have already surpassed 300 and continue to grow. He carefully handed over a detailed report. It includes 13 official wizards, 87 advanced apprentices, and the rest are intermediate apprentices. You've had to apply for the Academy's largest lecture hall with seating sufficient for 500 people. Ron took the report and quickly browsed through the data. In his eyes, the identity of the New Star Plan runner-up was a quantifiable resource, with a value far exceeding his expectations. What's the equipment cost? He asked. In total, a total of 50 magic stone fragments need to be additionally paid. Victor's voice grew smaller. For renting the large lecture hall, installing sound runes and temporary seating, this is already an internal discount price. It's okay, just deduct it from the income of my first class. According to his understanding, this was indeed a rather discounted price, and Ron was too indifferent to haggle over such small sums. When Victor returned, several staff members who had not yet clocked out immediately gathered around. Victor, how did it turn out? Are there really people willing to pay such expensive tuition? What was Lecturer Ralph's expression? Wasn't he disappointed? Victor shook his head, his eyes full of awe. Over 300 people enrolled, including more than a dozen official wizards. Were not worried about insufficient enrollment, but rather about not accommodating everyone in the classroom. The office fell into dead silence, everyone's eyes wide open. This can't be. The finance administrator murmured, 300 magic stone fragments for one course session, and over 300 people enrolled. It seems we completely misunderstood what prestige value means, Victor said with a bitter smile. This title of New Star Plan runner-up is worth far more than we imagined. He recalled Ron's earlier calm expression, fearing the latter had already anticipated such results. This young man, his judgment of his own influence was quite precise. A genius is called a genius precisely because they have qualities we ordinary people cannot comprehend. Victor sighed to his colleagues. In the morning, the large flying machine heading to the Abyssal Observation Station slowly started, the magic engine emitting a deep and powerful roar. The departure lounge was filled with various research personnel preparing to return, their faces marked by the complex emotions of imminent danger. Ron stood among the crowd, with a delicate suitcase containing a compressed workshop beside him, drawing envious glances from several young researchers nearby. "Lecturer Ralph, your space device looks quite advanced," a material analyst wearing thick glasses marveled. "With this compression ratio, it must be worth a good many complete magic stones on the market." "It's okay, the craftsmanship is mainly complex," Ron replied humbly. A seasoned-looking middle-aged researcher nearby shook his head with a bitter smile. "We ordinary people can't enjoy such treatment. My experimental equipment has to be shipped, which requires recalibration at the observation station, wasting several days at the least." Upon boarding the aircraft, the captain noticeably treated Ron with more respect than the other passengers while confirming the list. "Wizard Ralph, your seat is in the third row of a zone, with the best view there." The captain personally led him. "If you need any special services, feel free to call the attendant." This special treatment drew more attention from the other passengers. Some gazes were filled with envy, while others carried a subtle hostility. The interior design of the craft was imbued with a cold, utilitarian aesthetic. On the metal panels were densely engraved protective runes, each emitting a faint blue glow. The seats were made from a living material that could automatically adjust hardness, warm to the touch, yet with a disturbing squirming sensation. About an hour into the smooth flight, the magic crystal communicator beside Ron's seat suddenly lit up with a blue glow. "Lecturer Ralph, it's Victor." The voice of the academic administrator sounded excited through the communicator. "There's good news to report. Your advanced class, with final enrollment numbers reaching 427, we've already set up the magic power amplification array." Victor's voice was full of reverence. "Honestly, this enrollment size, your influence, truly unbelievable. Additionally, several lecturers from other academies have sent cooperation invitations, hoping to engage in academic exchanges with you. It seems your reputation in the academic world is no longer restricted to the Crystal Tower." Ron calmly responded, "I understand. Thank you for the notice." After the communication ended, several nearby researchers who heard the conversation showed increasingly obvious complex emotions. A young assistant researcher couldn't help but exclaim, 427 enrollments. This number is simply incredible. I remember some associate professors' lectures only attracting a few hundred attendees. The title of New Star plans, second in command certainly, isn't just for show, another researcher said acidly. With political status, even academic prestige can rise accordingly. Ron did not partake in the discussion, simply gazing quietly out the window. Outside the porthole, clouds rolled like waves, and in the distance, those bizarre clouds tainted by abyssal contamination were faintly visible. "Wizard Ralph, your tea." A slender flight attendant cautiously offered him a beverage. The attendant looked no older than 20, but her left arm was fully mechanical, with precise energy circuits engraved on the silver metal surface. This modification was common among relevant staff at the observation station. After prolonged exposure to the abyss's breath, certain bodily transformations were inevitable, replacing them with mechanics being a safer choice. "Thank you." Ron accepted the teacup, noting the reverent emotion in the attendant's eyes. Such expression had become all too familiar to him lately. In the world of wizards, power often equated to danger. As the craft gradually descended through the porthole, the full view of the abyssal observation station became clearer. The twisted structures made from living metal looked particularly eerie against the gloomy sky. When the craft opened the hatch, Ron felt the familiar oppressive air attack once more. Everything here reminded people they were at the boundary of reality, and the abyss, a dangerously dark space ready to devour them at any moment. After disembarking from the VIP aisle ahead of others, Ron entered the observation station's entrance to complete the routine checks. "Ron, apologies, I should address you as Wizard Ralph." After the inspection was finished, a familiar voice sounded from the side. Wayne, the director, was walking over from the reception desk, trying to squeeze out a smile from his half-petrified face. But compared to before, both his address and attitude had undergone subtle yet obvious changes. "Welcome back to the observation station." Wayne's tone sounded polite yet distant. I've heard you're now second in command in the new star plan, truly commendable. This excessive politeness made Ron feel uncomfortable. Before, Wayne was serious, but at least treated him as an equal colleague. Yet now, the deliberate respect only widened the distance between them. Director Wayne, just like before, would be fine. Ron attempted to ease the awkwardness. After all, we're colleagues. How could that be appropriate? Wayne waved his hands repeatedly, the petrified cheeks making a faint friction sound due to expression change. Your status now is on a different level from us ordinary researchers. And he paused for a moment, his gaze somewhat nuanced. I've heard you obtained independent research permissions and can report directly to the Tower Master and Professor Udall. We small characters can no longer make gestures at you. Deputy Director Zelly also approached at this time, and her crystal eyeballs flickered ceaselessly. Congratulations, Wizard Ralph. To receive the favor of Cassandra Tower Master is an honor we mere mortals can only dream of. Her voice sounded congratulatory, but the distancing in her tone was clearly audible. We were considering recommending you to partake in several key projects, but now it seems unnecessary. With your status, you can directly apply for whatever research resources you need. Zelly and Wayne acted extremely courteous, but the meaning of their words was already very obvious. You all misunderstand. He attempted to explain. My research focus remains in materials analysis and bloodline modulation, not stepping outside the department's scope. Oh, of course. Wayne nodded repeatedly, but the vigilance in his eyes showed no sign of diminishing. If there's anything you need our cooperation on, feel free to instruct us. The other researchers also chimed in. Each person's reaction was identical, outwardly respectful yet internally distant. They had evidently begun to treat Ron as a superior, requiring careful handling, rather than a peer with whom they could freely communicate. In this somewhat awkward atmosphere, hearty laughter suddenly emanated from the other side. I said that the air had a special scent today. A rough voice resounded. Turns out our big shot has returned. The speaker was naturally an acquaintance Miller Blake, the captain of that exploration team at the time. He had typical explorer features, a muscular build, skin slightly roughened from prolonged exposure to the abyssal environment, and noticeable scaling marks on his right arm. In stark contrast to the cautious detachment of the researchers, his demeanor was much more direct. Wizard Ralph, Miller strode over with a radiant smile. I heard you're now the deputy of the new star plan. My God, that's incredible. His enthusiasm drew the glances of the nearby researchers, but Miller clearly didn't care about those looks. I've always said, a genius like you would eventually be acknowledged by those above. Miller's tone was full of flattery. Now look, you've directly become one of Cassandra Tower Master's people. This statement made Ron a bit uncomfortable, but he did not voice any objections. Behind Miller were a few of his team members, each wearing similar flattering smiles. These explorers might not have minds as complex as the researchers, but their intuition for power was exceptionally sharp. Speaking of which, Miller lowered his voice, his eyes filled with anticipation. With your current status, you should be able to access some higher-level information, right? Like plans for the interdimensional expedition. This question instantly made the surrounding atmosphere turn subtle. Even those who were busy with their own tasks couldn't help but prick up their ears. I've heard Lord Tower Master recently conquered several worlds, harvesting rich rewards. One of Miller's team members, a middle-aged man with noticeable burn scars on his left cheek, interjected. Do we Silver Ring-level folks have any chance to participate, even if it's just logistics? Exactly. Another team member agreed. Although we're not top tier in strength, we're experienced and absolutely obedient. If Wizard Ralph could put in a good word for us with the Tower Master. Ron looked at the explorers' eyes full of longing and understood their feelings. These explorers had been struggling at the edge of the abyss for too long, their bodies and spirits nearing their limits. If they couldn't obtain more power and resources, they would eventually become fodder for the abyss. Interdimensional conquest not only means great risks, but also represents unprecedented opportunities. The precious resources of those otherworlds are enough to allow any participant to achieve a qualitative leap. I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. Ron's tone was calm and direct. The minimum requirement for interdimensional expeditions is moon level. Otherwise, it's impossible to withstand the energy impact of cross-realm passage. This answer visibly disappointed the explorers, but he promptly added, However, I heard the Conquest faction is currently developing new technology, attempting to enable Morning Star level to safely conduct cross-realm teleportation. If successful, you might all have a chance. This news immediately rekindled hope in the explorers. Miller's eyes lit up. Really, how long might that take? I'm unclear on the specific time, but it shouldn't be too long. Ron replied, after all, expanding the scale of conquest requires more manpower. That's great, Miller exclaimed excitedly, clenching his fist. Wizard Ralph, you're truly our benefactor. With this news, we can prepare in advance. The other explorers quickly expressed their gratitude. Their appreciation was genuinely heartfelt. In this world of information asymmetry, timely and accurate intelligence is often more valuable than money. By the way, Miller suddenly remembered something. If you need to go to the Abyss for field research in the future, make sure to find us. I guarantee you the best price and top-class service. Absolutely. The other team members echoed. We're willing to give you a 30% discount. No, 50%, as long as you're willing to hire us. This straightforward flattery drew complex glances from the nearby researchers. Perhaps deep down they harbored similar thoughts, but the researchers' reserve prevented them from expressing it so openly. I'll consider it. Ron nodded in response, without making any specific commitment. This brief exchange clearly revealed the interpersonal ecology within the observatory. Power is like a mirror. It can clearly reflect everyone's real intentions, whether distanced by fear or drawn by interests. A young assistant researcher approached, his voice tinged with noticeable nervousness. Wizard Ralph, your independent laboratory is ready. Located on the 7th floor of Zone C, where the security level is higher and the equipment more advanced. Thank you. Ron responded briefly, picked up his briefcase, and headed toward the laboratory. After he left, the researchers whispered among themselves. I never expected his status to change so quickly. Being the deputy of the new star plan is a direct path. To the Tower Master. We need to be more cautious when speaking to him in the future. Who knows which words might be reported. I've heard he doesn't even need our department's project recommendation anymore. He directly has independent authority. Miller and his team were wise. They know how to curry favor. The elevator slowly ascended, and through the transparent wall, Ron could see the complex biological pipeline systems inside the observatory. The pipes flowed with liquids of various colors. Some were nutrients, some waste materials, and others were special hormones used to sustain the life of the building. The corridor of the 7th floor in Zone C was exceptionally quiet, and the air was filled with a faint ozone scent. This is the hallmark of the advanced purification system at work. There were more densely embedded monitoring devices on the walls and rigorous identity verification devices in front of each room. His independent laboratory was located at the end of the corridor, and his name and position were engraved on the door. When he placed his palm on the identifier, a gentle green light swept over, followed by a mechanical voice. Ron Ralph, Deputy of the New Star Project Independent Research Access. Welcome to Laboratory C-718. The door slid open silently, revealing a space more spacious than he expected. The setup here was truly luxurious. Not only did it feature the latest spectrometer, but in the corner stood a consciousness layering device he had only seen in books. It was a complex structure formed of translucent crystals and pulsating vessels, with dozens of spherical containers of varying sizes suspended inside. Each container cultivated some kind of living neural tissue which slowly writhed in the nutrient solution, flickering with faint electric light. This is the benefit of genius. Ron gently stroked the warm surface of the device's vessels, feeling the life pulse transmitting through them. This equipment could precisely analyze the structure of biological consciousness, providing incalculable value for the various experiments he was about to conduct. But he also understood that such privilege undoubtedly carried corresponding expectations. Cassandra wasn't a philanthropist. Every favor came with its price. Ron walked to the window, and through the reinforced glass, he could see the contours of the distant abyss. At the abyss edge, he could see some light spots moving slowly. That was the lighting equipment of the exploration team. The massive black fissure resembled a wound on the earth, incessantly breathing. Even from this distance, he could faintly sense a subtle pulling sensation. The abyss was calling to all life approaching it. Gathering his thoughts, he carefully stored Franca's blood samples. Suddenly, a familiar pressure filled the air. This feeling was like being gazed upon by ancient mountains, heavy and profound. The recently acquired premonition star trait allowed him to sense this anomaly several seconds in advance. This was the presence of a great wizard approaching. Silver light began to gather at the center of the laboratory, like stars from the night sky falling to the earth. The air began to twist, as others' projections slowly coalesced into form, with a look full of fatigue. It seems you've quickly adapted to the new work. Environment. The old professor's voice was like deep water from an ancient well. His silver eyes scanned the various equipment in the laboratory, pausing at the consciousness layering device. A consciousness layering device. Cassandra is quite generous. This kind of equipment is indeed a rare item. Ron politely bowed. Good afternoon, Professor. This is the first time seeing you at the observatory station. Other rarely appeared voluntarily unless there was an important matter to discuss. He casually picked a topic to start with. Actually, when I returned to the observatory station just now, I already sensed some changes in work relationships. Oh. Others' projection leaned slightly forward. Let me guess, Wayne and the others have started to keep their distance from you. Ron briefly described his experience in the hall. The researchers suddenly became unusually polite and distant, as if I was carrying some contagious disease, while the explorer showed excessive enthusiasm, almost vowing loyalty on the spot. Upon hearing this, other let out a low chuckle. Wayne and those guys' reactions, completely within my expectations. These so-called researchers always value political intuition more than academic instincts. The projection drifted in the laboratory, casting eerie shadows with silver light over the equipment. They think keeping their distance from you will avoid being dragged into factional disputes. Little do they know that in such subtle times, neutrality itself is a dangerous statement. As for Miller and his group of brutes, others' tone had a hint of amusement. At least they are straightforward. In this world full of pretentiousness, blunt pragmatists are more trustworthy than hypocritical neutrals. They understand fear, and fear is the foundation of survival. He paused for a moment, his silver eyes showing a sharp gleam. In the end, except for Wayne's moon-level strength and his meager research outcome having some slight value, the other researchers are no more than iterative consumables ever since the establishment of the observation system. They will disappear in spiritual contamination, experimental accidents, or simple purges, only to be replaced by new faces. Ron nodded slightly. He was well aware of this harsh reality. However, the changes in attitude of these minor figures are inconsequential. Others' voice turned gentle once more. What you need to focus on now is how to utilize these high-quality resources to advance your research. After all, the true value lies in what you can create, not how others perceive you. You seem to be busy lately. He deftly shifted the topic, while activating Hermit's knowledge to observe the subtle changes in the projection. I heard there has been quite some movement at the Court of Truth recently. Others' projection darkened slightly. Clearly this topic touched upon some sensitive content. The old order is undergoing upheaval, and the new framework has yet to be fully established. During this transition period, everyone must rediscover their position. However, seeing young people like you continually grow, it rekindles some hope in me. Other quickly reverted to his usual composure. Tell me about your recent research progress. I heard you're exploring that active demon sword crafting technique. Ron began to carefully organize his words. Indeed, I'm making some attempts in this direction. He took out a design sketch from under the workbench. The core concept is to use soul steel as the foundational carrier, infuse it with certain intelligent elements, and then precisely control it through a rune network. In theory, it can achieve form transformations, attribute adjustments, and even autonomous learning. Of course, the most important part is the transfer and isolation of contamination, which is a major technical challenge. In addition to that, there's the issue of pollution transfer. He continued, theoretically, the weapon can bear part of the user's contamination burden. How to prevent the weapon itself from becoming completely corrupted involves very complex rune design and material sciences. Other carefully observed the sketch, thinking seriously. After a long time, he slowly nodded. The idea is indeed creative, but as for the specifics of crafting, alchemy is not my specialty, and I cannot provide suitable advice. However, judging by your appearance, it seems like you've hit a bottleneck. Ron honestly admitted. The current biggest difficulty lies in the fundamental conflict between activity and stability. The higher the activity, the more unstable the system. Meanwhile, pursuing stability severely suppresses intelligent performance. This is a contradiction that's hard to reconcile. In addition to that, there's the issue of pollution transfer. He continued, theoretically, the weapon can bear part of the user's contamination burden. How to prevent the weapon itself from becoming completely corrupted involves very complex rune design and material sciences. Other chuckled bitterly and shook his hand. To be honest, you seem to want this magic sword to possess all the compound functions you desire, which naturally is fraught with difficulty. But then he changed the tone. However, it's worth the attempt. Even just creating a prototype of such a universal weapon can benefit you enormously. With a wave of his hand, he displayed images of variously shaped magic swords. I have several master swords here that have lost their owners. Although their owners have long vanished, the swords themselves remain intact. The old professor's voice turned somewhat enigmatic. Each of these swords has its own story. Some were lost in the Abyss explorations, and others were left during the Wizard War. You should find them interesting. Moreover, if your research reaches a certain level, I can arrange for you to contact the Throne Seed under strict supervision. This promise made Ron's heart race. Of course, others' voice carried a warning. Contact with the Throne Seed must be under my direct supervision, and the duration cannot be too long. The power of that authority is too strong for you right now, and even a slight mishap might lead to you being completely devoured. Ron nodded to show understanding. Naturally, he wouldn't take reckless actions. I will seriously consider your advice, he sincerely said. The research on the active demon sword truly requires more reference materials. Observing the construction of those master swords would greatly help my studies. Very well. Other nodded contentedly. I will arrange for a suitable time for you to come into contact with those ancient weapons. But remember, every master sword once shared life and death with its owner. Even if the owner has vanished, the sword still retains strong will remnants, so approach with utmost care. He paused, a thoughtful light shining in his silver eyes. Indeed, I sense a unique concept from your magic sword design fusion and transformation. This viewpoint invigorated Ron's spirit. He previously hadn't considered the issue from this angle, always treating each research direction as an independent project. Maybe you could use the active demon sword as a comprehensive experiment platform, pushing forward along the path of 3-in-1 in sync with other research projects. Other suggestion was like a revelation. Every technological breakthrough could provide new inspiration for other directions. This research mode of mutual promotion is precisely why ancient alchemists were able to create miracles. Indeed, a very valuable thought. Ron seriously contemplated the suggestion, starting to draft a specific implementation plan in his mind. I've always treated each field's research as parallel lines, overlooking the possible deep connections between them, if I can find those connection points. Long-term solitary efforts tend to trap one's thinking. In a cage. Others smiled gently, with an elder's kindness in the smile. Try to communicate more with like-minded companions, maintain an open mindset, and don't let predetermined frameworks constrain your thoughts. At this point in the conversation, Ron remembered another important matter. Regarding the astrologer's star observation ritual, I want to hear your professional advice. Recently, my research on astrology has reached a critical point, but the risks of such a ritual. Others' expression immediately turned serious. The star observation ritual is indeed an extremely cautious matter, especially for someone like you with high inspiration. The old professor's projection gently drifted closer, his voice filled with evident concern. Alan once mentioned to me that your intuition sensitivity has reached a quite dangerous level. This talent, although significantly enhancing your comprehension, perception, and magic power constructs, but when peering into the starry sky, it might also expose you to some more terrifying entities. Ron nodded deeply in agreement. During my apprentice days, I frequently found myself on the brink of spiritual contamination for similar reasons. That feeling still sends a chill down my spine when I think back. Therefore, I strongly recommend performing the ritual inside the observatory. Other suggestions surprised Ron. Here we have multiple isolating barriers, plus my void remains core-rooted deep in the building for continuous maintenance. The old professor's tone became more assured. Moreover, with Cassandra just having left, the ancient wills lurking in the abyss probably won't dare to make any reckless moves. This period is arguably the best time to conduct a dangerous ritual. Ron activated his newly acquired foreseeing star trait, letting his spiritual power extend like tendrils toward the distant starry sky. In his special perception, the trajectory of stellar movements for the near future became relatively clear. The relative positions of various celestial bodies resembled complex mechanical gears, where each minute change could bring vastly different outcomes. Next week's third day. After careful calculations, he made a judgment. Then will be a relatively gentle trough period, with the smallest influence from various adverse factors. Good. It seems your astrology level truly has made a qualitative leap. Other nodded in satisfaction, the glow surrounding the projection softening. At that time, I will come to provide barrier protection for you, ensuring the absolute safety of the entire ritual process. Though I can't guarantee avoiding all risks, we can at least minimize the danger. Ron was about to express his gratitude. But before he could speak, others' void projection began to rapidly dissipate. Silvery light receded like the tide, leaving only a meaningful statement echoing in the air. Remember, every time your strength grows, it's the greatest comfort for us old folks. In this increasingly dark era, hope is always more precious than despair. The projection vanished completely, and the laboratory fell silent again. He gazed at the place where other disappeared. The motives behind the assistance may be complex, but its value is undeniable. However, now is the time to awaken something he has long neglected. Ron slowly sat down on the rune-engraved meditation chair in the laboratory. Closing his eyes, his consciousness extended into the depths of the abyss like invisible threads. Ron's consciousness extended into the depths of the abyss like invisible threads, crossing layers of reality barriers, searching for the stand-in puppet he had cast into the sea of darkness. After a perilous encounter with the chaotic spirit monster last time, he had taken the opportunity to send the puppet to the abyss fifth layer, a mysterious sea that, for him, only existed in documented records. Now, more than half a month had passed since that event, and he could finally find time to re-establish the connection and explore the forbidden place. As consciousness traversed layer upon layer of abyssal barriers, Ron could feel the drastic changes in the surrounding environment. From the blood-colored wasteland of the first layer to the space bubbles of the second layer, then to the black sand wilderness of the third layer and the twisted jungle of the fourth layer, each layer had its distinct rules and threats. And when his perception touched the fifth layer, an unprecedented chill instantly struck. It was not a coldness of temperature, but a more profound sense of void, as if existence itself was frozen. In the depths of endless darkness, a familiar energy signal flickered weakly. It was the unique magic power characteristic of the stand-in puppet, which could still be precisely located despite severe interference from the abyss environment. Ron concentrated his spiritual power, beginning to activate the deep connection with the puppet. This process was much more difficult than expected. The environment of the abyss fifth layer produced strong distortional effects on spiritual links, each attempt accompanied by intense mental shock. But relying on his painstakingly studied techniques of spiritual manipulation, combined with the assistance of Hermit's knowledge and seeking heart, he spent time successfully establishing a stable control linkage. Instantly, a brand new perception world unfolded before him. The stand-in puppet's eyes opened, revealing a scene of despair. Sea of darkness, true to its name, there was no light source here. It wasn't mere darkness, but an absolute void devouring everything. Even the starlight, magic glow, and even the faint life radiance within organisms would be absorbed instantly by the environment here. Yet, the stand-in puppet's mode of perception was entirely different from ordinary beings. It didn't rely on light, but observed the surroundings through the energy fluctuations unique to the abyss. Under this special vision, the Sea of Darkness presented a bizarre and magnificent spectacle. This wasn't truly an ocean, but a fluid area formed by liquefied abyssal energy. Those seemingly calm waters were, in fact, extremely concentrated chaotic consciousness. Each drop contained a terrifying power enough to destroy ordinary people's sanity. There were no undercurrents below, but even more terrifying consciousness storms. Countless twisted thoughts and fragments of memory danced in the air, forming eerie vortexes. These mental storms would appear randomly, utterly crushing the consciousness of any creature touched by them, then assimilating the fragments into themselves, growing stronger and more chaotic. Most unsettling was the activity of the sea water. When Ron controlled the puppet to touch the sea water, the liquid reacted immediately, writhing like a living creature attempting to envelop the puppet's arm. Yet strangely, after coming into contact with the puppet, these abyssal energies didn't produce an adverse erosion effect, but instead showed a sort of affinity, as if welcoming an old friend returning after a long absence. Ron made a judgment in his mind. The stand-in puppet's abyss adaptability was even stronger than he anticipated. Not only was it completely immune to the spiritual contamination here, but it could also absorb energy from the environment to repair itself. The energy levels in the charging display on the puppet's chest was slowly but steadily rising. Though the growth speed wasn't fast, this ability for autonomous energy recharge was extremely precious. Ron controlled the puppet to float up, beginning to explore this eerie sea domain. All islands here shared a common trait: they were slowly breathing, like massive biological organs. When the puppet approached one smaller island, Ron discovered even stranger sights. The island's surface was covered in a type of plant he had never seen before, if these things could still be called plants. They lacked traditional structures of roots, stems, and leaves, instead composed of countless tiny tentacles. These tentacles continuously writhed, their surfaces covered with flickering fluorescent spots. Even more alarming, these plants possessed obvious predatory instincts. As the puppet stepped onto the island, the whole vegetation instantly became active. Hundreds of tentacles shot towards the puppet like lightning, attempting to drag the outsider into their digestive system. But the stand-in puppet's reaction speed far exceeded the attack of these plants. Ron controlled the puppet to display exquisite swordsmanship, a longsword materializing in its hand. This weapon generation ability was one of the extended abilities after the puppet's advancement, allowing it to create different types of weapons according to combat needs. The sword light danced like silver serpents, instantly severing a dozen tentacles. The severed parts immediately began to rot, emitting a pungent acidic smell. But more tentacles surged from all directions, seemingly endless in number. This ecosystem indeed possesses research value. Ron, while analyzing the attack patterns of these plants, continued to control the puppet in combat. Through observation, he found that these plants were actually part of a gigantic network. Their root systems are interconnected within the island, forming a structure similar to a neural network. This means attacking a single plant is ineffective. The core node controlling the entire network must be found. The puppeteer leaps and dodges amidst the attacks of the tentacles, each movement precise to the millisecond. Ron has been persistently training in the simulation battle device, perfectly manifesting through the puppeteer. Whether it's the elegance of Corona swordsmanship or the frenzy of beast race swordsmanship, both can be switched at will. But relying solely on physical attacks is clearly not enough. He attempted to cast magic through the puppeteer, but the effect was greatly diminished. The power of sound wave vibration was only 1/3 of when cast by the body, and precise control was impossible. Casting magic also consumed the puppeteer's precious charging progress, causing him some distress. Still primarily physical combat, the puppeteer shuttles through the tentacle jungle like a specter, each sword swing precisely severing multiple tentacles. The severed plant tissue began to release some enticing fragrance. Under the guidance of the hunting evil skills, he could distinctly perceive the mental lure elements contained in these fragrances. To ordinary explorers, this fragrance could be deadly, leading them voluntarily towards the plant's mouths. But the puppeteer was completely unaffected, even capable of absorbing energy from the plant's pain. The battle lasted nearly 20 minutes before the puppeteer finally found the core of the plant network. It was a huge bud located at the center of the island, its surface covered with dense eye-like organs. The bud suddenly bloomed, revealing a dark cavity inside. A powerful suction emerged, attempting to drag the puppeteer in. But Ron was well prepared. He controlled the puppeteer to release a compressed, sound wave vibration erosion mode, directly blasting towards the core of the bud. In that bizarre ravings, the entire plant network emitted a piercing shriek, quickly withering and decaying. The previously active tentacles dropped one after another, losing their life energy. Although the power was far less than when cast by the body, at such a close distance, it still produced a restraining effect. He maneuvered the puppeteer forward and began absorbing the withered material. The puppeteer gained abundantly from this battle. Automatically absorbed active abyssal material, charging progress plus 0.5% current energy. 16.5%/100%. The energy conversion efficiency of abyssal creatures is truly remarkable, Ron thought with some satisfaction. As the devouring proceeded, the puppeteer's condition gradually improved. For the puppeteer, its energy reserve could only rely on this kind of devouring. It could only sustain battles through battles. After clearing this small island, Ron continued to control the puppeteer to explore deeper into the sea. Guided by the hunting evil skills, he could perceive more powerful presences in the distance. Some emanated an ancient and profound aura, while others were filled with a frenzy for destruction. What intrigued him the most was the massive energy anomaly at the center of the sea. There, something seemed to surpass conventional understanding. The puppeteer moved slowly on the sea's surface. Its movement method quite peculiar. It wasn't swimming or floating, but directly treading on the surface of the sea water. The liquefied abyssal energy automatically solidified under its feet, providing it with a foothold. This ability allowed the puppeteer to run at a remarkable speed on the sea surface, like the water strider he fantasized about as a child. During the advance, Ron encountered the second type of abyssal creature. They were a group of jellyfish-like floating creatures, house-sized. Their bodies were semi-transparent, with complex organ structures visible slowly wriggling inside. Most unsettling of all, at the brain location of these creatures, human heads were suspended. The heads still maintained life functions, eyes turning, mouths opening and closing, as if silently pleading for help. Ron immediately recognized this type of abyssal creature. They captured intelligent beings, extracting their consciousness as their computational core. The trapped heads actually had lost their independent personalities, merely tools for the creature's complex thoughts. Once these brain jellyfish detected the puppeteer's presence, they immediately launched an attack. Their attack method was extremely bizarre, shooting innumerable thread-like needles from inside their bodies. The targets of these needles were not the puppeteer's body, but trying to invade its spiritual core. But the puppeteer's mental structure was entirely different from ordinary creatures. When those needles touched the puppeteer, they were instead rebounded by its abyssal essence. A few brain jellyfish screamed in pain, their internal organs convulsing violently. This devouring ability, just right to turn the tables. Ron keenly sensed the opportunity and immediately controlled the puppeteer to counterattack. He directly used the puppeteer's hands to grasp the connection lines of those needles, then activated its devour ability. The puppeteer's palms suddenly opened, revealing deep cavities inside. A strong suction emanated, forcibly extracting the jellyfish creature's spiritual energy. This reversal threw the brain jellyfish into extreme panic. They desperately tried to retract their tentacles, but it was too late. Once the puppeteer's devour ability was activated, it formed a one-way energy flow until the target was completely drained. In less than 5 minutes, 3 gigantic brain jellyfish were completely digested. Their spiritual energy was absorbed by the puppeteer, and those trapped human heads also found release, finally closing their eyes peacefully. Automatically absorbed active abyssal substance. Charging progress plus 0.5% current energy. 17%/100% in this battle, Ron gained a deeper understanding of the puppet's capabilities. The adaptability and combat power the puppet displayed in the abyss environment is much stronger than it was at the bloodline altar. He analyzed in his mind. Returning to the abyss is like coming home for it. Just as he was about to proceed further, Ron's foreseeing star trait issued a strong warning. An unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart, like the scythe of death pressed against his neck. Immediately changed direction. Without hesitation, he controlled the puppet to alter its course. Fleeing at full speed away from danger. The puppet had just changed direction when the originally calm sea area suddenly underwent dramatic transformation. A terrifying vortex formed on the sea surface, resembling the open eye of a sea god. This was no ordinary current, but some incomprehensible force twisting reality itself. The vortex's diameter exceeded several tens of kilometers, with its center bottomless, like a portal to another dimension. Even more frightening, all creatures around the vortex were undergoing rapid transformations. The abyssal creatures, already exceptionally twisted, began extreme mutations upon contact with the energy emitted by the vortex. A creature resembling a giant octopus had its tentacles grow infinitely under the vortex's influence. From the initial 8 tentacles, they increased to hundreds, then thousands, eventually turning the entire creature into a writhing mountain of flesh. But this transformation didn't make it stronger. Instead, it descended into chaotic self-destruction, unable to coordinate so many limbs. Other smaller abyssal creatures exploded directly under the impact of the vortex energy. Their flesh recombined in the air, forming new, even more terrifying life forms. An apostle has awakened. Ron, through extraordinary recognition, glimpsed a terrifying truth. The energy level at the core of the giant vortex was near the upper limit of his experience. This horrifying power fluctuation seemed merely a byproduct of that being's breathing. Its true power was far beyond imagination. Even the slightest motion was enough to alter the ecological balance of the entire sea. I can't look any further. He glanced, then immediately disabled the extraordinary recognition function. But even this brief peep dealt a massive shock to his spirit. An indescribable fear began to spread deep within his consciousness. It was like a speck of dust trying to comprehend the enormity of a mountain, like a firefly attempting to outshine the sun. This disparity in power was beyond a numerical scale. It was a fundamental difference in existence levels. Ron endured the pain from the spiritual shock and began to control the puppet to reduce all energy outputs. The puppet's eyes dimmed, its posture became stiff, once again camouflaging as an ordinary wooden doll. At this moment, an even more terrifying event occurred. The vortex began to expand, with its edges spreading outward at an alarming rate. Sea water was drawn by the colossal suction force, forming spectacular water columns, then disappearing into the darkness of the vortex. Even those floating islands began to be torn apart by this dreadful force. Though the puppet had done its best to camouflage, it was still dragged irresistibly toward the vortex center. Sensing this change, Ron decisively severed the spiritual connection with the puppet. Maintaining the connection would only increase the risk of exposure, and with his current strength, he couldn't oppose the will of the apostle. The moment consciousness returned to his body, a severe mental shock struck. Ron felt his brain being sliced by sharp blades, each breath accompanied by stabbing pain. Even worse, fragments of memories that didn't belong to him began to flash in his consciousness. Immense tentacles writhing in the darkness, countless creatures wailing in distortion. These were the overflow memory from the apostle. Fatal spiritual contamination for ordinary people. Must cleanse it immediately. Enduring the pain, Ron took out the silver pocket watch from his pocket. As the pocket watch opened, the power of time began to flow through his consciousness. Those foreign memory fragments were completely cleared in the state reset, and the spiritual wounds were healed. This is the gap between a morning star mage and an apostle. He leaned against the laboratory chair, gazing toward the abyss outside the window. Even just a glance, even indirect contact from so far away, he still suffered such severe injury. But this experience wasn't entirely without gain. Through the puppet's exploration, he obtained first-hand knowledge of the environment in the abyss fifth layer. It also confirmed the great potential of the stand-in puppet in the abyss environment. If he could further develop its capabilities, this mystical tool might become crucial in exploring the secrets of the abyss. As for the puppet's current predicament, meanwhile, an ancient and chaotic consciousness was slowly awakening. The eye of the abyss Nari had slept for hundreds of years, filled with the craving for flesh and soul in its dream realm. But now, a fishbone suddenly got stuck in its throat, leaving it extremely uncomfortable. It spat out this fishbone, then suddenly developed a strong interest. This small alien object emitted the aura of a wizard's magic power, yet carried the essence of the abyss. This contradictory existence made it irresistibly want to bring it back to its nest. As an ancient being naturally born from the abyss, it had seen countless exotic treasures, but objects like this were its first encounter. The chaotic mind couldn't perform complex reasoning, but instinct told it that this little object might contain some special value. So, it expelled a special pouch used for collecting treasure, carefully wrapping the stand-in puppet inside. The enormous coral reef made of flesh and bone breathes slowly in the darkness like a slumbering giant beast. This was once the forward base established by the Steel Brotherhood. That was 3,000 years ago, a wizard organization specializing in mechanical modification, attempting to establish a semi-permanent foothold in the abyss. The outcome, as expected. Now, those once indestructible steel fortresses have completely fused with flesh, forming a bizarre existence between architecture and biology. Thick alloy armor plates are covered with dense blood vessels, precise circuits replaced by nerve fibers, and the muzzles of giant turrets ooze viscous bodily fluids. Such nostalgia. The screams of those little bugs. Nari gently strokes the wall where the emblem of the Steel Brotherhood is still visible. There now grows a large compound eye, its pupil still retaining the fearful expression of a human. It clearly remembers the scene when this fortress was conquered, not because the battle was fierce, but because the sounds those explorers made before dying was so interesting. Some cried, some laughed, and some sang. Nari never understood why, when faced with death, different humans had such diverse reactions. The walls are covered with countless eyes, densely distributed like a beehive on every inch of the surface. These are extensions of its body, used to monitor every corner of the nest. Tentacle nerves dangle from the ceiling, gently swaying in the air, with tiny auditory organs at their ends capable of catching the sound of a pin drop. Nari enjoys listening to various sounds: the friction of metal, the dripping of liquids, the heartbeat of living beings, even the strange whispers from the void. These sounds weave into a complex symphony in its consciousness, one of the few entertainments over the long years. However, for now, Nari is most concerned with its own treasure chamber. This is a special space located at the deepest part of the nest, wrapped in a thick, multi-colored membrane. These membranes come from the brain jellyfish king, the leader of the brain jellyfish species, capable of converting extracted information into translucent films. In this kaleidoscope-like world float the treasures it has collected over the years. A heart still beating, perfectly sealed within a vesicle. That heart belonged to an arrogant, solitary wizard. When Nari found him, this pitiful creature had been eroded to the point where only his heart continued its stubborn beating. Nari found such stubbornness adorable, so it preserved the heart. Dozens of glowing soul fragments flutter like fireflies within a container. These are the pure memories it has carefully selected. The sweetness of first love, the warmth of maternal love, the preciousness of friendship, as well as the pain of betrayal, the fear of death, and the darkness of despair. Nari enjoys observing these emotional fragments in times of boredom, learning from them the complex emotional world of humans. Sometimes it sighs. Why are the hearts of these little bugs so much more complex than I imagined? Another new friend has come to visit. Nari carefully places the vesicle containing the stand-in puppet into the center of the treasury. That kind of excitement was like a little girl receiving a long-awaited toy. You look different from all the other collectibles. The giant monster swims slowly around the vesicle, its body unusually agile in the confined space. The scent of a wizard, the aura of the abyss, and some other things I have never felt before. At that moment, a tidal wave of pain sweeps through Nari's consciousness. Having just awakened, its spirit structure remains in an extremely unstable state. Chaos energy surges wantonly in its mind, bringing not only pain but also a sense of existential tear. It craves order to stabilize its thoughts, but the chaos in its nature vehemently resists this desire. Ugh! It's starting again. Nari curls up painfully in the corner of the treasury. The eyes on the wall sense their master's pain and close one by one, as if they too are enduring the same torment. This pain is different from physical trauma. It is a soul-level self-tearing. Every abyssal apostle must face this fate. The greater the power, the heavier the chaos burden. Mother, if only you were still here. Nari's thought waves become as thin as silk, filled with childlike helplessness. You would tell me what to do, wouldn't you? You wouldn't dismiss me for being clumsy like the others. The so-called mother refers to the primordial abyss will that birthed it. After nurturing its offspring, that ancient existence no longer responded to any call. For Nari, it was the only warmth in its memory, a kind of unconditional acceptance and protection. But now, it has nothing but painful memories. The law of survival in the abyss is far more complex than it appears. Although this place is filled with chaos, it is not a world of unbridled madness without rules. On the contrary, the abyss has its unique order system, a cruel set of rules based on power and adaptability. First is the necessity of maintaining rationality. Apostle-level beings possess the power to destroy worlds, yet the chaotic nature constantly erodes their consciousness structures. Nari can clearly feel the presence of this erosion. Whenever it overuses its power, thoughts become obscure and chaotic. Memories begin to jumble and rearrange, even producing intense impulses of self-destruction. had once witnessed a complete loss of control, devouring giant mouth Karasong, an apostle older than Nari. Due to the inability to maintain a rational balance for a long time, ultimately lost control completely. That once cunning existence turned into a live catastrophe only knowing to consume. It devoured the territory it had painstakingly managed for thousands of years, along with all its subordinates and collections. Eventually, it ended in self-devouring, leaving only a huge void behind. To avoid such a fate, apostles must find ways to maintain their rationality. The most effective way is to cultivate subordinates by planting their power seeds into other organisms, establishing a special spiritual connection. This connection not only transmits power, but the growth process of subordinates generates a special feedback energy. This feedback, similar to the favor mechanism in Wizard World, is more direct and rough. When an awakened strength increases, their mental structure produces order fluctuations. These fluctuations are transmitted back to the apostle's body through the power seed, stabilizing those chaotic consciousnesses. However, this process is far more difficult than imagined. The awakened converted by wizards, though more rational, grow slowly in power. Moreover, they often retain a considerable degree of independent consciousness, making complete control hard. More critically, wizards' spiritual protections are often quite comprehensive, making forced conversion very unlikely to succeed. Abyssal variants, though faster in growth, are more chaotic in nature. During cultivation, unexpected mutations frequently occur, even possibly rebounding against their owner. For Nari, an innate apostle, although its intelligence surpasses ordinary abyssal variants, its chaos is even deeper. This contradiction places it in an almost unsolvable dilemma when cultivating subordinates. Power infusion requires precise control, but its nature rejects any form of order. It also longs for understanding and communication, yet its thought process completely mismatches other creatures. As a temporary alternative, apostles can influence the surrounding environment through energy radiation. They actively release their power, inducing mutation and evolution in surrounding abyssal creatures. These enhanced creatures produce weak feedback in a short time, barely maintaining the apostle's rational stability. But this unconscious influence is negligible. For an existence like Nari on the brink of losing control, it's like a drop in the bucket. It needs active, substantial, stable feedback, not this dispensable residue. Nari painfully lifted its head, choosing to contact its soul superior. Chai Yi, my lord. It murmured this name in its heart, both in reverence and deep fear. In the depths of the magma sea on the abyss 9th layer, dragon-headed demon Chai Yi was conducting his daily exercises. This supreme apostle's appearance had long departed from any known creature's category. 3 faces circled around a central giant eye, each face expressing different emotions and personalities. When 4 pairs of blood-red giant wings spread, they could shield the entire sky, and the lower half of his giant serpent tail was covered with razor-sharp scales. At this moment, Chai Yi was enduring the extreme pressure of the deepest part of the magma ocean. This special magma sea not only had a temperature countless times higher than ordinary magma outside, but also exerted intense gravitational pressure. Yet for Chai Yi, this environment was perfect for honing his body. By enduring pain, he strengthened his essence. Pain, pressure, and the struggle on the brink of death all served as catalysts for growth. When Nari's timid please signal arrived, Chai Yi's 3 faces simultaneously displayed extreme disgust. "It's that useless one again." His voice boomed like a furnace. "Unable to solve even such a basic problem, why did I ever think it was something useful?" Chai Yi clearly remembered his first encounter with Nari. At that time, it had just emerged from the will of the primordial abyss and emitted a suffocatingly powerful aura. Chai Yi excitedly thought he had found a treasure. Innate apostle-level existences are extremely rare, usually possessing astonishing potential. However, the more he interacted with Nari, the more disappointed Chai Yi became. This so-called innate apostle was indeed strong, but as dumb as an ox. More critically, during interactions, Nari's chaotic thought mode even affected the stability of Chai Yi's consciousness. After each conversation, Chai Yi needed days to cleanse the polluted mental fragments. For such basic skills as cultivating subordinates, Nari knew nothing. No matter how patiently Chai Yi guided, it always made the same mistakes. Either the power was too strong, killing the target directly, or control was lacking, leading to uncontrolled mutations. What angry Chai most was, Nari seemed never to learn from failures, repeating the same mistakes in the same naive way each time. Chai, my lord. Nari's consciousness fluctuation was filled with grievance and despair. I really don't know what to do. Every time I fail, every time. Shut up, Chai angrily swung his wings, stirring up a massive magma tsunami. I'm not your father nor your mother. For such an extremely stupid, useless thing as you, I'm too lazy to bother with you anymore. He stopped his training, his massive body slowly rising, with 3 pairs of eyes simultaneously flashing a dangerous red light. I am currently busy preparing for the upcoming succession battle. The abyss is fraught with crises everywhere now. And you're still troubled by such infantile issues. The term competition deepened Nari's dread. It is the ultimate competition among abyssal apostles, where the loser not only loses their status, but might also be directly devoured by the victor. Due to its chaotic thoughts and difficulty in maintaining control over its power, Nari found it easier to bully ordinary explorers with weaker abilities than its own. Yet in such competitions among equals, it stood no chance unless it relied on Chai-Yi's protection to barely survive. Also, Chai-Yi's voice became even more somber. Recently, those damn great wizards in the deeper regions conducted some forbidden experiments, disrupting the entire abyssal energy balance. Even the rifts connecting to the otherworld showed unstable fluctuations. This information filled Nari with unprecedented fear. Even for apostles, there are countless forbidden areas in the depths of the abyss that remain untouchable. Those places are inhabited by beings older and more powerful than apostles. They mostly come from beyond the world's wall, horrifying entities infiltrating from other dimensions. I warn you one last time, Nari. Chai-Yi's threat was like death sentence. If you persist in slipping into long sleep again, I won't protect you in the next competition. By then, other apostles will be more than happy to tear you apart, savoring the energy essence in your body. After communication was severed, Nari slumped in the corner of the treasury, engulfed by the tide like loneliness. Though cruel, Chai-Yi's words were the truth in every letter. In this openly cannibalistic world of the abyss, the weak have no right to survive, apostles included. It began reminiscing the success cases of other apostles, trying to draw some inspiration from them. Madbiter Magron possesses a legion composed of mutant werewolves. These werewolves not only boast combat power close to moon level, but maintain absolute loyalty. Their brains are implanted with Magron seeds, making betrayal biologically impossible. Nari once tried to emulate this method, but the result was catastrophic. Its seeds were too mighty, causing the life form receiving the transplant to either die immediately or transform into mindless crazy beasts. Magron's success seems simple, but actually requires extremely precise power control, precisely what Nari lacks. Nari envied the success of those young apostles. Bloodtir Marquis Asmund, although born nearly a millennium later than Nari, already established a vast family network. These family members spread across the human world, collecting intelligence for Asmund, spreading chaos, and seeking new transformation targets. Asmund's success secret lies in gradual increments, starting from simple blood parasites, gradually strengthening the host's body and spirit, eventually completing perfect transformation. This method, though time-consuming, has a very high success rate, and the transformed family members almost retain their original wisdom and personality. Nari also attempted similar methods, but always acted too hastily. Seeing the slow progress of the experimental subject, it couldn't help but increase the energy output, hoping to accelerate the transformation process, often resulting in failure, with the experimental subject exploding at the final moment of imminent success. These memories reminded Nari of its failed attempts, each one a painful lesson. The first attempt occurred 500 years ago, targeting an abyss exploration team composed of several Morning Star wizards. Back then, Nari was still young and had extremely crude control over its power, naively believing that merely forcibly injecting its abyssal essence into the explorers' bodies would naturally transform them into loyal subordinates. The result was disastrous. The power of the abyssal apostle is too frenzy for ordinary creatures, causing the explorers' bodies to start uncontrollable mutation the moment of contact. Their muscle tissues frantically grew, blood vessels ruptured and reorganized, bones twisted and deformed. Ultimately, 5 people completely collapsed amid devastating screams, leaving only an unrecognizable heap of flesh and gore. Why? Why did this happen? At that time, Nari looked at the carnage, unable to understand why the transformation that other apostles could easily complete was so difficult for it. The second attempt occurred 300 years ago, where Nari learned from the last lesson and chose a more powerful moon-level mage as the target. This time it didn't directly inject power, but attempted a gentle transformation through spiritual connection. Everything seemed smooth initially. The target mage's body showed no obvious rejection, and the spiritual connection was successfully established. Nari excitedly began transmitting fragments of its consciousness, hoping to gradually remodel the opponent's thought patterns through such means. But issues soon arose. Nari's consciousness essence was too chaotic, triggering fierce cognitive conflicts as its thought fragments entered the mage's spiritual world. The rational thought structure of that mage began collapsing under chaotic impact. Memory fragments scattered, and the personality core teetered on the brink. Though the body suffered no harm, the mage's spirit was thoroughly dispersed. He transformed into an idiot who merely laughed foolishly. Occasionally uttering completely illogical words, the remaining fragments of Nari's consciousness, causing trouble. "You, pig-like thing, what have you turned this precious transformation sample into?" Upon hearing the news, Bloodtear Marquis Esmond immediately came to mock. "I've seen many failed transformations, but turning a moon-level mage into an idiot, this is a first." Nari was speechless and could only watch this now worthless failure. Ultimately, it had to personally end the mage's life, simultaneously burying its illusion of gentle transformation. The third attempt occurred decades ago, where Nari decided to adopt the chronic erosion strategy recommended by other apostles. It painstakingly selected a mage, confined him in a custom biological cage, daily infusing small amounts of abyssal energy. This method was indeed more reliable. The target's body and mind didn't collapse immediately. Nari could sense the incremental changes in the other every day. The skin began to exhibit the abyss's unique dark purple hue, eyes occasionally flashed chaotic gleams, thought processes subtly shifted. Nari thought it finally found the correct method, and began looking forward to the delightful moment of its first subordinate's birth. It even prepared a comfortable residence for this prospective subordinate, adorned with various collectibles it considered beautiful. But disaster still struck. Though gentle, chronic erosion also provided ample time for the target to adapt and resist. The mage was an alchemy expert. During transformation, he gradually understood the cage's structure and learned to enhance his abilities using the abyssal energy within. On the 73rd day of the transformation, the mage successfully cracked the biological lock of the cage, escaping control while Nari was out hunting. He even deliberately sabotaged one of its extremely precious music boxes. The furious Nari immediately began a chase, but could not find the opponent's trace again. Why do I always fail? These 3 painful failures nearly led Nari to abandon the notion of nurturing subordinates. Whenever it saw other apostles successfully establishing their forces, it could only silently retreat to the depths of its lair, pretending not to care about such solitude. However, with the competition drawing near, Nari knew it had no choice. Just as Nari sank into despair, an unexpected phenomenon appeared in the treasury. Around the cocoon containing a mysterious puppet, abyssal energy began gathering in an unprecedented manner. These usually chaotic energies aligned into orderly spiral patterns, like preparations for some ancient ritual. More intriguingly, the puppet's surface started emanating a faint and pure glow. It wasn't the abyss's twisted light, but a gentle radiation that filled Nari with inexplicable tranquility. What is this? Nari ceased its painful reminiscing, intensely observing the unprecedented phenomenon. Throughout its long life, never had it seen abyssal energy exhibit such orderly behavior. Perhaps fate finally delivered a special gift. In Nari's fearsome large eyes, the long-lost flame of hope began to burn. Ron slowly opened his eyes, feeling the last trace of the power of time in the depths of his consciousness. The silver pocket watch clicked shut, emitting a slight click sound. Those fragmented memories of contamination from the apostle had been thoroughly cleansed. At the moment the power of time cleansed his consciousness, Ron deliberately retained a strand of extremely weak spiritual thread. This thread was as thin as a hair hidden deep within his cleansed consciousness. Like an almost invisible thin line in the vast ocean, it maintained the most basic perception link with the stand-in puppet. Such a level of connection won't bring much contamination risk, and it can be severed at any time. He calmly analyzed the pros and cons of this decision in his mind. The more attempts at contact, like a vaccine, allow my spiritual structure to gradually adapt to the pressure of the abyss environment. This idea was not born out of thin air. Ron had once observed that explorers who had been exposed to low concentrations of abyssal aura for extended periods often had stronger resistance than first-time contacts. Though prolonged exposure would lead to accumulated contamination, moderate exposure could indeed train one's spiritual protection abilities. And because of the presence of the pocket watch, he didn't need to worry too much about the problem of accumulated contamination. The key is in controlling the dosage and intensity. He inspected the state of the weak connection. I must maintain monitoring capability, yet not exceed the safety threshold. Through this thread-thin spiritual connection, Ron could faintly perceive the basic situation of the environment surrounding the puppet. The distance was too great, and most information was disrupted by the spatial distortion of the abyss. However, some particularly strong energy fluctuations could still be transmitted over. Just now, he felt a certain abnormal phenomenon of energy gathering. It seems the puppet has encountered some special situation. Ron recorded this discovery deep in his consciousness, needs continuous observation, but refrained from intervening actively for now. Just then, a signal of a visiting request was received from within the laboratory. Upon receiving permission, the door slid open, and a young assistant walked in. "Wizard Ralph, I am Sarah, responsible for guiding you to familiarize yourself with the facilities in Zone C." Sarah, evidently not accustomed to dealing with figures of this level, spoke with a trembling voice. "If it's convenient for you, I'd like to give you a tour of the special experiment zone." "Of course, thank you very much," Ron responded politely. Upon leaving the laboratory, Sarah began to detail the management systems of Zone C, her tone becoming more professional. For ordinary researchers, there are strict management protocols every day. She pointed to a row of detection devices on the corridor walls. All personnel must undergo mandatory spiritual contamination tests at 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. These devices can accurately measure the concentration of abyssal factors in consciousness, and any excess over the safety threshold will immediately result in a purification room visit. Ron observed those complex detection devices. Each device was composed of multiple rune arrays, capable of analyzing the spiritual state from dozens of different angles. Even their movement paths are strictly limited. Sarah continued, "Ordinary researchers can only operate in designated areas and need to apply for route permits every time they leave. The use of experimental materials especially requires a 3-level approval process, including material application, safety evaluation, and usage supervision." She led Ron to a work area, allowing him to observe the situation inside through an observation window. A middle-aged researcher was carefully handling a small piece of abyss crystal, with every action recorded by multiple cameras. Beside him, 2 supervisors stood by, ready to respond to any unexpected situation. For safety reasons, any experiment involving abyssal materials must be conducted under supervision. Sarah explained, "During the experiment, researchers cannot act alone, and all data will be uploaded to the central database in real time." In stark contrast to this stringent management was the privileged treatment enjoyed by Ron. "And you, specially approved by the Tower Master and Professor Udall, have a completely different level of permissions." Sarah's voice carried noticeable envy. Independent laboratories and living areas, routine exemption from inspections, direct resource application channels. These are only benefits experienced at a supervisor level. After Sarah guided him to the living area and excused herself, Ron began setting up his mobile workshop. "First, I need to release the seal of the compressed space." He carefully checked the various rune nodes on the suitcase. This compression technology uses the principle of space folding, requiring enough stable space around when unfolding. He activated the first unseal sequence, and the suitcase began to emit a faint blue light. Tiny distortions appeared in the air, as if reality itself was being slowly stretched. Energy output is stable, and space tension is normal. With the release of the second seal, the suitcase began to change dramatically. Its volume expanded exponentially, and the internal spatial structure began to rearrange. The originally compressed equipment and tools emerged one by one like blooming flowers. Alongside was the tree spirit, which had been released and began skillfully operating various instruments. Magic power circulation system is normal. Rune array is stable, environment shielding effect is good. The most complex part was establishing the security system. Ron needed to connect the workshop's protective network with the observation station's main system while maintaining relative independence. This system also grants you certain control privileges, allowing you to trigger isolation procedures when danger is detected. While tuning the control panel, he explained the working principle to Alan. If the experiment gets out of control, the entire workshop will be sealed within 3 seconds to prevent contamination from spreading. Although it usually activates automatically, I'm worried about unexpected situations, so you need to stay vigilant. After the workshop was basically set up, Ron did not relax his monitoring of the puppet through the thread of consciousness. The energy is continuously flowing steadily. In his mind, he privately analyzed this phenomenon. It seems the puppet is not only unaffected by the abyss environment, but it even influences the surrounding energy flow to some extent. All installations are complete. Dale's crystal vat is also in place. Alan's voice brought his attention back to reality. The Master's mobile workshop has completely merged into the station's environment and can be used normally. Ron nodded, took out Franca's blood sample, and prepared for a deeper analysis. Night fell, and most of the observation station areas entered a dormant state. Only some essential monitoring systems continue to quietly operate, maintaining the basic life activities of this biological building. Ron set up a dedicated meditation area in the new workshop, using advanced isolation equipment provided by the station to create a completely undisturbed spiritual space. It's time to plan the cultivation progress. He slowly sat on the rune meditation chair and began activating Star Eater's ravings to enter a deep practice state. His consciousness sank into the familiar world of stars, where 2 already lit stars emitted stable light. The Hermit star's deep purple radiance represented insight and perception, while the Scholar star's silvery white glow symbolized wisdom and understanding. Their resonance has formed a stable energy circuit, providing continuous enhancement to his thinking ability. Ron calculated his current cultivation status in his mind. To fully activate, I still need to light up the Observer star. This is the final step, and the most challenging one. He turned his attention to the last unlit star in the constellation. Located at the pinnacle of the Wisdom constellation, the Observer star exudes a cold and omniscient aura, like a giant eye watching everything. Unlike the relative warmth of the previous 2 stars, the Observer star feels more dangerous and unpredictable. The difficulty of lighting this star is significantly higher. Activated astrology, carefully perceiving the position and state of the Observer star. Moreover, the risk is greater, requiring extremely cautious handling. While establishing the connection, Ron encountered strong resistance. An incomprehensible will was scrutinizing him, a feeling akin to being watched by countless eyes simultaneously. Under this scrutiny, he felt every secret was exposed, every weakness uncovered. Based on the current cultivation speed, fully lighting up should still take considerable time. He calculated carefully in his mind. Reaching the moon-level standard in other aspects also requires time to accumulate, but should achieve slightly faster than the meditation technique. The moon-level wizard standard is not merely a power upgrade. It demands qualitative leaps in multiple aspects. The first requirement is the combined magic circuit. Spiritual power diversion must be integrated into daily casting. Releasing a main magic, the remaining spiritual power will automatically divert to auxiliary magic, forming a mutually reinforcing energy network. With Eve's continued teaching and the advanced trait bonus of microstructure adaptation, achieving this is just one step away. The second requirement is the spiritual shock grid. This is the advanced application of spiritual shock, needing to upgrade the spiritual attack from a single impact to multiple grid-like attacks. Ron began practicing multiple shocks early on after the Time Hound incident. Additionally, through spying on Clock King, Erica's historical projection, he found a suitable reference model. Now, the basic requirement for advancing to moon-level dual shock is not far off. The only more troublesome task is the control matrix of the radiation field. The moon-level wizard's radiation field is no longer a single energy overflow. but a multi-layered, multi-functional control system that can separate the radiation field into different functional layers as needed. It requires using the field separation and integration technique to let the radiation field expand and contract like breathing, switching freely between different ranges and intensities. This relies solely on time-consuming efforts. According to this standard, I need to develop a detailed plan to break through to moon level. Ron began constructing a specific cultivation plan in his mind. The progress of Star Eater's ravings can be accelerated through the star observation ceremony. The envisaged control of magic and radiation fields is to strengthen training by constructing an abyss-like environment in the simulation device. Besides this, the deep practice of the meditation technique may bring more severe risks of alienation. He recalled Lady Allen's mention of the true danger of Star Eater's ravings. Each deep connection with the stars would profoundly affect him. More comprehensive self-protection mechanism must be established. This balance will be his greatest challenge on the cultivation path ahead. On one hand, he needs the power from the stars to face the impending crisis. On the other hand, he must maintain enough rationality and autonomy to avoid becoming a puppet of the ancient. Will 1 year to reach moon level. Ron set a clear goal for himself. Other research aims to assist in the rapid breakthrough at the wizard level, and the breakthrough at the wizard level can, in turn, feed back into the progress of other research. A complete growth cycle has to be formed. When he ended his meditation, that faint thread connecting to the puppet again sent unusual vibrations. This time, the feeling was clearer. It seemed like the puppet was undergoing some sort of feeding process. According to my previous observations and guidance, that apostle should have already started attempting to establish a deeper connection with the puppet. Ron recorded this finding in his mind. This interaction is much faster than I anticipated. It looks like it's already impatient. Deep in the sea of darkness in the fifth layer of the abyss, Nari, the eye of the abyss, was experiencing the most thrilling moment of its life. With its finest tentacles, it carefully touched the surface of the puppet as a loving mother caresses a child. This contact was filled with unprecedented gentleness, in stark contrast to Nari's usual frenetic image. Such a marvelous texture. Curiosity was brimming in Nari's giant eye. The ends of those tentacles housed extremely sensitive perception organs, able to detect the slightest changes. It's unlike ordinary wood nor like metal or stone, more like some living substance. The puppet's skin presented a warm texture with an extremely fine texture on the surface. Under Nari's careful observation, these textures seemed to be slowly flowing, like a living vascular system. What shocked it even more was that the puppet was actively absorbing the high-density radiation energy unintentionally emitted from Nari. Originally chaotic abyssal factors, upon contacting the puppet, automatically arranged into orderly spiral structures, then was slowly absorbed inside. Simply, the treasure of the abyss. Nari's voice was filled with disbelief. I've never seen such a phenomenon. Is it purifying the polluted radiation around me? In its long life, it had seen countless creatures completely eroded by its unconscious actions. No matter how powerful the wizard or how fragile the mortal, uncontrollable mutations occurred upon contact with Apostle's power. But the puppet before it not only was uncorroded, but was changing the very nature of abyssal energy. Even more miraculous things happened. After absorbing sufficient abyssal energy, the puppet began to emit a unique vibration that Nari had never felt before. This vibration was like a gentle spring breeze, calmly soothing Nari's chaotic consciousness. Under the influence of this force, Nari felt the first complete favor feeding back in its life. This feeling. Nari's voice trembled. One of its secondary consciousness nodes stabilized under this feedback. The chaos and pain temporarily retreated, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility. Calm, peace. Is this what other apostles meant by feeding back? Black liquid flowed from the giant eye, tears of excitement and gratitude. After thousands of years of solitary waiting, it finally found a child that might succeed. This discovery excited the creature, making it roll in its treasury. The massive body, like a joyful dolphin, wandered around the space. Countless tentacles danced in the air, eyes on the walls turning as well. The entire treasury was infected by this celebration atmosphere. My darling, my precious darling, Nari whispered softly in a tone like a novice mother speaking to the baby in the cradle. You finally come. I've waited so long, so very long. It began formulating a detailed, nurturing plan, like a new mother, clumsy but full of anticipation. "You must be hungry, right? My pantry has lots of delicious food." Nari started rummaging through its storages, trying to find the most suitable food for the puppet. "This is too hard, this one too sour, this one's too bitter." And to provide the best environment for the puppet, Nari began reorganizing its treasury. It moved its most precious collections to the nearest spot to the puppet, including that still beating heart and those glowing soul fragments. "These are my most beautiful collections, and they now belong to you." Nari carefully adjusted the energy flow within the treasury to create the most suitable growth environment for the puppet. It wove a nest from its tentacles, filled with the most precious brain jellyfish king membranes. These membranes were not only comfortable, but could also regulate the energy concentration around them. "So you will feel very comfortable." Nari circled the puppet, its giant eyes full of loving light. "From now on, this will be your home. I will protect you, care for you, and give you the best of everything." Although its appearance was terrifying at this moment, Nari showed a pure and primal maternal instinct. The protective desire for the young, the anticipation for growth, the yearning for the future, all perfectly embodied in the behavior of this ancient creature. It began planning an even more detailed care scheme to ensure its child could grow healthily and happily. In the depths of the treasury, Nari was experiencing the most tense, yet happiest moment of its life. It selected a recently deceased corrosion sea serpent from its stockpile of prey. This abyssal creature had relatively gentle energy, with its body still retaining abundant abyssal essence. This should be quite suitable. Nari carefully inspected the serpent's corpse, ensuring there weren't overly frenzied energy components. Gentle, pure, nutrient-rich. Just like the first solid food prepared for a baby. It cautiously placed the serpent's corpse near the puppet, then anxiously and expectantly observed the puppet's reaction. "Eat up, my darling. This is the finest abyssal essence." Nari's voice was filled with love and expectancy, the tone akin to a mother coaxing her child to eat. "This will make you stronger, healthier." Initially, the puppet showed no reaction, lying quietly in the soft nest. Nari began to worry, anxiety showing in its enormous eyes. "Do you not like the taste, or is it too tough to chew?" Just as it was about to replace the food, a miracle occurred. Subtle rune circuits began to appear on the puppet's surface. The previously hidden energy channels were activated, emitting a faint but steady glow. These rune circuits began to operate like a digestive system, extending countless hair-thin energy tendrils towards the serpent's body. "It's eating. It's eating." Nari trembled with excitement, all its tendrils dancing wildly in the air. "My darling is eating." The puppet's feeding process was filled with a sense of order, completely different from the usual chaotic abyss erosion. The energy tendrils precisely decomposed the serpent's body, extracting useful essence while discarding the waste to the side. The entire process was akin to a precise chemical analysis, every step meticulously calculated. As the decomposition proceeded, the puppet's internal charging progress began to increase, emitting stronger favor waves. This wave, like a warm spring breeze, gently soothed Nari's chaotic consciousness. Nari felt the feedback from the puppet, stabilizing another minor consciousness node. So warm, so comfortable, just like being back in mother's embrace. The giant monster began to roll in the treasury, its tendrils flailing wildly, unable to control its excitement like a child receiving candy. "It worked. It really worked. I finally have a real child." This was Nari's first experience of the sense of accomplishment and happiness of being a mother. Watching the puppet quietly feed, it felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. It was not the thrill of conquest, nor the expansion of power, but a feeling of pure love and being needed. "I will prepare more delicious food for you." Nari began planning a more diverse menu. Sea serpents are too monotonous. There's also abyssal jellyfish, corrosion vines, nightmare spider silk. Each has different nutritional values. Like a novice mother planning a baby's diet, it carefully considered the combination and nutritional balance of each food. Can't be too simple, must be nutritionally comprehensive and easy to digest. From this moment on, Nari's life had a whole new meaning. It was no longer a lonely ancient monster guarding its collection, but a mother with responsibilities and expectations. Although this mother-child relationship might seem absurd to outsiders, for Nari, it was the most precious experience in its long life. The other treasures in the treasury also seemed to feel the owner's joy. The glowing soul fragments began to dance more actively, and the still beating heart quickened its rhythm. The entire space was enveloped in this warm atmosphere, like a cozy little family. In the depths of the sea of darkness, an ancient monster was learning how to become a qualified mother. Meanwhile, in a distant observational outpost, a young wizard was striving for greater power through cultivation. Two seemingly unrelated threads were tightly connected through a faint thread of consciousness. In the nighttime laboratory, the glow of the magic crystal lamp cast an eerie hue over the yellowed pages. The binding of these papers was extremely unique. Each page was threaded with a living fiber called memory silk. As Ron turned the pages, these fibers would subtly wriggle, as if savoring the mental waves of the reader. He frowned, noticing the ink on the paper would change subtly based on the reader's level of understanding. When deeply contemplating a point, the relevant text would become clearer, and when questions arose, some annotations would automatically appear, providing supplementary explanations. This living tome was one of Cassandra's early innovations. It could resonate with the reader's spirit, offering a personalized learning experience. The importance of research ethics cannot be overlooked. We must ensure that every bloodline modulation is based on the subject's fully informed consent. A true scholar should take reducing pain as their fundamental duty, not creating more suffering. If our research cannot make the world a better place, then no matter how profound the knowledge, it is meaningless. As Ron delved deeper into his reading, he discovered a chilling detail. The gentle and idealistic words would occasionally twitch under his extraordinary perception, revealing their original content beneath. Whether or not the subject consents does not affect the scientific value of the experiment. Pain is just a necessary price in the process of acquiring knowledge. The sacrifice of an individual, if it leads to greater progress, is undoubtedly worthwhile. These hidden texts only flicker for a moment before being buried again by the surface benevolence. An interesting editing technique. Ron gently brushes one of the pages, feeling the subtle pulse from the memory silk. These early papers were later artificially modified to conceal the true thoughts. He activates all his skills and traits related to perception and begins to seriously observe the deep structure of the paper. Under a special viewpoint, each page of paper presents a layered state. The surface is adorned with charitable content, while the deeper layers hide darker, utilitarian true thoughts. This isn't a change of character, but a gradual process of shedding disguises. Ron concludes in his heart, she possessed this cold nature from the start, merely concealed it deliberately in the early stages. He carefully checks the time markings on the papers and starts building a detailed timeline. With the increasing depth of cultivation in the Star Eater's ravings, Cassandra's degree of disguise gradually weakened. Not replaced by some external will, but the inherently cold nature being amplified under the influence of the star power. The cost of the seeking hard. Ron recalls his recent psychological changes. A kind of gradual numbness to the experiments of ancient alchemists. I am experiencing the same process. He takes out a specially made self-reflection mirror. This is a psychological state monitoring tool crafted based on astrology principles combined with alchemy. The mirror does not reflect appearances, but displays the true state of the observer's inner self. After all, sometimes certain changes are indiscernible to oneself and must rely on third-party projection to reveal the true face. In the mirror, he sees himself with an increasingly indifferent look. At least I can still perceive these changes. Ron sighs softly, somewhat helplessly putting away the mirror. Being aware of the problem's existence means there is still a chance for recovery. The key is to establish an effective monitoring mechanism. Just as he prepares to continue studying the next literature, a strange sound suddenly emanates from the corner of the experimental table. It's the sound from an apparently aged consciousness layering device. This equipment is usually silent during operation. Such regular sounds can only mean one thing: stored data not yet processed within. Ron approaches to observe, discovering a layer of fine frost covering the surface of the device. This frost isn't ordinary water vapor condensation, but crystallized material produced during thought overload. Someone conducted high-intensity consciousness analysis. Work here. He cautiously touches the device surface, immediately feeling the residual spirit imprint with his fingertips. Through historical research skills, he captures some fragmented memories. A figure operating the device alone in the dead of night, surrounded by countless complex data projections. The person's hands trembling, seemingly enduring immense psychological pressure. empty stimulant potion cups on the table, indicating prolonged work. It seems someone intentionally left something for me. According to the standard procedures of the observatory, all laboratories undergo thorough data cleansing during personnel changes. Finding leftover files is almost impossible. Ron uses various sophisticated instruments, coupled with his perception ability, for careful examination. After confirming no malicious traps, he starts activating the reading program. The device emits a low hum, internal thought crystals beginning to glow, then projecting a data file. The title displayed on the screen quickens his heartbeat. Foundation Theory Discussion on Virtual Environment Construction Draft Version Confidential Level, author signed as L.H. Researcher. This timing is too coincidental. Ron thoughtfully looks at this accidentally discovered document. He recalls the advice from the King of Illusions earlier. Those agreed-upon materials would be delivered to him unobtrusively. Thinking of this, Ron steadies himself, beginning to eagerly anticipate the document. And as he reads through it carefully, the complexity and deductive process of the document undoubtedly exceed his expectations. The author not only has a deep understanding of consciousness weaving, but also extends to technical details he's never heard of. Artificial cultivation of neural fibers, through special biological alchemy, cultivate living neural networks with superconductive traits. Preparation of memory crystallization. Convert the experiential sensory memory into a crystal structure capable of repeated playback. Anchoring technology. During virtual experience, use consciousness anchor points to ensure users don't get lost in the illusion realm. Each technical detail is accompanied by comprehensive experimental data and failure case analysis. The author evidently invested a lot of time and effort, even risking using themselves as experimental subjects for dangerous tests. On the edge of the document are warnings written in red ink. Failure of the 117th test, extended consciousness separation time, resulting in significant reality sense loss. Note: realism of virtual pain should not exceed 75%, or it may cause permanent psychological trauma. Warning: certain ancient memories should not be used as virtual environment materials, they will infect the entire system. The final warning caught Ron's attention. What kind of memory can infect the virtual system? This indeed involved risks he had never considered before. It seems that constructing a virtual environment is far more complex and dangerous than I imagined. As Ron continued reading, he found that the technical route of the literature astonishingly aligned with his 3-in-1 system. Magic potion making handles the modulation of various consciousness stabilizers and perception enhancers. Alchemy is used to manufacture the physical carriers and neural interfaces of the virtual environment. Enchantment constructs a complex rune network connecting spirit and matter. This integration idea is practically tailor-made for ancient alchemy. What truly made him smile knowingly was a hidden detail at the end of the literature. On the last page of the technical parameters table, written in nearly invisible microscopic font, the observer's perspective determines the reality's level, and the true creator is never confined by the limitations of a single dimension. Dedicated to those who dare to explore the successors, this manner of expression is entirely consistent with the style of the King of Illusions. The arrangement is indeed thorough. Ron murmured to himself, sincerely admiring the tactics of this Witch King. Just as he was immersed in this precious knowledge, deep within the Abyss 5th layer, a warmth and eerie child-rearing activity was ongoing. In the Sea of Darkness, Nari's treasure vault in the eye of the Abyss resembles a massive womb, warm and full of vitality. The membrane of the brain jellyfish king flows with shimmering luster. These membranes can adjust color and brightness according to Nari's emotional shifts. At this moment, they emit a gentle pink glow, the color of maternal love. Nari was sprawled in the center of the vault, its fortress-sized eyes focused intently on the puppet within the bubble. Each of its tentacles was placed carefully, fearing disturbing its darling. What should I prepare for my little angel to eat today? Its voice in the consciousness domain was soft and syrupy like a little girl's. Darkly contrasting with its enormous, terrifying form, it liked the corrosion sea snake yesterday. Should I try a different flavor today? It began searching in the storage room, where various well-preserved abyssal creature corpses were arranged. Each was wrapped in special bubbles, maintained in a fresh state at the time of death. This nightmare butterfly's antennae are tender and should be nutritious. The petals of the blood tears flower contain pure hopeless essence, beneficial for growth. The heart of this time domain bug can enhance time. Perception ability. Nari, like a young mother preparing baby food, made each choice after careful thought. It even began to learn to adjust the diet based on the puppet's reactions, observing which materials were more favored. Eventually, it selected a recently deceased silent spider. This creature lived by devouring sound, accumulating abundant silent essence within its body. Come, darling, open wide for your meal. Nari gently placed the spider's corpse near the bubble and held its breath while awaiting the reaction. A few seconds later, the miracle happened again. The runes on the puppet's surface began to shimmer, the patterns pulsating like blood vessels, emitting increasingly bright silvery glow. Upon the activation of the runes, the silent spider commenced an orderly and exquisite decomposition process. This was not ordinary corrosion or devouring, but a form of energy reorganization full of artistic flair. Every muscle fiber was precisely separated, every drop of bodily fluid perfectly purified, even the bones transformed into pure energy flows absorbed. The entire process was like watching a fascinating artistic creation, stunningly beautiful. Wonderful! My darling has grown a bit more again. Nari trembled with excitement, countless tentacles wildly dancing in the air. It could clearly feel the puppet's energy fluctuations steadily rising, while emitting increasingly strong favor effects. This was also the reason for its excitement. As the puppet grew, the feedback of stabilizing effects it received also intensified. The chaotic thoughts that had long troubled it began to clear up. Some originally uncontrollable emotional fluctuations gradually calmed down. It could finally long-lastingly feel the clarity of thought and inner peace. So this is the feeling other apostles possess. Nari sighed with satisfaction, tears of emotion flowing down its eyes. The congealed matter of its tears, placed in the outside world, was undoubtedly pure abyssal essence, each drop of high value. My little darling, you are Mother's most precious gift. It caressed the surface of the bubble, its voice filled with maternal love. Mother will protect you, let you grow quickly, and become stronger than any other monster. Just then, Nari suddenly recalled an important matter. According to Abyss tradition, every few decades, a preheated duel is held. Various apostles would dispatch their subordinates for battle, both as a display of strength and to warm up the atmosphere for the formal battle for a change of position. The last duel was over 300 years ago. At that time, Nari could only hide in a corner, eagerly watching other apostles show off their creations. Those powerful blood-kin families, loyal mutant werewolves, cunning dream spiders, each one left it envious. Less than a year left until the next duel. Nari calculated in excitement, a flame of hope burning in its gigantic eyes. Given my darling's current growth speed, maybe I can join too. Imagining his puppet shining brightly in the arena. Imagining the other apostles' expressions of envy and shock. Just thinking about it nearly made Nari swoon. I must make my darling the strongest. He resolved to start designing a more systematic growth plan. First, he needed to collect more high-quality abyssal creatures to provide ample nutrition for the puppet. Then, he needed to find some rare ability seeds to give the puppet a wider variety of combat skills. The most important thing was to conduct combat training, so the puppet could get familiar with various battle environments. Mom will give you the best of everything. Nari stared intently at the puppet in the capsule. You must strive to be Mommy's pride. Meanwhile, in the laboratory at the Abyssal Observation Station, Ron suddenly felt a strong wave emanating from deep within his consciousness. It was a feedback signal from the stand-in puppet, clearer than ever before. This intensity of feedback. Ron stopped his research in surprise, beginning to analyze the information carefully. The puppet's growth rate is far beyond expectations. Through that faint consciousness thread, he could perceive the massive transformation in the puppet's surrounding environment. The powerful aura of the abyssal apostle still existed. But now there was an emotion he had never felt before, pure and intense motherly love. This abyssal apostle actually considers the puppet as its child. Ron found it amusing, but quickly realized the immense value of this situation. It truly was an unintended consequence that became beneficial. Now the puppet not only has a safe growth environment, but is also receiving a large investment of precious resources. Additionally, as the puppet's ability strengthened, the feedback provided to him through two-way communication was becoming more powerful. He could feel his resistance to pollution, spiritual resilience, and even his understanding of abyssal energy subtly improving. The effect of two-way link is much better than theoretically expected. Ron began to meticulously record the parameter changes under this state. This remote standby model might be applicable to more projects. He thought of the artificial life creations of ancient alchemists. If a similar two-way link could be established, allowing these creations to independently grow remotely while also feeding back power to the creator. Yet another brand new research direction can be noted down, and once I become an ancient alchemist, there will be ample time to try it. Just as Ron was engrossed in these constructs, the door to the laboratory was gently knocked. "Wizard Ralph, sorry to disturb you." A respectful voice came from outside the door. "I am Assistant Researcher Alvin. Professor Udall asked me to inform you about the arrangement for tomorrow afternoon at 3. Ron moved towards the door, activating observation mode to make the door transparent from the inside. A thin young man stood outside. He had the typical scholarly appearance. Pale skin, deeply set eyes, and a slightly weary expression from long hours of reading. The most striking thing was the detection bracelet on his right wrist. It was made of sensitive metal, with different colored patterns flowing on the surface representing varying degrees of abyssal erosion. Judging by the green with a hint of yellow on his wrist, his erosion level was already quite deep. "Please come in." Ron opened the door, noting the slight limp in Alvin's gait. "What specific arrangement does the professor have?" "Tomorrow afternoon at 3, the professor hopes you will visit the collection room to inspect the ancient master's sword." Alvin's voice was filled with reverence. "Those swords, each of them carry its own story and will." The professor emphasized that you need to prepare for spiritual protection in advance. He paused, showing some concern. "Last year, a researcher was improperly protected and was influenced by the residual will of one of the swords. Now he is receiving treatment at a nursing home." "What kind of influence?" Ron inquired, intrigued. The sword's previous owner was a high bloodline knight, specializing in hunting abyssal creatures. Alvin lowered his voice, as if revealing something scary. After contact, the researcher began to exhibit compulsive hunting urges. He would go alone to danger zones at night, seeking any target that could be purified. This detail heightened Ron's anticipation for the visit tomorrow. A weapon capable of affecting the minds of those who come in contact with it must possess craftsmanship that interests him. "Thank you for the heads up." He nodded in acknowledgement. "I will prepare thoroughly." After Alvin left politely, Ron returned to his experiment table. The ancient master's sword, the rapid growth of the stand-in puppet, and on the verge of achieving a major breakthrough with the simulation device. He looked out towards the direction of the abyss, filled with anticipation. The night was getting deeper, yet he felt no weariness. Rather, his research enthusiasm was soaring. "Alan, please brew me a pot of invigoration tea, add more invigorating components than last time." In the late-night laboratory, Ron laid out all the precious materials he had acquired on the workbench. The left was the information on otherworld technology provided by Cassandra. The data crystals from the Mechanical Federation and Crystal Coexistence Dimension emitted an eerie glow under the magic crystal lamp. At the center was the virtual environment construction theory left by the King of Illusions through the consciousness layering device. The densely packed technical parameters were dazzling to the eyes. On the right were his own accumulated research results, including experiment records from multiple disciplines such as bloodline modulation, rune magic, and alchemy. "Alan, just the indoor lighting to the intensity most suitable for reading." Ron's voice sounded exceptionally clear in the silent night. "Then help me prepare 3 different concentrations of stimulant potions. Tonight's work will be lengthy." The tree spirit silently executed the instructions, adjusting the brightness of the magic crystal lamp with its verdant branches with precision. She could feel the focused and excited atmosphere emanating from her master, a state that only appeared when facing major breakthroughs. The joint influence from linking the Hermit Star and Scholar Star made his thinking exceptionally clear. Those originally seemingly unrelated points of knowledge began to automatically connect in his mind. The fundamental flaw of traditional simulation devices lies in their preset nature. He recorded his thought trajectory in the notebook. We always attempt to recreate known threats in a controlled environment, but the essence of the abyss is unknown and chaos. This intrinsic contradiction results in any preset simulation being unable to truly prepare explorers for the real abyss. feelings of suffocating fear, struggles at the brink of rationality, and complete helplessness in the face of the unknown. These cannot be simulated by traditional training, because their core lies in unexpectedness. Ron had a sudden inspiration and began quickly sketching concept diagrams on paper. What if instead of a preset environment, the device itself possessed learning and evolution abilities? He recalled the traits of the stand-in puppet, with its ability to adapt and integrate various Abyss characteristics. If this adaptability could be applied to the simulation device. Adaptive chaos simulation. Ron murmured this concept, sensing the tremendous potential within. No longer simulating fixed scenes, but creating a chaos environment capable of self-evolution. He began sketching the new device design on paper. The core was a complex biomechanical hybrid. The base layer was a traditional soul steel structure, providing a stable energy framework. The middle layer was a cultivated neural network, responsible for reading and processing biological memories. The top layer was a rune control system, ensuring the safety and manageability of the entire process. It still needs safety assurance mechanisms. Ron recalled the King of Illusion's warnings about the dream-weaving civilization. The dangers of the virtual environment lie not only in technical failures, but also in the possibility of users losing themselves within. Multiple safety locks must be designed to ensure forced return to reality under any circumstances. Progressive adaptation runes are also necessary. Ron considered the safety of the user. Beginners cannot be directly exposed to high-intensity contamination. There must be a gradual progression. As the design deepened, he realized the complexity of this project far exceeded his initial imagination. It required the integration of multiple fields of knowledge, including magic potion making, alchemy, enchantment, and bloodline modulation. In the Abyss adaptation, traits of preserved bacterial bloodlines. He carefully studied the previous analysis data. If this artificially implanted switch mechanism could safely activate the adaptive function while suppressing erosive traits. This idea excited him greatly. The preserved bacterial bloodline is like a universal key, capable of harmoniously coexisting with various abyssal energies. If this trait could be integrated into the simulation device. Moreover, his two-way link with the stand-in puppet was providing real-time data from the Abyss 5th layer. Thanks to this opportunity, I can use the puppet as a real-time calibrator, obtaining parameters from the real Abyss environment through the link, then comparing them with the simulated environment, constantly adjusting and optimizing. The night grew deeper, yet Ron's research enthusiasm remained undiminished. This state of focus on creation made him feel a sense of pure joy. It wasn't the pleasure of conquest or the satisfaction of power, but the primal impulse of exploring the unknown and creating miracles. This concept had actually already begun to take root when he first arrived in the Central Lands. From the initial, mobile simulation battle device, he had been thinking about how to make training closer to practical combat. But at that time, he could only make minor adjustments within the existing framework. The true breakthrough came from the accumulation of knowledge and interdisciplinary integration. Cassandra's otherworld technology provided him with the method of energy integration. The King of Illusion's virtual theory provided the foundation for consciousness weaving, and his own multidisciplinary background offered the possibility for the integration of these technologies. Timing truly is crucial. Ron marveled at the magic of knowledge accumulation. If any link were lacking, this project could not have been realized. As the new day approached, the preliminary design was finally completed. He gazed at the densely packed design drawings in front of him, filled with a sense of accomplishment. This was not merely a simulation device, but a comprehensive project integrating multiple cutting-edge technologies. If successful, it might to some extent change the mode of Abyss exploration. He began to ponder the deeper implications of the project. Reduce rookie mortality rate, improve overall exploration efficiency, and possibly open up new directions for Abyss research. But design is just the first step. Ron calmly evaluated the subsequent tasks. Material collection, actual manufacturing, testing, validation. Every step is full of challenges. After organizing the design plans, Ron began to consider the next arrangements. In a few days, I will meet Professor Udall and visit the Master Sword collection. He started planning the next phase of actions. I can show this research result to the professor then, seeking his opinion. If we could conduct a pilot test inside the observation station first. The Abyssal Observation Station is the ideal testing environment. It has abundant abyss research resources and many novice explorers needing training. If the technical effect can be successfully verified here, it will provide more substantial data support for the thesis. By piloting to obtain more data, perfecting the thesis content, and then submitting it to the academic review board. Ron carefully calculated the timeline, and the excitement within him grew stronger. Considering the innovation level and practical value of this research, it is entirely possible to publish in deconstruction, or even. His thoughts drift toward higher goals. 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the deepest part of the Abyssal Observation Station. The corridors here are older than other regions, with walls made of some self-illuminating living stone. The surface of those stones flows like blood vessel patterns, pulsating slightly as Ron passes, as if perceiving the emotions of the visitor. The air is filled with an ancient and mysterious aura. It is not the scent of decay, but the heavy sense of time deposit, like opening an ancient book preserved for thousands of years. Feels like traveling through history. Ron walked while observing the surroundings. Some ancient portraits hung on both sides of the corridor, the eyes of those figures following the observer's movement. Some are past station chiefs, some are famous abyssal explorers, and some are mysterious figures he does not recognize at all. The most striking is an abstract painting depicting some giant creature. The creature's shape is indistinct, but it radiates a sense of oppressive intimidation, causing one's heart to race merely by watching. That's the Lord of the Maze from the Abyss. Udal's voice suddenly emerged from behind, and the silver specter appeared silently. I once faced him directly for certain reasons, thus I painted the related artwork based on my impressions. Ron turned to greet the old professor. Good afternoon, Professor. Udal waved his hand and the specter began to drift forward. Come with me, the collection room is just ahead. The protective measures there are rather special, requiring my personal activation. They arrived at a heavy stone door at the end of the corridor. The door had no handle or keyhole, with the surface covered in complex runes. These runes form an active protection system, constantly changing patterns and colors. The way to open this door is rather unique. Udal explained, while placing his specter hand at the center of the door. It requires recognizing my void remains essence. Any other methods cannot pass. This is to prevent the wills of those collections from affecting unsuitable individuals. As Udal's touch occurred, the runes on the door began flashing wildly. Silver lines like electrical currents traveled across the door's surface, emitting a low humming sound. Moments later, the thick stone door slid silently to the sides, revealing the mysterious interior space. The giant circular space is divided into several independent areas, with each area having an ancient sword silently suspended on a custom display stand. These display stands are made of pure moonstone, radiating a gentle silver glow, surrounded by subtle energy fields. My collection isn't large, but every piece is a masterpiece. Udal's specter floated toward the first display rack. Let me introduce you to these old friends. He stopped in front of a longsword covered entirely with eternal frost. This is Frostbite, once belonged to Adric, a magic swordsman from the ice plains. The sword's body emitted a bone-chilling coldness, capable of penetrating deeply even through protective barriers. Adric was a figure from 2,300 years ago. Udal's voice carried a nostalgic tone. During the famous Dark Battle, he froze an entire corrosion army with this sword. Ron carefully activated extraordinary recognition, observing the energy flow around the sword's body. In his special vision, this sword was like a miniature center of an ice storm. Countless tiny ice crystals rotated around the sword's body, each fragment containing deadly cold. May I attempt to touch it? Ron inquired. You can, but be particularly cautious. Frostbite is extremely sensitive in judging combat intent. If it considers you insufficiently strong, it will unleash a freezing attack. If it views you as lacking combat intent, it will attempt to forcefully impart Adric's memories. Ron took a deep breath and slowly extended his right hand. As his fingers were about to touch the hilt, an intense cold suddenly burst forth. That was not just a physical cold, but a mental freezing sensation, as if even thoughts were being sealed in ice. Unexpectedly, as Frostbite sensed Ron's spirit strength, the cold gradually subsided. The sword emitted a subtle humming sound, seemingly expressing some form of recognition. Udal observed the scene. Frostbite rarely shows such friendliness, It seems it acknowledges your strength. Ron cautiously gripped the sword hilt, immediately perceiving a powerful flow of information. These were the combat memories left in the sword by Adric, endless battles in the abyss, fierce confrontations with the corrosion army, and the unwillingness and fury at the moment of death. But more importantly, he felt the craftsmanship of the sword. High degree of activation. Ron carefully analyzed the sword's structure. It's not just about enchantment. This sword already possesses some form of life characteristic. Udal nodded with satisfaction. The true master sword will gradually awaken during long-term use. They are no longer mere weapons, but companions with independent will. Ron released the hilt and began observing the next collection piece. It was a longsword seemingly plain and ordinary, but with the hilt engraved with a large number of names. This is Blood Oath. Udal's tone became more solemn. Its previous owner was Morgan. An avenger, he engraved the name of each enemy onto the hilt, vowing to kill them personally as Udal introduced it. Ron noticed that some names on the hilt appeared in dark red, while others remained in normal silver. The red names represent enemies already killed. The old professor explained. Each time Morgan completed his revenge, the corresponding name would be stained with blood. This sword records his entire vengeance journey. Ron counted the names on the hilt and found at least 30. The majority were red, with only a few maintaining their silver shade. Morgan took 40 years to complete his revenge. Udal continued to recount this sorrowful story, but the completion of revenge didn't bring liberation, instead leading him to complete loss. Without goals, Morgan eventually chose self-destruction, but Blood Oath preserves his obsession. When Ron attempted to touch the sword, he immediately felt a strong hatred. That was pure and fiery enmity, like lava coursing through veins. The swords will question him. Do you have enemies worth avenging with your life? This sword only chooses people with deep-seated enmity. Udal observed Ron's reaction. Without enough hatred, it will refuse cooperation. But if the hatred is too deep, the holder might be consumed by the sword's obsession. Ron slowly let go of the hilt of the Blood Oath, feeling a wave of dread from the deep-rooted hatred. Even a brief contact had Morgan's obsession trying to take root in his heart, seeking a seed of anger to latch onto. How do you feel? Other's apparition floated to his side, silver eyes full of concern. More direct than I imagined. Ron rubbed his temples, striving to clear the lingering foreign emotions from his mind. This level of will imprinting has already surpassed the scope of enchanted weapons. A correct assessment. Other nodded with satisfaction. A true master sword will gradually integrate the owner's soul imprint over long use. They are no longer inanimate objects but living entities bearing memory and will. The old professor's apparition floated to the next display stand, where a longsword bathed in sacred light hovered. This is Purge, once belonging to the paladin Sellers. The blade is as transparent as crystal, with golden brilliance flowing within. Even through the protective barrier, Ron could sense the pure and intense sense of justice. The hilt was carved with intricate holy emblems, each detail exuding a sacred majesty. I recall records in history stating they were a religious force meant to combat the abyss. Yes, and Sellers was the most outstanding among them. Others' tone carried a mix of emotions. He used this sword to purify countless abyssal creatures, once hailed as the bane of darkness, embodying the light. But then the old professor's voice grew heavy, unfortunately. Even the purest light struggles to maintain eternity in this world. Ron noticed that although the sword still radiated sacred light, there was a faint hint of eerie darkness deep within. The darkness spread slowly like ink drops in milk. Small yet unsettling, Sellers eventually uncovered a harsh truth. Others' voice was like narrating a sorrowful parable. The holy light he believed in was actually a parasitic will from another dimension. Those so-called divine forces were essentially no different from the abyssal erosion. This revelation sent a jolt through Ron's heart. He recalled his fears about the origins of the Star Eater's ravings. The cultivation method connecting with higher dimensional beings was inherently fraught with uncertainty. How did Sellers discover it? He cautiously asked. During a purification mission into the depths of the abyss, he encountered an ancient being. Others' apparition grew dimmer. The being told him that what was called holy light was just another form of control. Followers thought they were doing good, but were actually collecting souls for an exotic will. Sellers was unwilling to believe. But as he delved deeper into investigations, the truth he uncovered proved far more terrifying than imagined. The old professor's voice carried deep sympathy. The souls of those he purified did not find liberation, but was sent to the source of the holy light, becoming nourishment for some higher dimensional being. Ron gazed at Purge in his extraordinary recognition sight. That hidden darkness slowly wriggled, like a living parasite. The pain of shattered faith is more brutal than any physical torment. Sellers ultimately chose self-imposed exile, taking Purge back into the abyss, never to return. This sword recorded the entire process of his faith. Collapse. The old professor warned, anyone who comes into contact with it will feel that despair and sense of betrayal. For those strong in faith, it's an almost fatal spiritual shock. Other moved forward to the fourth display stand. Here, a longsword of extreme eerie appearance hovered, its blade a deep crimson with liquid slowly flowing on its surface. This is Blood Drinker. Others' tone became unusually serious. Its former master, Blood Knight Makar, was one of the most controversial magic swordsmen in history. Ron closely examined the sword. The flowing liquid was discovered to not be ordinary blood, but some highly active life essence. Inside the blade, countless tiny blood vessels seemed to pulse like a giant heart. Makar's philosophy was simple: to live by the sword. This sword could draw the bloodline essence of slain enemies, converting it into the user's power. Theoretically, by continuously fighting, one could gain endless enhancement. Sounds indeed tempting. Ron objectively assessed, but such a way of power growth surely comes with a corresponding cost. You've guessed right. Other shook his head with a bitter smile. The crafting of Blood Drinker is extremely complex. Makar infused it with the bloodline essence of hundreds of different species, including dragon species, magical beasts, and even abyssal creatures. This fusion endowed the blade with great adaptability, yet laid down hidden dangers. The old professor's voice turned warningly stern. As the kinds of absorbed bloodlines increased, the chaotic factors inside the blade would gradually affect the user's spirit and body. Ron activated extraordinary recognition, immediately stunned by the scene before him. In his special sight, Blood Drinker was simply a living bloodline reservoir. Countless different bloodline factors surged wildly within the sword's body, devouring, fusing, and splitting with one another, forming a chaotic yet active ecosystem. For the first 10 years, Marka used this sword with invincibility. Other continued to narrate the tragic story. After every battle, he became stronger, and his bloodline abilities grew more diverse. But from the 11th year, subtle changes in his humanity began. At first, it was just a change in appetite. Marka began craving raw meat, especially the flesh of monsters infused with magic power. The old professor's tone grew heavier. Then came the distortion of his mindset. He started viewing all creatures as bloodline resources, including his former comrades and friends. Ultimately, Marka completely lost his humanity, becoming a monster that knew only slaughter and devouring. Even though he gained unprecedented power, he was no longer Marka, but a puppet of the Blood Drinker will. This outcome reminded Ron of his own bloodline modulation research. Although he had always been cautious, he was indeed constantly trying to fuse different bloodline factors. Marka's tragedy reminded him to always be wary of those seemingly powerful shortcuts. It seems you collect these swords not only for commemoration, but also to warn future generations. Ron remarked with deep feeling. Others' apparition nodded slightly. Power in itself is neither good nor evil, but the way it is obtained determines the ultimate destination. Each sword represents the extreme end of a path, as well as a lesson in failure. After speaking, the old professor began to float towards the deepest part of the collection room. The environment there was distinctly different from other areas, exuding an oppressive majesty in the air, as if time itself slowed down. Finally, I want to show you. Others stopped in front of a special display stand, his tone becoming extraordinarily solemn. The mysterious sword I discovered in the deepest layer of the abyss. Ron's head lifted, and he was immediately stunned by the sight. It was a longsword completely entangled in black chains, suspended at the center of a specially designed sealing array. The chains were not ordinary metal, but composed of a living substance, with surface flowing with dark red liquid like blood. More unsettling was the subtle distortion of space around the sword. It was as if reality itself lost stability in the sword's presence, perpetually on the verge of being torn open into unhealable rifts. Others' voice contained a hint of trembling. I discovered it in a collapsed temple. It was bound by 13 layers of different seals, each representing sealing techniques from different eras. Ron didn't dare to take a risk and peek, knowing its nature. taking such a risk would only mean courting disaster. Even with my abilities, I can only release 7 of the seals. Other admitted frankly, once unsealed, I could sense some kind of, well beyond comprehension contained within the sword. The old professor's apparition floated back and forth in front of the sword, and the silvery glow created eerie reflections in the distorted space. This shard of consciousness is of a level that might even surpass an ordinary apostle. Its mere existence influences the surrounding structure of reality. What do you think is the origin of this sword? Ron cautiously asked, trying hard to suppress the terror coming from extraordinary recognition. Other remained silent for a long time, his apparition becoming even dimmer. Some knowledge is more dangerous the more you know. The level this sword involves is beyond what you should currently encounter. He turned to Ron, his voice filled with a serious warning. I specifically took it from the seal vault to show you, to make you understand. In this world, there are forces we can't comprehend and shouldn't comprehend. Humility and reverence are sometimes more important than courage and wisdom. Ron nodded in understanding, knowing that with his current capabilities, contact with entities of such levels would only bring disaster. The introduction concluded, Other turned to him again, a look of expectation in his eyes. Your historical research skills have reached a considerable level, and I can sense that unique perception ability within you. The old professor mused, why not try using your skills to analyze these master swords? Of course, avoid touching the sealed sword at all costs, but you can attempt with the others. This suggestion caused Ron's heart to race. With his historical research skills, he could recreate the memory fragments of these master swords' former owners, experiencing firsthand the battles of those legendary magic swordsmen. Within these swords are preserved the memory fragments of their owners before they passed, and through your skills, you might recreate those critical moments. It's not just about understanding their history. More importantly, you can learn the combat skills and craftsmanship of ancient magic swordsmen. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ron openly expressed his interest. Experiencing the battles of ancient magic swordsmen firsthand and learning the essence of their skills would greatly aid my research. I will ensure your safety. If any abnormality is detected, I will immediately forcibly disconnect the connection. Moreover, my void remains core lies deep within the observation station, capable of providing the strongest protective barrier. Under others' guidance, Ron first consumed a bottle of spiritual stabilizer. Then, he sat down in the array at the center of the collection room. This array, composed of silver runes, enhances historical perception while providing multiple protective barriers. Remember, you are just an observer and experiencer. Do not attempt to change anything. Other gave a final reminder. The weight of history is far heavier than you imagine. Any attempt to intervene may lead to unpredictable consequences. Ron took a deep breath, gently placed his hand on the hilt of frostbite, and activated the historical research skill. The walls of the collection room flowed like water, and the boundaries of time became blurred and indistinct. The first thing seen was the cursed land. The sky was covered with thick blood-red clouds. There was no sun and no stars, only that oppressive crimson light. The air was filled with a nauseating corrosive aura, every breath bringing a sticky malice writhing in the throat. The scenery on the ground was even more terrifying. The plains that should have been covered with grass were now filled with twisted flesh and white bones. Countless corroded corpses were half buried in the soil, their eye sockets still flickering with flames of undead resentment. Ron found himself possessing Edric. The first impression of his body was powerful. He was nearly 2 meters tall with muscles as hard as steel. Each heartbeat felt like cold power rushing through his bloodline. Edric looked at the gathering corrosion legion in the distance, his voice filled with relief and determination. Ron could feel the complex emotions within Edric, a calm acceptance of the imminent death, regret over not being able to save more comrades, deep hatred for the corrosion legion, and longing for reunion with loved ones. On the distant horizon, the corrosion legion began to attack. It was a nightmare army formed of various abyssal creatures. Corrosion finger monster twisted creatures the size of houses, their bodies formed by 8 massive human fingers, each finger as thick as a battering ram with nails sharp as knives, whaler's worm. Like monsters composed of countless twisted human torsos, hundreds of meters long. Their mouths eternally issuing sharp cries of misery, flesh giants towering tens of meters high, their bodies amassed from decaying flesh, dropping rotting organs with every step, emanating the stench of death. Nightmare knights, headless knights riding burning skeletal horses, wielding blood-dripping long spears, leaving behind everlasting ghostly green flames where their hooves trod. "Come, you disgusting things." Adric gripped Frostbite, the blade immediately covered in thick frost, and moisture in the air condensed into ice crystals. "Today we will all die, but I promise you will die uglier than me." Adric raised Frostbite. Ron could feel the polar ice dragon bloodline surging wildly within. The feeling was akin to injecting liquid nitrogen directly into veins, cold yet full of power. This was a domain skill. In the bloodline knight system, only the strongest could unleash it, their power nearing moon-level wizard. Centered on Adric, a massive frost wave radiated outward. Wherever it passed, the air condensed into ice crystals. The earth was covered by a thick layer of ice. Even the corrosive miasma froze into solid form. The corrosion finger monsters leading the charge froze instantly into ice sculptures, and with one slash from Adric, they shattered into millions of sparkling ice shards. Yet the sheer number of the corrosion legion was overwhelming, dense as locusts swarming. Even if Adric's frost could freeze large numbers of enemies, the attacks continued to pour forth. Ron followed Adric's perspective, experiencing each sword swing, each block, each dodge. Facing the whaler's sound wave attack, Adric conjured a massive ice wall to block it. The sound wave, capable of shattering rock, crashed against the ice wall with thunderous roar. Then he used the repulsion force to leap up, thrusting through the monster's sound pouch core. In the direct confrontation with the flesh giant, he did not choose to compete with strength, but used Frostbite's freezing traits to gradually freeze the giant's joints. First the knees, then the elbows, finally the neck, dismembering it completely. The Nightmare Knight's lance cut across his shoulder, blood splattering on the snow like blossoms of red plum. Adric swung his sword to chop down half of the knight's body, with even ghostly green flames unable to melt his frost armor. After hours of battle, Adric was exhausted, his bloodline power nearly drained. Frostbite's frost had grown dim, his body covered in wounds, blood dyeing the snowfield red. The ace of the Corrosion Legion finally appeared. It was a spectral dragon. This creature was once a hybrid giant dragon with noble lineage, but after abyssal corrosion, it became a horrifying fusion of flesh and metal. The originally beautiful dragon scales replaced by twisted devices, the giant wings grew countless pipelines. Adric laughed wildly, eyes brimming with madness. "Didn't expect it would be you, old friend. Sedlin, I'll send you on your last journey." The blade began emitting a blinding white light, surrounding temperature plummeting, ice crystals forming even in space. This was the strongest ultimate technique co-created by Adric and Frostbite, his life's final echo. An ice beam pierced the heavens and earth, freezing the entire plane completely. The corrosive dragon struck by the ice beam, its massive form frozen in an instant. Moreover, the freezing effect spread at an astonishing speed, turning the battlefield into a realm of ice and snow. Those still attacking corrosive creatures turned into statues, sealing their malice and pain forever within the depths of ice. The historical rewind ended. Ron's consciousness returned to the collection room. Though he only experienced a fragment of memory, the fierce battle still left him internally shaken. Through Adric's perspective, he also learned many precious combat skills and bloodline utilization. Historical research, skilled. Experience points +1 bloodline shaping, skilled. Experience points +1 cold weapon combat, skilled. Experience points +1 other's voice awakened him from his contemplation. Ron answered concisely, but the light in his eyes showed he had gained significant insight. Adric's combat skills and spirit surpassed my expectations. Meanwhile, deep within the sea of darkness on the abyss 5th layer, Nari was experiencing the happiest time of her life. Her giant eyes now emitted a maternal tenderness, gazing at the small figure in the bubble at the center of the treasury. "My little darling, today Mommy has prepared a very special, very delicious feast for you." Nari's voice was as gentle as feathers brushing against petals. "Yesterday Mommy went very, very far to find the most nutritious food for you. She carefully retrieved today's special menu from the depths of the storage room. Those treasured materials delicately preserved within biological bubbles, each radiating a unique and powerful energy fluctuation. First, the main course, a gigantic heart that is still faintly beating. This heart is as tall as half a person, its surface covered with scales as transparent as crystal, each beat resonating with a pleasant echo. This is the heart of an echo whale. Nari gently caressed the surface of the capsule, a tone full of motherly pride. Echo whales are rare creatures that only begin to appear from the abyss 6th layer. They feed on sound, storing the purest sonic essence in their hearts. Mother fought with Rager of the 6th layer to capture this echo whale. The tone carried a little girl's boastful undertone. Even though Mother got a bit hurt, it was nothing compared to getting this treasure for my darling. Next, the side dish, a few peculiar vine sprouts radiating temporal fluctuations. These sprouts are semi-transparent, inside which time seems to flow like liquid. These are time vine sprouts, precious plants growing on the edges of time fissures. Nari introduced them like reciting a treasured family collection. By eating them, my darling will better perceive the flow of time, gaining an edge in battle. Finally, the dessert, a crystal the size of a fist, glowing dreamily from within. This crystal holds countless tiny points of light, each a fragment of an independent dream realm. A dream crystal, harboring fragments of various beautiful dreams. Nari's tone turned softer. Mother specifically selected dreams filled with love and warmth, hoping my darling feels happiness while growing. Come, my little angel, it's time to eat. Nari carefully placed these precious materials near the puppet and observed its reaction with anticipation. Take your time, no need to rush. Mother will stay right here with you. The runes on the puppet's surface began to respond to these high-quality foods. Silver light shone brighter than ever before. Complex energy channels extended outward like blood vessels, precisely contacting each piece of material. When the heart of the echo whale was decomposed, it released a wonderful sonic resonance, and the entire treasure chamber was filled with a heavenly chorus. The time vine sprouts transformed into pure time flow, creating minute ripples in time and space around the puppet. The dream crystal emitted a rainbow-like glow, countless beautiful scenes flashing in the air. Nari was trembling with excitement, countless tentacles dancing wildly in the air. My darling enjoys the feast so much. Mother is really, really happy. As the sumptuous banquet digestion completed, the blessing waves emitted by the puppet reached an unprecedented intensity. The pure and warm energy, like a spring breeze, soothed Nari's chaotic mind, sorting the tangled threads of thoughts back into order. Nari relished the unprecedented clarity of thought, her eyes full of intoxication. It's like being back in Mother's embrace, so warm, so safe. Nurtured by the puppet's favor, Nari's intelligence level was steadily improving. Those originally chaotic thoughts began to take on logic, and emotional fluctuations became more stable and controllable. Most importantly, she was starting to engage in complex strategic thinking. Since the news can't be hidden, I'll tell Chai-Yi first. Nari muttered to herself, her tone brimming with irrepressible excitement. He'll be so pleased seeing how wonderful my darling is. Perhaps he'll grant me more hunting privileges, allowing me to get more good things for my darling. Yet beneath the excitement, a primal alertness quietly grew. She knows the survival rules of the abyss all too well. The strong prey on the weak. It's an ancient, unchanging law. Even though Chai-Yi is her direct superior, when it comes to absolute interests, such superior subordinate relationships only further fuel his ambition to plunder. A strong sense of worry surged in the depths of Nari's consciousness. If Lord Chai-Yi truly wishes to seize my darling. Abyss 9th layer, the deepest part of the lava sea. Chai-Yi was engaged in his daily extreme training, his massive body enduring enough heat and pressure to melt mountains. For a supreme apostle, only in such extreme environments can he further advance his already near peak physical strength. At that moment, a timid wave of consciousness reached out. Lord Chai-Yi. Lord Chai-Yi. Nari's voice was like that of an excited little girl, filled with uncontainable excitement and cautious flattery. I have tremendous good news to tell you. You must come and see my darling. Chai-Yi's three faces simultaneously revealed different expressions. The first face, rational, frowned and was filled with skepticism. What's this fool imagining again? Something unrealistic. Last time it claimed it discovered a perfect subordinate candidate, but it turned out to be just a slightly smarter abyss worm. The second face, greedy, had eyes glinting with a burning light, but this time its tone is different. That excitement seems genuine, not the usual self-delusional fantasy. If there's truly something of value. The third face, cautious, showed a wary expression. Although Nari is foolish, her instincts are sharp. Her excitement indicates encountering something special. Indeed, a situation that must be handled carefully. Suppressing the excitement in his voice, Chai-Yi tried to maintain an authoritative tone. First, Calm down and describe the appearance and traits of this treasure in detail. I need to assess its origins and safety. All right, Master Chai Yi. Nari began to describe excitedly as if he were holding a precious gem. It looks like a human-shaped wooden puppet, very small, only about this big. He gestured to show the size of a palm, but it has very beautiful runes on it that emit a silver light, sparkling like stars. And it's very smart, very smart. It knows how to choose food. Every time I prepare different materials for it, it always absorbs the most nutritious parts first. Nari's voice became increasingly dreamy. The most magical thing is the warmth it radiates like a mother's embrace, making me feel particularly safe and comfortable. Ever since I got it, I've never had nightmares again. And those chaotic thoughts have become clearer. I can even think about several problems at once now. Its growth speed is very fast, changing every day. I feel it's learning my way of caring and becoming more sensible. After listening to this description, Chai Yi's 3 brains started analyzing rapidly. Humanoid puppet, rune circuit, rapid growth, even maintaining an apostle's rational state. His rational persona calculated in his mind. This is definitely not an ordinary abyss creation. It might be an experimental product of a high-level civilization or some kind of artificial intelligence carrier. The greedy persona's eyes burned with intense desire. No matter its origin, it's a possible source of stable favor growth. If I can obtain it. The cautious persona then issued a warning. But such an item of unknown origin could be a trap if it's a spy tool from the alchemists or carries some kind of curse. After a brief and intense inner debate, Chai Yi made a decision. He softened his voice like a kindly elder addressing a useful subordinate. Good Nari, it seems you've indeed found a remarkable treasure. Nari was so excited at this praise that he almost fainted. Really? Master Chai Yi thinks my treasure is amazing. Indeed, I'm quite interested in your discovery. Chai Yi continued, with a subtle hint of authority in his tone. However, I do have some concerns. Items with unknown origins may pose hidden dangers. He paused briefly to let the other party digest his orders. Here's what you'll do. Report the changes in this puppet's state every 10 days. Record any slight abnormality in detail. I need to grasp its growth trajectory. Also, for now, don't disclose this to other apostles. You know well the greedy nature of those guys. This treasure could easily provoke unnecessary disputes and conflicts. Finally, if you notice any sign of an anomaly, like the puppet trying to control your thoughts, or the appearance of unexplained energy fluctuations, destroy it immediately with no hesitation or sentimentality. Upon hearing the word destroy, Nari's whole body tensed up. Destroy, but it's my treasure. I know you can't bear it. Chai Yi's voice grew kindly. But sometimes protecting yourself is more important than protecting a treasure. If the puppet really is dangerous, it could end up harming you. Of course, if everything goes smoothly, I won't let your efforts be in vain. His tone took on a hint of temptation. I might consider expanding your hunting privileges, allowing you to search for precious materials in a wider area. Perhaps even involve you in the next domain redistribution. This promise made Nari instantly forget his earlier unease, and he rolled excitedly in the treasure trove. Really, I can hunt in other apostles' territories. As long as you follow my instructions. That will not be a problem. Chai Yi watched Nari's reaction with satisfaction. Remember, patiently cultivate, carefully observe, regularly report. This puppet may be your chance to change your fate. Nari appeared extraordinarily excited. Yes, Master Chai Yi, I will surely follow your instructions. I will carefully observe my treasure and report to you regularly. If I find anomalies, I will consider your advice. Thank you, Master, for extending my hunting privileges. I will make good use of this opportunity. But deep within Nari's heart, a completely different calculus occurred. His clear mind allowed him to see the real intent behind Chai Yi's gentle words. Master Chai Yi is indeed tempted. He definitely wants my treasure. The monsters whose minds were originally chaotic now displayed thoughts more sharp than ever before. However, this is good too. At least he doesn't dare to snatch it directly now and will provide me with more resources. I can use this time to make the treasure stronger. Moreover, if other apostles also want to seize it. Nari thought of his trump card. As an abyss-born apostle, he had the terrifying ability to summon the primordial chaos storm. This power might be beyond the complete resistance even of the supreme apostle, with the cost that Nari himself might be torn apart in the process. But to protect his treasure, He was willing to take any risk. When my treasure is fully grown, even Master Chai can't bully me easily. Nari silently plotted in his heart. Moreover, if it truly comes to a desperate situation, I'll make everyone know the consequences of angering a mother. Inside the exhibition room, after a brief rest, Ron turned his gaze to the blood oath, engraved with the names of his enemies. The densely etched names on the sword hilt flickered with a dark red glow under the magic crystal lamp. Others' phantoms slightly swayed. The memories of blood oath are darker and more twisted than those of frostbite. Morgan's life of revenge is filled with conspiracy, betrayal, and cold-blooded killings. The old professor paused, his voice becoming more solemn. You must be mentally prepared. The inner world of a revenger is often more brutal than the battlefield. I understand the risks. Ron nodded in confirmation, simultaneously triggering all spiritual protection mechanisms within his mind. But it's precisely these extreme emotions that allow me to understand the essence of will imprinting. He slowly extended his hand and gripped the sword hilt of blood oath. In an instant, a surge of scorching and viscous hatred poured into his consciousness like magma. It wasn't abstract anger, but pure hatred forged over years, as hard and sharp as steel hammered 1,000 times. The night was as black as ink, the moonlight concealed by thick clouds, leaving only faint starlight to spill across the earth. Ron found himself possessed within Morgan, immediately sensing the revenger's physical state. Like Adric, who was tall and robust, Morgan's physique was lean. Yet every muscle was meticulously trained, taut and strong like wire. His face was handsome and stern, deep green eyes burning with an unquenchable fire of hatred. Most striking was his deep black hair, silently lurking in the night wind like the cloak of death. The night wolf lineage showed its strong effects in the darkness. Night was no longer an obstacle, but the best ally. Ollie, little Tom, I'm coming to take you home soon. Aha! In battle, blood oath displayed its bloodthirsty nature. Whenever the blade drank blood, the sword's body would become even redder, and Morgan's strength would accordingly increase. The sword seemed to be alive, actively guiding Morgan to seek out enemy weaknesses, each hit precise and deadly. Blood oath slipped weakly from his grip, with nothing but deep emptiness and confusion in his eyes. The man murmured to himself, his voice trembling with despair. Waldo is dead, but Ollie and little Tom, they still won't come back. He initially believed revenge would bring relief, but now Morgan discovered that hatred was just a narcotic to temporarily forget the pain. When enemies fell, the hidden sadness and despair re-emerged, stronger than ever before. Why did I do this? To prove the meaning of their deaths, Morgan looked at his blood-stained hands, but now, what do I have left? He realized he had become accustomed to the pleasure brought by slaughter. The bloodthirsty trait of blood oath was subtly altering his personality, making him depend on violence. Perhaps I should go seek out the remaining enemies. Morgan's gaze began to turn hollow and dangerous. Only in battle can I feel that I am still alive. The historical retrospection abruptly stopped here, but Morgan's final state of confusion and distortion deeply imprinted on Ron's consciousness. Ron slowly opened his eyes, finding his hand still gripping the hilt of blood oath. However, his mind was unusually calm, and Morgan's hatred and pain did not have a significant impact on him. This tranquility surprised him. Logically speaking, so intense an emotional impact should affect the spirit to some degree. A strange reaction. He analyzed his state inwardly. I can understand Morgan's pain and anger, but cannot truly empathize. This emotional distance. Is it good or bad? Historical research, skilled, experience points +1 cold weapon combat. Skilled, experience points +1 hunting evil, beginner, experience points +1 instinctive reflex, beginner, experience points +1. The professional panel confirmed the value of this experience. The experience points for the skill instinctive reflex had reached 46/50, just a step away from breaking through to the skilled level. Back to practicing a few sessions with AXA and the newly stored enemies in the simulation device, and this skill should make a breakthrough. Through Morgan's battle memories, Ron learned many practical techniques: how to conceal his form using shadows in the dark, how to judge enemy bloodline types through their aura, how to find fatal weaknesses in close combat. Your stress tolerance is indeed very impressive. Other observed the entire process nearby, his eyes full of admiration. I originally thought Morgan's pain in blood oath would cause a severe spiritual impact on you. The old professor's phantom floated closer. This indicates your mental resilience has reached a high level. Other continued to analyze. You managed to separate pure technical information from emotional experience. This rational thinking is extremely valuable when researching ancient artifacts. Perhaps it's because I don't fully agree with Morgan's choice. While his pain is understandable, viewing revenge as the sole goal in life, to me, it's a waste of one's own life. Interesting perspective. Other pondered thoughtfully. Most people would be moved by Morgan's tragedy. But you focus on the consequences of his choices. Through two deep historical analyses, Ron gained his own understanding of the Master Sword's crafting process. It's not just a matter of metallurgy, it involves complex operations on a spiritual level. He began to organize these technical points in his mind. First is the material requirement. The base material for the Master Sword must possess extremely high magic conductivity to sustain complex energy flows. Ordinary metals can suffer structural damage when faced with intense spiritual imprints. Only special alloys can suffice. Drick's frostbite uses an alloy of Arctic mithril and ice crystals, while Morgan's blood oath is a fusion of Darkmoon steel and bloodstone. Ron carefully compared the material compositions of the two swords. The commonality is the inclusion of crystal materials with special attributes, which stabilize and amplify spiritual waves. Next is the infusion of bloodline essence. During the forging process, the creator must infuse their bloodline essence into the sword blank, giving the weapon life activity. This process requires extremely precise control. Too little, and an effective connection cannot be established. Too much, and the weapons will become too strong, reversing control over the user. The key lies in mastering the proportions. He noted the details observed in his mind. The third step is the guidance of spiritual power. The creator needs to use spiritual power to guide the metal flow at the molecular level, perfectly combining the bloodline essence with the metal structure. This process is similar to bloodline modulation, but the target is inorganic material, making it more difficult. Through this integration, the sword gains bloodline traits, such as elemental affinity, special resistance, unique abilities, etc., establishing an initial resonance with the creator. It's like creating a quasi-life form with a special bloodline. Ron suddenly realized the Master Sword is essentially a hybrid of biology and machinery, which also explains their intelligent behavior. Finally, the most dangerous step: soul splitting. The creator must split off a portion of soul fragments to seal them in the sword's core. These fragments contain the creator's memory, skills, and personality traits, which are crucial for the Master Sword to gain independent will. Ron recalled Drick and Morgan's state in their final moments. It must be done when life energy is at its peak, usually at the pinnacle of the creator's career. The sealing of soul fragments requires establishing a stable spiritual link to ensure the fragments do not rebound onto the creator. Finally, through a complex network of runes, an exclusive recognition mechanism is established. Material refining, proficient, experience points +1. After analyzing two Master Swords consecutively, he could feel a sense of fatigue emanating from the depths of his consciousness. That is the consequence of prolonged exposure to high intensity spiritual imprints. Today's exploration ends here. Other also noticed his condition. Excessive exposure to these ancient wills might impact your own spiritual structure. Proper rest is necessary. Professor, I have another important matter I wish to discuss with you. Ron remembered the other purpose of his visit. Regarding further improvement plans for the mobile simulation device, I have already formed a complete technical framework. Saying this, he took out a design diagram, which took him several sleepless nights to complete, from his spatial bag. The densely packed technical parameters and complex structural diagrams covered the entire parchment. Other calculated the days Ron had spent at the observation station, frowned, wanted to say something, but ultimately kept silent. In the core laboratory of the abyssal observation station, the light emitted by the magic crystal lamp casts writhing shadows on those eerie live stones. Ron carefully unfolded the heavy research manuscript on the laboratory bench. The densely packed rune diagrams and technical derivations were as complex as cobwebs. Professor, these are the results of my recent research. He carefully observed the reaction of the projection. After all, whether his upcoming plans could be successfully executed depended on whether the other party would approve. This is an adaptive training system that integrates multiple disciplines and may somewhat change the mode of abyss exploration. Is this kid being too impatient recently? Other thought so. his silver eyes initially scanned those diagrams routinely. But soon, his expression began to subtly change. This energy cycle structure. The old professor's voice revealed surprise as the projection paused before a particularly complex design drawing. How did you solve the repulsion issue between heterogeneous energy sources? This degree of integration should theoretically. As he delved deeper into reading, others' expression became increasingly grave. Consciousness weaving technology, virtual environment construction, multi-layered reality overlap. His voice gradually became deep, like an echo from the bottom of the abyss. Ron, do you know what you're envisioning? The old professor's projection began to drift back and forth in the laboratory, casting shifting patterns of silver light on the twisted walls. This level of reality manipulation technology touches on some areas that should not be easily meddled with. Ron maintained that signature calm, with only a pure thirst for knowledge in his eyes. From a technical perspective, these theories have solid foundational support. Other remained silent for a long time, his projection becoming even dimmer. When he spoke again, his voice carried a deep worry. Once, there existed an extraterrestrial civilization known as the Dream Weaver who reached unimaginable heights in virtual reality technology. The old professor's eyes turned profound, as if gazing at a moment within the long river of time. They created virtual worlds indistinguishable from reality, where every individual could experience any life they desired. In the end, the final outcome of this civilization probably wasn't great, right? You're right. That civilization chose to collectively migrate into virtual space. Others' voice was like a whisper of death. When everyone was immersed in perfect illusions, the maintenance system of the real world began to collapse. Trillions of consciousnesses dissipated as the system overloaded, and the entire civilization turned to nothingness. He paused, his silver eyes staring directly at Ron. But the truly terrifying part isn't the accident. Rather, some ancient existences actively correct such excessive deviations from the natural path. This information stirred something within Ron's heart. Although he had learned similar content from the King of Illusions, he must pretend this was the first time hearing it. In this universe, there exist regulatory mechanisms beyond our understanding. Others' projection became more elusive. They don't allow any civilization to excessively deviate from its predetermined trajectory. The demise of the dream-weaving civilization seemed like a system failure, but actually, the old professor didn't finish, but the implication was clear. Ron feigned being deeply shocked, while internally confirming the authenticity of the King of Illusions' information. But soon, others' expression began to change. From initial warnings and concerns, gradually transformed into a sense of complex relief and anticipation. He re-examined Ron's design drawings, his tone becoming more mellow. Your technical route shows enough caution. These multiple safety locks, pollution isolation systems, forced return mechanisms. The old professor's projection drifted slowly within the laboratory, his voice now tinged with approval. It is apparent that you haven't become intoxicated by the potential of technology. This rational attitude reminds me of some people from long ago. Others stopped in front of the window, gazing towards the direction of the faraway abyss. Cassandra once showed me similar groundbreaking innovations in her youth, that yearning for the unknown, that challenge to the boundaries of technology. His voice was filled with deep sentiment, but time is the most ruthless sculptor. It witnesses the rise of countless geniuses and also sees their loss before power. Back then, Cassandra harbored a pure thirst for knowledge. Much like you do now. The old professor turned to face Ron, his silver eyes full of scrutiny. But the road of conquest is as bottomless as the abyss. When you stare into it, it also stares back at you. Now, she has completely submerged in plunder and expansion. Others' voice turned heavy. She believes that through endless conquest, she can gain greater power, yet she doesn't realize that this blind plundering only diverts one from the true path. The old professor's projection became more solid, his eyes filled with deep concern. The true strong are not those mad with plunder. The great wizard's path to becoming the Witch King with their own realm calls for wisdom, balance, and adherence to one's own essence. Mere violent conquest can only achieve superficial obedience, unable to touch the true core of power. Others' words were like a profound awakening. This is also why I place my hope on you. Your current display of rationality may potentially surpass Cassandra. Of course, only if you can maintain it. Ron listened silently to these words, gaining a clearer understanding of his own path. I will remember your warning. He did not shy away from others' question. For me, technology is merely a tool, conquest merely a means. The real goal is exploring the essence of knowledge. Other nodded in satisfaction, his apparition growing brighter again. Based on my previous promise, I will authorize small-scale trials at the observation station. But remember, any haste can be fatal. The old professor's tone turned serious again. Moreover, simulating active traits of the abyss requires extra caution. The contamination of these traits is very strong, and if they get out of control, I will establish a 3-tier isolation system. Ron responded concisely. Complete isolation on physical, energy, and spirit levels. Start from the smallest scale and gradually expand. Conduct full assessments before every experiment. Other continue to advise. Additionally, if any abnormality is discovered during the experiment, even the minutest sign, all operations must be immediately halted. I certainly understand. The old professor gazed at Ron somewhat sentimentally. Seeing you now, I seem to see the hopeful, youthful faces of those students again. His voice grew more distant. Time flies, most of them have already disappeared into the river of history. Some died by accident, some were lost in power, and others chose paths entirely different from before. Only a very few could maintain their initial intent through the washing of time. Others' apparition began to turn transparent. The promise I made to you still stands, if you can consistently stick to your path without being confused by external distractions. Selena's void remains, the key of the chaotic blood world, and the throne seed. All these will assist you on your journey forward. I will not disappoint you, Professor. Ron sincerely promised, no matter how powerful I become, the original intention to explore knowledge will not change. In the deep night, Ron returned alone to his private laboratory. Deep in his heart, he felt pure satisfaction from gaining others' recognition. After all, his research direction had been officially affirmed, and he had gained assistance. Master, you've returned. A gentle voice sounded. A green figure floated over from the corner. Judging by your expression, today's presentation must have been successful, better than expected. Ron answered succinctly, beginning to organize the materials on the table. The project has been approved, and we can start trial operations the day after tomorrow. Listening to this news, Elan's branches quivered slightly, an involuntary gesture expressing her excitement. Such an important breakthrough definitely calls for a celebration. Her voice was full of joy, seemingly happier than Ron himself. Master, please wait a moment, I'll prepare some special food. The observation station's storage room has plenty of abyss specialties. I can just try some new cooking methods. No need to trouble yourself. Ron looked up at his assistant, his tone imbued with rare warmth. It's not troublesome at all. Elan moved her branches lightly. Being busy for the master is my greatest joy. Besides, I've recently learned some new techniques for handling abyss ingredients. I can just test their effect. After saying this, the tree spirit swiftly floated to the small kitchen area and began bustling away. Ron continued organizing today's findings, his thoughts gradually shifting to another equally important project, the concept of the active demon sword. This idea could be traced back to his apprentice days in the Black Mist jungle. Back then, he had just been introduced to alchemy and the path of the Black Wizard, filled with a simple yearning for the convergence of multiple professions. The initial idea was simple, to create a weapon that could resonate with his bloodline, and see through the application of several mystical materials if pollution isolation and purification could be achieved. With the accumulation of knowledge and the broadening of perspective, this concept continually evolved. From the original simple idea, to later energy isolation experiments and the melding of soul steel, to the current full activation of the active demon sword. Each increase in skills and breakthroughs in strength added new potential to this project. However, in his concept, the sword is far from being such an inconvenient object. What he desires is more than just a magic sword. It is a universal weapon capable of accommodating form change, self-growth, pollution isolation, and more. Achieving these certainly falls far short by crafting it himself, but coincidentally, he currently has a ready-made one. Thinking back, acquiring the stand-in puppet was a turning point for this plan. Ron reflected on the development trajectory of this project. It not only has all the basic traits I need, more importantly, it is rapidly growing in a perfect environment. Feedback from the two-way link shows the puppet is undergoing amazing development under Nari's care. The sonic control ability brought by the echo whale's heart, the sense of time traits endowed by the time vine's bud, the consciousness control potential contained within the dream realm crystal. These are precious traits that are difficult to obtain through personal ability. Apostle Nari, indeed a good mother. Perhaps in the future, there might be an opportunity to launch a major reshuffle using Nari against the abyss. Ron displayed a barely perceptible smile at the corner of his mouth. Certainly, the existence of the two-way link ensured his control over the puppet, but the exact recovery process still required careful planning. Ron calmly analyzed the current situation. Let Nari continue to invest resources in cultivating the puppet until it reaches a critical point. Then, just as he was immersed in these thoughts, an enticing aroma began to fill the laboratory. Alan was using her unique talent abilities to transform those hazardous abyss ingredients into safe and delicious dishes. "Master, dinner is ready." The tree spirit's voice carried pride. "Today's menu is all made with ingredients unique to the observation station. I hope you will like it." Ron walked towards the dining table and noticed Alan had indeed put a lot of thought into it. The first dish was a soup made from luminous fungi. This luminescent fungus, grown on the second floor of the abyss after Alan's meticulous processing, now shone with a beautiful glow reminiscent of a starry sky. The soup was warm and sweet to the taste, completely devoid of its original toxicity, and carried a hint of fragrance. The main course was exquisite slices of shadow-scaled fish. This abyss fish had inherently delicious flesh, but contained traces of spiritual poison. Under Alan's skillful hands, these toxins were completely neutralized by her plant essence, leaving only pure flavor. The fish slices had a deep obsidian-like color on the plate, each piece evenly cut, emitting an enticing aroma. The most exquisite was the dessert mousse made from mist sea fruit. This peculiar fruit, found only on the third floor of the abyss, contained mild hallucinogenic components in its flesh. Alan cleverly transformed these components into pure flavor enhancers, giving the entire dessert a dreamy, semi-transparent texture. "Alan, your talent in cooking is becoming increasingly remarkable." Ron tasted these unique abyss delicacies and sincerely praised. "To handle such dangerous abyss ingredients so perfectly, you can already be called a culinary master. To receive recognition from the master is my greatest reward." Alan's voice was filled with gentle joy. "However, if Dale were here, she would certainly be more excited than I am. That little foodie is always curious about new foods." Mentioning Dale, Ron couldn't help but turn towards the crystal pool in the laboratory corner. The little sea siren was still undergoing deep transformation, but her body had already undergone significant changes. From the youthful form of a girl, she had matured into the graceful figure of a 15 or 16-year-old maiden. Her silver hair floated like silk in the water, her face becoming delicate like an artwork. The most striking was her body's curves. Her chest had begun to show the characteristic curves of a young woman, her slender waist and long legs exhibiting the beauty peculiar to puberty. At this moment, her fin-like ears were slightly twitching. Her body involuntarily swayed a bit. "It looks like she indeed heard our conversation." Ron observed these subtle reactions and smiled knowingly. "If my judgment is correct, there will be a surprise tomorrow morning when she wakes up." Alan excitedly floated towards the edge of the pool. "That's wonderful. I've already started to miss this lively little creature. The laboratory has been too quiet these months. It's a bit disconcerting." During dinner, Ron's thoughts returned to the specific implementation plan for the active demon sword. After today's discussion with Other, he had a clearer plan for this project. First, we need to make a magic power amplification crystal. He organized the technical route in his mind. That blueprint worth 1,000 contribution points not only enables the magic sword to have the function of a magic wand, but more importantly, provides energy support for the puppet's form transformation. Then, there's the fusion of soul steel material. The plasticity and magic conductivity of this special metal are just right to combine with the puppet's active traits. The timing choice is key. Ron calmly analyzed various possibilities. I must accumulate enough capabilities within the puppet while also finding an opportunity to complete the magic sword forging, so it can't actually stay in the abyss forever. Just as he immersed in these ideas, A familiar professional panel prompt quietly sounded in the depths of his consciousness. Detected special concept, analyzing related professional paths. Discovery, potential combination for convergence. Magic Swordsman, 2.5 stars plus Black Wizard, 3 stars plus Demon Hunter Knight, 2.5 stars, generating fusion profession. Unnamed profession, 3.5 stars. This sudden information made Ron raise his eyebrows slightly. A 3.5 stars profession. That's already a quite high level. It's worth noting that 4 stars professions can correspond to the Great Wizard level. Unnamed profession, 3.5 stars, transfer conditions. 1. Simultaneously meet all transfer requirements for Magic Swordsman, Black Wizard, and Demon Hunter Knight 2. Have a special carrier, a fully charged stand-in puppet, Calamity Incarnation form, 1000 transformations, isolation ability, assistance 3. Spirit attribute must reach 6.0 or above, physical attribute must reach 5.0 or above 4. Complete the threefold awakening ceremony. Magic Sword Creation, Magic Swordsman, Pollution Transformation, Black Wizard. Will trial Demon Hunter Knight 5. Master Pollution Separation, Technology Traits. Dual Existence, Abyss Adaptation, Calamity Manifestation, Combat Switching. Carefully analyzing these conditions, Ron realized that he wasn't far from achieving the transfer. The requirements for Magic Swordsman and Black Wizard can be basically met, and the Demon Hunter Knight has already been completed. Spirit Attribute 6.0 corresponds to breaking through the Moonlight level Mage. Physical 5.0 is a bit difficult. I still need to work harder on the Bloodline path. But the key lies in the pollution separation technology and the threefold awakening ceremony. The channels to obtain this technology are still unclear, but Ron recalled his 1000 transformations. Perhaps through historical research skills, I could learn relevant technology from its memory. As for the threefold awakening ceremony, it corresponds to 3 professions. Magic Sword Creation, complete the making of the active demon sword. Pollution Baptism, turn the scourge of spiritual contamination to one's advantage. Will trial break through the barriers in the heart. These challenges, though difficult, are all within a controllable range. Ron calmly evaluated the probability of success. Moreover, the value of those traits. Dual Existence, Abyss Adaptation, Calamity Manifestation, Combat Switching. Each of them represents powerful combat capabilities and survival advantages. If I can successfully transfer, a sense of anticipation surged in Ron's heart, but was quickly suppressed by rationality. I must not be impatient. Every preparation must be perfect. Ultimately, thousands of paths will converge at one point, leading to a transcendent realm beyond the limits. Ron looked at the professional panel with the yet-to-be-named special fusion profession, along with the ancient alchemist and mystic scholar route hints. He had already sensed the path he would take next. The environment of the abyssal observation station is always restless. The walls made of living stone emit faint throbbing sounds when no one is watching, much like a giant beast breathing. The air is filled with the smell of disinfectants and a kind of indescribable corrosive odor. Ron is in deep meditation. The operation of the Star Eater's ravings establishes a subtle connection between his consciousness and distant stars. The resonance between the Hermit Star and the Scholar Star forms a complex interweaving of lights in his mind. With every breath, he can feel the thin streams of magic power being infused into the network. A slight sound of water interrupts his meditative state. It's not an ordinary flowing water sound, but a deeper resonance, as if it were a call from the ancient sea. Ron slowly opens his eyes, immediately noticing the unusual changes in the laboratory. The crystal pool in the corner is emitting an unprecedented gentle blue light, imbued with a rhythm of life. Ripples form on the surface of the pool, each accompanied by a rhythm akin to a heartbeat. More surprisingly, the humidity in the air has noticeably increased. In the previously dry environment of the observation station, one can even smell the unique salty scent of the ocean and the moist breath of the tides. A sweet female voice calls out from the direction of the crystal pool. The voice carries the laziness of someone who has just awakened, along with an almost imperceptible shyness. Ron turns his head to look, somewhat surprised by the transformation. This is no longer the innocent little sea siren from his memory. Dale is slowly sitting up from the water, her silver hair cascading down her shoulders like liquid. Under the glow of the magic crystal lamp, each strand of hair shimmers with the luster of pearls, as if formed by condensed moonlight. Her appearance has completely shed its youthful innocence, now displaying the enchanting beauty unique to the adult sea siren clan. "Have I slept for a long time?" the sea demon girl softly asks, her voice tinged with a strange rhythmic quality. Every syllable stirs ripples on the water's surface, like songs echoing from the distant sea. "More than 3 months." Ron's voice remains calm and steady, but there is a look of satisfaction in his eyes. It seems the transformative effect has exceeded expectation. Bloodline purity, golden ring 97% approaching the next tier status. Good, slightly hungry big eater, second tier talent, the more nutrients consumed, the higher the growth rate and potential cap. Otherwise, growth is suppressed, potential assessment. Fully developed, with adequate nutrient intake, there is a significant possibility of advancing to the quasi-star ring bloodline level. He carefully observes the changes in Dale's body. Each silver-blue scale is like a living jewel, lightly flickering with her breathing. Most astonishing of all are the fins behind her. The semi-transparent fins spread like wings, their surfaces flowing with aurora-like colors. With her slightest movement, these fins create beautiful light and shadow transformations. Dale tries to walk out of the water pool, but her movements are somewhat clumsy due to her body changes. Ron steps towards the edge of the pool. "Slow down, your body needs to adjust." He extends his hand. Her fingers are delicate and soft, the slippery texture unique to marine creatures. When she stands completely out of the water, her body naturally shifts into a human form, legs long and straight. Dale whispers, her voice delicate as a mosquito's hum, a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. Only now does she realize the physical contact with her master and the changes in her own body. Ron notices her subtle emotional changes and responds simply. Bloodline awakening usually brings both physical and mental changes. "How do you feel now?" This somewhat detached professional attitude stirs a sense of inexplicable loss in Dale's heart. She had hoped that her master would show more attention to her changes. But reason tells her that such expectations are inappropriate in themselves. "I feel very different." Dale strives to organize her emotions, trying to communicate with her master in a more mature way. "It's not just a change in appearance. I can feel an ancient power flowing within me." She extends her hand, lightly caressing the air. Instantly, the air in the laboratory begins to move rhythmically, forming a visible whirlwind. Simultaneously, under her unconscious guidance, the water from the crystal pool starts to rise, forming a perfect water sphere in mid-air. The bloodline of the primordial sea, and the blessing of the light wind. Dale says softly, a deep gleam in her eyes. "In those dream realms, I saw the origin of the sea siren clan and the ancient covenant between us and the sea and storms." Her voice becomes more ethereal. "Now I can establish a psychic bond with all aquatic creatures, and in watery environments they will all become my companions." As she speaks, she waves her hand gently, and the water sphere in the air begins to change shape. First, it transforms into a swimming fish, gliding agilely through the air. Then it becomes a jellyfish, its tentacles moving gracefully. Finally, it condenses into a miniature sea dragon, vividly lifelike. The practical value of this ability is self-evident, especially in situations requiring intelligence gathering. "Is there anything else?" Ron's inquiry is marked by a researcher's specific focus. Hearing her master's interested tone fills Dale with a subtle joy. Although it isn't the kind of attention she deeply desires, at least her master recognizes her value. "I can still do this." She leapt lightly into the air, surrounded by currents of airflow. Those currents lifted her as if alive, allowing her to soar freely in the sky. Even more miraculous, her body began to become semi-transparent, like a spirit composed of vapor and wind. "In environments rich with water elements, I can temporarily elementalize my body, transforming into the shape of water." As her words fell, Dale's body spread out like flowing water, then reformed into a human shape in the air. "If I combine the two abilities..." Dale took a deep breath, and the surrounding vapor began to gather rapidly. Airflow and vapor merged, forming a miniature storm cloud around her. "I can transform into a storm, traversing vast distances in an instant. A messenger who can freely shuttle between the water and sky, also possessing the abilities of elemental invisibility and long-distance movement. A truly perfect transformation." He commented concisely, but the satisfaction and admiration in his eyes were evident. These abilities combined have already surpassed the limits of the sea siren bloodline, just one step away from the quasi-star ring level. Dale's heart surged with an unspeakable happiness upon hearing her master's praise, but at the same time, she acutely sensed what he was focused on. He cared more about the practical value of these abilities than her own transformation. This realization stirred an inexplicable emptiness within her, but also gave her a clearer understanding of a certain confused emotion. She recalled Lilia from before, recalled the intense and yearning gaze Lily had when looking at the master. At that time, she didn't understand that emotion, but now she could deeply feel the intertwined pain and sweetness of it. However, this emotion was too complex, too indescribable. She truly didn't know how to express it. "Dale, you finally woken up," a voice full of surprise interrupted her thoughts. Alan floated over from the other end of the lab, her green branches excitedly swaying. Seeing the tree spirit who had raised her, Dale's voice took on the lively and affectionate tone that was characteristic when facing her. "I thought you were going to sleep forever." Alan circled Dale with concern, carefully observing her changes. "My goodness, you've fully grown up. Is this the adult form of a sea siren?" During the process of bloodline awakening, I've undergone a complete transformation from juvenile to adult," the sea demon girl explained somewhat embarrassedly. "I now possess all the innate abilities of the sea siren clan." Alan excitedly patted her branches. "The lab has been so unusually quiet lately. Sometimes I would still prepare large meals suitable for you, only to remember you're still asleep. Oh, by the way, the master comes to see you every day." The tree spirit continued, with a teasing tone. "Sometimes when he's tired from work, he'll sit by the pool in a daze. I asked him what he's thinking about. He always said he's observing your transformation process, but I think—" Ron coughed lightly, interrupting their conversation. "Since Dale has fully recovered, I need to start preparing to continue the experiment." Dale instantly became curious, with her eyes lighting up with interest. "A pilot run of the adaptability chaos simulation." "Device," Ron explained concisely. "It's a training system that integrates multidisciplinary technologies. Your elemental perception ability might also help monitor the equipment's running status." His attention was entirely occupied by the upcoming important experiment. Tomorrow's test is not just technical validation, but a crucial step in establishing his position at the Abyssal Observation Station. At 3 in the afternoon, an unprecedented crowd gathered in the main experimental hall of the Abyssal Observation Station. This core area, usually only accessible to a few senior researchers, was bustling like a marketplace today. Explorers grouped together, whispering about the special project they were about to witness. Researchers appeared more cautious, with their recording devices ready to capture any abnormal phenomena. Even the usually reclusive management personnel appeared in the audience. In the center of the experimental hall, a complex device silently awaited its debut. Its appearance was like artwork born from a nightmare, beautiful yet dangerous, intricate yet mysterious. The support structure of its base was woven from soul, steel and abyssal active metal, forming a skeletal system of extraordinary organic beauty. Rather than reflecting in a lifeless manner, the surface of that metal was like the skin of a living being, showing subtle color changes as energy flowed within. The most striking feature was the energy circuits that sprawled across the entire structure. These resembled blood vessels winding on the metal surface, emitting a pulsating silver-blue glow. Every time energy passed through, these blood vessels would gently pulse, resembling genuine signs of life. The neural network system at the mid-level was even more unsettling. Thousands of biological fibers, thinner than hair, subtly undulated within transparent conduits, connecting to complicated consciousness processing nodes at their ends. These fibers aren't dead matter, but specially cultivated living neural tissue. Through the transparent tube walls, one can see a light green nutrient solution flowing over the surface of these neural fibers. Tiny sparkling particles float within, representing the bioelectric phenomena generated by mental activity. The top-level rune control system is the most mysterious part of the entire device. Hundreds of complex three-dimensional runes float in the air. Each rune rotates, transforms, and reorganizes at different frequencies, creating a dazzling three-dimensional kaleidoscope. "Ladies and gentlemen," Ron stands in front of the device, facing the gathered audience. His voice, amplified by magic power, reaches every corner of the experimental hall with a natural sense of authority. "Today, we will witness a significant breakthrough in the field of abyss exploration training. Miller sits in the front row, his face filled with anticipation and doubt. As a seasoned exploration leader, he is well aware of the limitations of existing training methods. "Ralph, to be honest, I'm still a bit worried about your device." His voice carries the straightforwardness unique to explorers. "We've seen too many seemingly great new inventions that ultimately cost lives. Can you guarantee this thing is really safe?" Ron appreciates Miller's pragmatic attitude, not minding such skepticism. "Captain Miller, I understand your concerns. In fact, safety was our primary consideration during the design." He points to the rune array suspended above the device. "We've established a triple independent safety mechanism. Physical emergency circuit break can cut off all energy supply within 0.1 seconds. A mental anchoring system ensures the user's consciousness never fully detaches from reality. And a forced exit program that can pull the user's consciousness back to reality within 3 seconds no matter what happens." Wayne, the supervisor, raises his hand, his half-petrified face filled with worry. But directly controlling human consciousness has already touched on some taboo areas. His voice carries deep unease. History is full of examples where excessive pursuit of technological breakthroughs led to disasters. A brief silence falls over the experimental hall as Wayne's words touch on a deep-seated worry in many. Ron's voice remains calm, but a sharp glint flashes in his eyes. "I understand your concern, but consider the reality we face. Every month, explorers die in the abyss due to lack of preparation. Isn't their death a greater taboo?" His words carry a compelling logic. Scientific progress always involves risks, but that doesn't mean we should stand still. The key is how to reasonably control these risks, not to forego progress out of fear. Dale stands in a corner of the experimental hall, her golden eyes attentively monitoring subtle changes in the air. Through a telepathic link, she reports her observations to Ron. "Master, the humidity distribution around the device is very even, with no signs of energy leakage. All magic power flows are within preset parameters." Ron nods in satisfaction, then looks at the volunteer tester among the explorers. "Rex, are you sure you want to proceed with the test?" Rex is a senior member of Miller's team, a man in his 30s with a thick beard. There is a deep scar on his left arm, a memento from the last abyss exploration. In recent missions, his reaction speed and judgment capability have declined, making this targeted training necessary. "Since the captain trusts you, what do I have to worry about?" Rex laughs heartily, but his eyes reveal a hint of nervousness. "However, let me preface by saying, if this thing messes up my brain, my family will surely come after you." His words elicit a benign laughter, easing the tense atmosphere in the experimental hall. "Then I must be doubly careful." Ron also shows a rare smile, playing along with the joke. "I wouldn't want to be responsible for taking care of your family." The laughter in the hall grows louder. Rex walks to the consciousness access platform at the center of the device, a special ergonomically designed seat. The seat's surface is covered with a breathable biofilm, which can automatically adjust its shape according to the user's body contour. As he sits down, the biofilm begins to gently envelop his body. Dozens of slender nerve tendrils extend from the chair, accurately connecting to his key neural nodes. Ron inquires while monitoring various physiological parameters. "A bit itchy, but not uncomfortable." Rex responds honestly, like someone is lightly stroking my skin. "Good, this indicates the neural access is working properly." Ron begins activating the system's components. "Now I will start the consciousness access program. You will experience slight dizziness, which is normal. Remember, this is just a simulation, not the real abyss." As the system starts, the device emits a low, rhythmic hum. The wriggling frequency of the nerve fibers visibly accelerates, and the sparkling particles in the nutrient solution become lively like fireflies. The rune array rapidly reassembles, forming a complex 3-dimensional surveillance network. Consciousness access initiated, target environment. Abyss second layer simulation area. Ron's voice becomes more professional. Danger level set to beginner. The system will adjust in real time according to the tester's reaction. Rex's eyelids grow heavy as his consciousness is guided into a whole new world. Moments later, his body fully relaxes and his breathing becomes deep and rhythmic. Through the device's monitoring display, the audience can see the virtual experience he is undergoing. The screen displays the typical twisted scenery of the abyss's second layer. Numerous space bubbles of varying sizes drift slowly, each fragment containing a different ecological environment. This is the real environment of the second layer. Captain Miller explains to the young explorers beside him. It looks chaotic, but it actually has its own order. The key is to learn to adapt to this chaos. On the screen, Rex's virtual image cautiously navigates through the space bubbles. His movements are skillful, clearly an experienced explorer. But soon, the first threat appears. A corrosion bug emerges from the void, its body resembling a transparent jellyfish, but filled with acid inside. This creature is one of the most common threats on the Abyss's second layer, feeding on corpses, but not rejecting fresh flesh and blood either. Rex immediately enters combat mode, drawing the rune-short sword from his waist to maneuver with this dangerous creature. To the audience's surprise, this virtual corrosion bug exhibits behavior identical to a real monster. Its timing of attacks, movement trajectory, even its reactions when injured mirror the real situation exactly. This level of realism, a young researcher exclaims in awe. It's just like bringing a real monster into the virtual environment. Even more impressive is the adaptive adjustment of the system. When Rex easily handles the first corrosion bug, the system immediately assesses his skill level and accordingly increases the challenge difficulty. The second corrosion bug appears, followed by a third. Even a noticeably stronger elite individual appears, its surface sparking with dangerous poisons. The system is analyzing the tester's reaction speed, judgment ability, and combat skills in real time. Ron explains to the audience, it will continuously adjust the threat intensity to ensure the training difficulty remains optimal. It won't be too easy to lower vigilance, nor too hard to make people despair. After an hour, the system determines that the training has achieved its preset goals. Rex's performance in the virtual environment is comprehensively evaluated, and his weaknesses are accurately identified. As the countdown ended, the neural connection began to disconnect. Rex's eyelids trembled slightly, then slowly opened his eyes. He sat up from the chair, his face still lingering with the intensity of the battle he had just experienced. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice filled with disbelief. I almost thought I was really in the abyss. That sense of oppression, fear, and the adrenaline rush during the battle was completely a real experience. Any discomfort? Captain Miller stepped forward with concern and asked, headache, nausea, or any strange feelings? Not at all. Rex moved his limbs, carefully assessing his physical condition. On the contrary, I feel exceptionally focused and remember every detail clearly, I think. I think if I were to go to the abyss now, my reactions would be much faster than before. This positive feedback excited the explorers on site. I want to try it too. Is this training effect really that amazing? When can we all experience it? Faced with the enthusiasm of the explorers, Ron maintained due caution. Today is just a preliminary verification. We still need to gather more data and conduct more comprehensive safety evaluations. But on the other side of the auditorium, the reactions from the researchers were much more complex. Wayne's face turned paler and he gripped the record board tightly, his knuckles whitening. This level of consciousness control, unimaginable. The colleague next to him quietly asked, "Do you think there will be any problems?" "I don't know." Wayne shook his head. "Let's wait and see. New things always have a period of adjustment." Others' Phantom hovered slowly around the device, his silver eyes carefully observing every technical detail. His expression was complex, full of admiration for the technological achievements and concern for unknown consequences. "Ron, this level of reality simulation has already approached some dangerous boundaries." The old professor's voice carried worry. "Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. But I must also acknowledge that the value of this technology is undeniable." He continued, "If applied properly, it could indeed significantly reduce the mortality rate of explorers." Ron nodded to show his understanding. "That's precisely why we need to be extra cautious. Every new technology comes with risks, and the key is how to control the risks within acceptable limits." After the test ended, the audience began to leave one after another. But everyone was left with a deep impression. This epoch-making technological breakthrough is destined to have a profound impact on abyss exploration. The explorers excitedly discussed the possibilities of this new training method. The researchers worriedly pondered the potential risks. The management had already begun considering how to incorporate this technology into formal training systems. And behind all these reactions, a deeper transformation was quietly taking place. Through this successful demonstration, Ron proved his technical prowess and established a new authoritative image within the observation station. From today onwards, no one would question his ability and status anymore. Meanwhile, deep within the sea of darkness, Nari's massive body anxiously swam within the treasury. Its tentacles moved nervously, each movement stirring up surging dark currents, causing the entire treasury to tremble with unease. The eyes densely scattered on the walls sensed their master's emotions and showed worried expressions. Some smaller eyes even started to shed tears, which condensed into precious abyssal essence. But Nari was in no mood to focus on these treasures now. No, no. This can't continue. Nari's voice echoed in the consciousness domain, filled with the youthful mother's unique anxiety and urgency. My little baby grows so fast and is getting hungrier and hungrier. It swam to the nearly empty storage room, gently stroking the remaining containers with its tentacle. Once filled with valuable ingredients, now only some ordinary quality stock was left. The truly nutritious abyssal creatures had already been fed to its beloved baby. Nari turned and swam towards the center of the treasury, gazing at the specially designed pouch containing the stand-in puppet. The puppet's growth was indeed astonishing, its surface rune network becoming more complex and bright, and the favor fluctuations it emitted growing stronger and stronger. Whenever Nari felt that warm and pure energy, a maternal instinctual drive to protect surged in its heart. "Mama's little angel," it murmured softly, its voice filled with tenderness and doting. "You are Mama's most precious treasure. Mama absolutely cannot let you go hungry." But the reality is harsh. The hunting territory of the abyss is strictly divided, maintaining a fragile balance between each apostle's basic rules. Each apostle has their own fixed hunting area, and hunting outside one's territory is not only seen as provocation, but could also trigger bloody territorial conflicts. Nari may be naive, but it is not foolish. It knows clearly that with its strength and status, it absolutely cannot bear the consequences of conflict with other apostles. But I can't let my baby go hungry." Nari struggled repeatedly in its heart, finally mustering the courage to decide to seek help from Chai Yi. After all, he had clearly stated last time that he would consider expanding hunting privileges, and now was the time to fulfill that promise. Nari cautiously initiated communication, her voice carrying the timid expectation of a little girl. "I have something I'd like to ask for your help with." Deep within the magma sea of Abyss 9th layer, Chai Yi continued his brutal self-training. His massive body endured temperatures and pressure capable of melting mountains. All three of his faces were contorted, bearing unimaginable pain. But it was this pain that he pursued. Only under extreme conditions could he further push the nearly peak physical strength. Being suddenly interrupted by Nari, his feelings were understandable. Chai Yi's voice erupted with the frenzy of lava, but soon calmed down. After all, Nari might bring valuable information, so the relationship couldn't be entirely severed for now. "What's the matter? Hurry up and say it." It's about my darling." Nari's voice became even more timid. "It's growing too fast, and my current reserves aren't enough to feed it." She paused momentarily, gathering the courage to continue. "You mentioned last time that if necessary we could consider expanding my hunting permissions." Chai Yi's three brains started working simultaneously. This indeed was an excellent opportunity. Expanding Nari's activity range would clearly enhance the transformation and growth of that mysterious puppet. Moreover, this arrangement required almost no substantial cost for him. The dragon-headed evil spirit already considered the stand-in puppet as his own. After all, he, able to stalemate with the void spider mags, was the second supreme apostle. Nari, who couldn't even understand her own territory, with what could she resist him? "Oh, so that's it." Chai Yi's tone began to become friendly. "It seems your darling indeed has potential." However, cross-regional hunting is no small matter. He deliberately paused, fully fermenting Nari's nervousness. "Specifically, where do you want to go?" "The territory of Blood Tier Duke," Nari eagerly said, her voice filled with the little girl's unique longing. "I've heard there are many rare emotional flowers and pure despair crystals. These can greatly aid my darling's growth. Also, the territory of Mad Bite, where the quality of mutated prey is high and rich in protein." As she spoke, her excitement grew, greed seemingly boundless. "Oh, and the dream essence in Nightmare Queen's realm. I feel my darling might need such special nutrition." Chai Yi inwardly sneered. Nari's choices exposed her nature, selecting the most valuable resource zones. Indeed, quite challenging. He feigned a difficult demeanor. You know, Esmond, Magron, and Selena aren't easy to deal with, getting them to agree to open hunting permissions. Nari's voice was tearful. I truly have no other way. I can't let my darling starve. It's the most important thing in my life. Upon hearing such sincere expression, Chai Yi furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat speechless. Was this still the living catastrophe, Eye of the Abyss, devouring countless fifth-layer beings upon each awakening? He ultimately reluctantly agreed, his tone carrying lenience. Given that you've been so attentive and care, I can step in to coordinate, but you must agree to some conditions. What conditions? I'll agree to everything. Nari was nearly dizzy with excitement. As long as it helps my darling, I'll accept any conditions. Firstly, you must regularly report to me on the hunting situation and your darling's transformation. Chai Yi's tone became serious. I need to ensure this arrangement hasn't caused unnecessary issues. Secondly, while hunting in other apostles' territories, you must remain discreet. Avoid causing conflict, and don't expose the special nature of your darling. Lastly, if there's any abnormal change in the situation, you must notify me immediately. All right. I've remembered everything. Nari excitedly promised. I will be careful and definitely won't trouble you. After the communication ended, Chai Yi immediately began contacting other apostles. As one of the 13 supreme apostles, he wielded the authority to coordinate abyss affairs. However, he possessed only coordination authority, not direct management power, given each apostle is an absolute king in their own territory. Thus, exercising such authority required strategy and skill. The first to be contacted was Blood-Tier Duke Esmond. This cunning young apostle was handling affairs within his Scarlet Palace. Surrounded by dozens of blood race descendants, several beautiful women continually served their ancestors. Esmond signaled the woman beneath him to halt, his voice carrying vigilance. You would voluntarily contact me. I'm truly honored. He elegantly fiddled with the blood-colored rose in his hand. Let me guess. It can't be anything good. It's about the Eye of the Abyss Nari's hunting permissions. Chai Yi stated bluntly. She is recently cultivating a special project, requiring more high-quality resources. I hope you can open part of your region for hunting permissions. Esmond let out a contemptuous laugh, that wastrel incapable of managing underlings. What special project could she have? Don't tell me she's found another perfect transformation target. His tone was filled with sarcasm. Last time it said the same thing, and what happened? That poor moon-level mage was turned into an idiot by it. Chai Yi maintained his patience. This time is different. I can't disclose the specifics, but I can assure you that it's beneficial for the overall stability of the fifth layer. Esmond stopped fiddling with the flowers, a shrewd glint in his eyes. Dragon-headed wraith, Chai Yi is hardly the brainless lunatic that wizards are rumored to say. On the contrary, he has a clear mind, never engaging in meaningless actions. Since Chai Yi has stepped forward for Nari, it indicates that the seemingly useless innate apostle has indeed discovered something of value. It is rather peculiar. Esmond swiftly analyzed the deeper implications of this request. This old fellow Chai Yi is suddenly so concerned about Nari, he must be deriving some benefit. He waved away the attendants on either side and walked to the massive floor-to-ceiling window of the palace. Through the glass, he could see the eerie yet beautiful scenes within his territory. The garden nurtured by emotions, exotic birds and beasts feeding on despair, and the ever-weeping fountains of tears. Since it's Lord Chai Yi's command, I can certainly open hunting privileges in the southwest region. He made his decision, but I have one condition. Nari's every activity in my territory must be accompanied by my followers. I need to ensure that it won't disrupt the ecological balance I've meticulously maintained. The true intention behind this condition was evident. Esmond sought to closely observe Nari's abnormal behavior. Chai Yi feigned hesitation. All right, this condition is acceptable, but your followers must not interfere with Nari's normal hunting activities. Of course, my people are merely observers. Esmond smiled gracefully, yet his smile carried a hint of danger. Next is Mad Bite Magron. This apostle, known for his brutality and tyranny, was watching his subordinates' combat matches in his arena. Bloodshed and violence were his greatest loves, and also the source of his power. Chai Yi, Magron's roar was as coarse as a beast's. You'd better have something important. I'm in a foul mood right now. Indeed, he was in a foul mood. A thrilling match was just ruined by a cowardly gladiator. That guy actually chose to surrender in the crucial moment instead of dying in battle. Madbite Magran is one of the oldest apostles, so faced with his rough demeanor, Chai Yi was already accustomed. "I'm here to talk to you about Nari," Chai Yi patiently said. "It needs to conduct some hunting activities in your territory." "That piece of junk in my territory." Magran's roar almost collapsed the arena's stands. "Are you kidding me? Last time it lost an experimental specimen here, and it's still not found." His fury struck the stone pillar beside him, reducing it to powder in an instant. "That fool couldn't even manage an almost lifeless experimental specimen. Now you want it to mess around in my territory." "That was just an accident," Chai Yi continued to persuade. "Besides, Nari's current state is much more stable than before. It won't cause you trouble." "Stable?" Magran coldly laughed. "How stable can an innate chaos be? Unless—" It suddenly halted, a cunning gleam appeared in its eyes. As one of the oldest apostles, Magran keenly detected the anomaly. Nari's spirit is indeed more stable than before. Such changes couldn't naturally occur, unless it indeed found something that could stabilize its mind. Magran mused thoughtfully. "In that case, I am somewhat intrigued." Chai Yi cursed Magran's acuity inwardly, but remained calm outwardly. "In short, this arrangement benefits everyone, don't you think so?" "All right then, since it's you asking, I'll give you face." Magran eventually agreed, but his eyes flickered with dangerous red light. "But I also have a condition. If Nari finds something valuable, I want to share." His tone became threatening. "Moreover, if that fool causes any more trouble here, I'll shred it into pieces." "This can be considered," Chai Yi vaguely responded, already plotting how to handle the possible complex situation. Finally, it was Nightmare Queen Selena. This enigmatic apostle rarely engaged in Abyss's affairs, and her Dream Realm palace was a bizarre space outsiders couldn't comprehend. Selena's voice was as smooth as silk, yet carried unsettling hints. "You seem busy today. First Isman, then Magran, now me, all for that poor Nari." Her voice held a knowing mysteriousness. "Let me guess. Has it encountered some special situation? You've been listening to our conversations." Chai Yi's tone turned guarded. "Not listening, esteemed lord." Selena chuckled softly. "Its perception, the emotional fluctuations of the entire fifth layer are within my scope. Nari's status recently is indeed special." Her voice became even more mysterious, that pure maternal love and protective instinct and the strange fluctuations from its baby. "Do you think I wouldn't notice?" Chai Yi realized he had completely underestimated Selena's abilities. This Nightmare Queen not only detected Nari's anomaly, but also discerned the existence of the puppet. Now it was futile to hide anything. "And what is your stance?" Chai Yi directly asked. "I will certainly open hunting privileges." Selena's voice became more enticing. "But in exchange, I demand to closely observe Nari's baby at a suitable time. The pure emotional fluctuations are very valuable to my research. I'm curious about what could cause an innate chaos to produce such stable maternal feelings." "All right," Chai Yi reluctantly agreed. After a round of negotiations, he found himself not only lacking the anticipated advantage, but alerting other apostles to Nari's anomaly. Now, all apostles in the fifth layer began focusing on Nari and its baby. "All who have lived for who knows how many years, sigh." He silently lamented. To become an apostle, aside from innate chaos like Nari, indeed none are easy to deal with. Forget it, at least now it's still within controllable range. Chai Yi comforted himself inwardly. Additionally, with so many apostles watching, the puppet's true value can be more comprehensively assessed. Meanwhile, in the depths of the Sea of Darkness, Nari was happily frolicking in its treasury. Upon receiving the good news from Chai Yi, the joy almost overwhelmed its rationality. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" It circled crazily around the pouch containing the puppet, its voice filled with excitement. "My little darling, Mommy secured the best hunting area for you. Henceforth, I can prepare richer, more nutritious food for you." The puppet seemed to sense Nari's emotional changes, and the runes on its surface began to flash brighter. "You're happy for Mommy too, aren't you?" Nari softly stroked the surface of the pouch, its voice filled with love and satisfaction. "Rest assured, Mommy will protect you, ensuring you grow up safe and healthy." Yet, behind this innocent joy, a larger storm was slowly brewing. In the deep of night, when most staff members at the observatory were resting, Ron made his way to the special ritual chamber located in the deepest layer. The air here was filled with ancient and mysterious energy fluctuations, and the walls were constructed of some sort of living stone that emitted its own light. It pulsed faintly upon his arrival, as if sensing the emotions of the visitor. Others' projection of the void remains hovered like a silver star in the center of the room, surrounded by a complex protective rune array. These runes continuously changed their patterns and colors, forming a multi-layered protective network. "Ron, are you ready?" Others' voice carried an uncommon solemnity, with his silver eyes gleaming with profound light. The astrology ritual of the wisdom constellation is relatively safe, yet caution is still essential. You are about to engage with the deep cosmic information stream. "I'm prepared, Professor." Ron sat cross-legged on the ritual platform, his expression focused and calm. In front of him were 3 precious star crystals, each corresponding to the Hermit Star, Scholar Star, and Observer Star. Within these crystals seemed to be a miniature starry sky, countless points of light slowly rotating, emitting a mesmerizing, beautiful glow. These crystals, Other gazed at those star crystals. Each one refined by ancient mages, they record the memories of the stars and bear the secrets of the cosmos. The old professor's voice became even more profound, carrying a deep warning. The astrology ritual is not only about establishing a connection with the stars, but also a perilous act of peering into the essence of the universe. Even with my protection, you must always maintain your sanity. He paused for a moment, the projection leaned slightly forward. Some knowledge actively seeks a suitable vessel, and you, as such a primordial wizard, are precisely their favored target. If struck too deeply by this information, at best it leads to a split spirit, at worst complete assimilation. "I understand, Professor." Ron took a deep breath, activating all abilities related to spiritual protection within himself. Hermit's knowledge will help me maintain rational judgment, and the cultivation experience from Star Eater's ravings has given me some resistance to high-dimensional information. He chose the most familiar wisdom constellation as his target: the Hermit Star, Scholar Star, and the soon-to-be-lit Observer Star. The first 2 stars had established a stable spiritual link with him due to long-term cultivation with Star Eater's ravings. While the Observer Star was yet to completely establish contact, it had already achieved a considerable degree of familiarity. Others' projection began to emit stronger silver light. The protective runes also lit up, providing multiple layers of protection for the entire ritual space. Ron closed his eyes, his consciousness extended like invisible threads into the depths of the starry sky. With the formal commencement of the ritual, the 3 star crystals began to emit a gentle light, resonating perfectly with his spiritual frequencies. Unlike previous meditations, this connection proved exceptionally smooth. The deep purple light of the Hermit Star immediately responded to his call. The familiar sense of wisdom brushed through his consciousness like spring breeze. The silver-white radiance of the Scholar Star followed, bringing the cool power of rational analysis. Indeed, established connections have simplified the ritual greatly. Ron silently assessed his current state. The consumption of spiritual power was significantly less than anticipated. As the connection deepened, the 3rd star, the Observer Star, also began to respond. The amber light carried with it some ancient wisdom, slowly merging into his spiritual network. This felt like finding a long-lost puzzle piece, making his entire mental structure more complete. At the moment when the light from the 3 stars completely converged, an unprecedented phenomenon occurred. Ron's consciousness was suddenly pulled by a massive force, as if falling into an unfathomable vortex. Surrounding reality began to twist violently, the concepts of time and space blurred into obscurity. He felt himself rising at an unbelievable speed, breaking the bonds of the material level, arriving at a dimension composed of pure information. It was a dazzling space. Countless data streams surged like the Milky Way in the void, each carrying immeasurable information. These pieces of information were not simple text or images, but pure concepts acting directly on consciousness. In this flood of information, Ron saw scenes that made his soul tremble. There was no matter, no energy, only pure concepts and information. Countless data streams surged like the Milky Way in the void, each containing the complete history of a civilization. These pieces of information were not text or images, but pure knowledge directly impacting consciousness. In this ocean of information, Ron saw scenes that made his soul tremble. A mechanized voice echoed in the void, devoid of emotion, only cold logic. Civilization number 7749A species, mechanized alliance development stage, post-stellar era. The image unfolded before him. It was a civilization entirely composed of machinery. Their cities like gigantic gear systems, every resident a precise mechanical creation. Ron saw the origins of this civilization. A group of wisdom-seeking beings, longing for perfection, began replacing their organs with mechanical parts to eliminate disease, aging, and death. Initially, it was just the heart, liver, and other fragile organs, then limbs, sensory systems. Eventually, even their brains were replaced by quantum computing cores. They succeeded, gaining near-eternal life and abilities beyond biological limits. Assessment result: creative thinking ability decreased by 98.7%, emotional fluctuation coefficient close to 0, reproductive desire completely vanished. Judgment: this civilization has lost its evolutionary potential, posing a risk of spreading mechanized viruses to the universe. The screen flickered, and Ron saw the final moments of this civilization. It was not war nor disaster, but a peculiar systemic error. All mechanical beings simultaneously experienced computational failures, standing in place for thousands of years until their energy was exhausted, becoming statues of metal. Executing corrective plan. Internal logical conflict implantation. Correction complete. The civilization has self-terminated, threat eliminated. Behind this accidental failure, some unspeakable interference was hidden. The subsequent scenes were even more unsettling. Civilization number 5621B, race. Dreamweaver development stage, full coverage of virtual reality. Ron saw a civilization addicted to the virtual world. They created perfect virtual reality technology, constructing an ideal world without pain, death, or any limitations within it. Initially, the virtual world was merely a tool for entertainment. But gradually, more and more individuals found the imperfections of the real world unbearable. Why endure sickness, aging, death, when a perfect alternative is at hand? Eventually, the entire civilization collectively migrated into virtual space. Trillions of consciousnesses abandoned their physical bodies, immersed in a man-made paradise. Assessment result: the maintenance system of the real world is unmanned. The physical infrastructure that the virtual world depends on begins to decay. Ron saw a heartbreaking scene. On countless planets, the massive server groups supporting the virtual world were failing one by one due to a lack of maintenance. Yet the minds immersed in virtual paradise were unaware, still enjoying their perfect dream realm. Judgment: this civilization has detached from reality, posing a risk of spreading escapism viruses to other civilizations. Executing corrective plan. Accelerate infrastructure decay. Correction complete. The virtual world has completely collapsed, with trillions of consciousnesses simultaneously dissipating. The scene switched faster and faster, each showcasing the destruction of different civilizations. The Soul Church attempted to merge with higher dimensional beings, resulting in chain pollution, turning all life in the galaxy into unspeakable twisted creations. The Flesh Empire pursued ultimate evolution of life, eventually merging all individuals into an out-of-control superorganism, continuously devouring everything encountered. The Void devotees tried to achieve transcendence through destruction, successfully turning their home galaxy into absolute void. They vanished within it. The destruction of each civilization followed a similar pattern. In pursuing a higher form, they crossed some invisible boundary. Then, those known as anomaly catchers would intervene, leading these civilizations towards self-destruction in seemingly natural ways. What terrified Ron even more was the ingenious nature of these interventions. Key technologies developed unexpected flaws at the last moment. Important figures made wrong decisions at critical times. Low-probability catastrophic events began to, coincidentally, occur frequently. They are like the cosmic immune system. Ron trembled internally as he concluded. Any development mode deemed a virus will be cleared in seemingly natural ways. But what truly stopped his heartbeat was the subsequent scene. Civilization number 8847C, race, wizard fusion variant. He saw a familiar yet unfamiliar ring abyss continent group. In that version of the world, the central lands had turned into a massive tower of flesh and bone, numerous twisted tendrils spreading skyward from its top. The cracks in the abyss were no longer wounds, but components of some evil rune, with the entire continent becoming the vessel for this rune. The oceans had turned dark red, thick like coagulated blood. In the sky hovered countless gigantic eyeballs, each as large as a city, intensely watching everything below. Most terrifyingly, all the wizards had lost their independent will. They became neurons of some vast consciousness, operating in a unified thought pattern. Individual differences disappeared, creativity vanished, and even humanity itself was lost. Yet from a certain perspective, this was indeed evolution. An evolution that transcends individual limitations, realizing the fusion of collective consciousness. Assessment result: the civilization has completed abyss assimilation, possessing the capability to spread pollution across dimensions. Threat level extremely high. Execute the highest level cleansing protocol immediately. In the scene, an indescribable light descended from the depths of the void. It was not light or radiation in the physical sense, but some more fundamental corrective force. The polluted ring abyss continent group melted away under this light like a candle. All twisted creations vanished into nothingness in an instant. But this was not yet the end. The river of time forked. Where the original timeline had broken, a brand new timeline began to grow. It was as if someone beyond understanding was re-sowing the same seeds of civilization. The King of Illusion's words echoed in his mind. When a timeline reaches its end, the great beings will restart it. Perhaps this is not the first timeline he inhabits. The destroyed wizard civilizations were all previous failed attempts. Now this timeline, Cassandra's route of conquest, seemingly entirely different from the fusion route of the previous timeline, is essentially about pursuing power that surpasses boundaries. Will this route also ultimately be judged as deviating from the track? Expansion, conquest, devour other civilizations. Ron sensed some kind of pattern in the stream of information. This trajectory of development is extremely common among those civilizations deemed corrected. A profound chill surged from the depths of his soul. If the wizard civilization continues to develop along its current path, will it also be judged as deviating from the track? Will it also be subjected to the correction of anomaly catchers? Will this timeline ultimately need to be reset, with all efforts and existence returning to nothingness? No, I can't continue watching. The heavy burden on his mind made his thinking start to become difficult. He tried to escape from this information dimension. But those data streams twisted around his consciousness like living tentacles, trying to forcibly infuse more information into him. Fuzzy visions flashed, more versions of the Ring Abyss Continent group, more types of deviation routes, more instances of correction and reset. Ron felt his reason gradually collapsing under the bombardment of this information. This is not an amount of information that human consciousness can withstand. Just as he was about to be engulfed, the light of 3 stars suddenly shone brightly. The deep purple light of the hermit star cut through the binding info tentacles like a sharp blade. The silvery glow of the scholar star shielded his rational core like a shield. The amber light of the observer star served as a lighthouse, pointing him the way back. When the terrifying data stream dissipated and Ron's consciousness returned to reality, he found himself drenched in sweat. Although the observer star still hadn't established a complete connection with him like the other 2 stars. But through this star-gazing ritual, the conditions for the astrologer's career switch were entirely satisfied. Astrologer career switch conditions satisfied. Would you like to switch career to astrologer 3 stars? Ron chose to confirm. Starshine erupted from within, pouring out like a galaxy and reshaping his spiritual structure and magic circuit. The feeling during this career switch was entirely different from the previous attribute enhancements. It was not a gentle improvement, but a fundamental transformation on the spiritual level. He felt his consciousness expanding, his mental boundaries extending, and the previously unreachable starry sky becoming within reach. Career switch successful. Astrologer 3 stars, basic attributes enhance. Spiritual power 5.69, right arrow 5.89, plus 0.2. Magic power 5.0, right arrow 5.5, plus 0.5. Constitution 3.8, right arrow 3.9, plus 0.11. During combat, able to directly extract energy from stars, replenishing magic consumption to a certain extent too. Sharp perception ability for spatial distortions and dimensional anomalies 3. When divining matters related to oneself, the higher the relevance, the clearer the divination results 4. obtain additional resistance against high-dimensional existence. The most important thing is the career linkage effects. Detected multiple career linkages. 1. Star Eater's ravings, meditation efficiency enhanced. Speed of star lighting accelerates. 2. Can observe the truth of historical events through stellar retroflexion. 3. In the process of making magic potions, enchantments, and alchemy, specific star signs could amplify, producing extra effects after switching careers. Ron clearly felt the significant increase in his spiritual power. At the current progress, in about half a year, he would reach the threshold value of moon level 6.5. Besides, he has gained an entirely new perspective. Now he can observe this world from a higher dimension, able to sense those deep fundamental rules hidden beneath the surface. Others quietly observed the changes in Ron. The oppressive sense from the depths of the stars even made him as a great wizard feel astonished. His phantom slightly trembled, and his silver eyes showed incredulous light. This child has already touched upon some extremely deep power, not a change that an ordinary astrologer appointment could bring. He could feel that Ron had an extraordinary possibility on him. It was an indescribable quality, as if the threads of fate around him were automatically reweaving. Other thoughts silently in his heart. The silver light around the phantom becoming deeper. This timeline might truly be different if there really is someone able to leap out of the established track. Perhaps it's him. But he didn't pursue the details. As a mystic scholar, he deeply understood that some knowledge may bring even greater danger if revealed too early. Some knowledge requires the right time to be fully understood. The old professor said meaningfully, his voice filled with sincere concern. But I can feel that you're no longer who you were before. You have some kind of transformation, a change that inspires both anticipation and worry. He paused for a moment, his silver eyes gazing at Ron. During the earlier ritual, what did you see? Ron remained silent for a long time, ultimately deciding to speak the truth. I saw other timelines of wizard civilizations and their destruction. His voice was soft, but each word struck others' heart like a heavy hammer. There are some existences, they correct those civilizations deviating from the track, and we may also be in their observation range. Others' phantom trembled violently, then calmed down. Indeed, you have already come into contact with that level of information. The old professor's voice became extremely heavy. Anomaly catchers, the correctors of timelines. His phantom began to drift slowly and the surrounding protective runes dimmed along. Since you've already known, I don't need to continue hiding. Yes, our civilization indeed faces such threats. Every developmental path has its risks, and the road we are on now has already started attracting their attention, right? Ron complimented, a thoughtful light flashing in his eyes. Cassandra's plan for conquest is essentially rapidly accumulating power. This model is very common among civilizations being corrected. Other nodded, the phantom becoming more transparent. That's also why I support your research so much. We need a completely new direction. Hope sparked in his eyes. In your existence, your research might find a truly safe path. The two fell into their thoughts. In this late-night ritual room, they were pondering the same question, how to pursue power while avoiding triggering those ineffable correction mechanisms. Ron finally broke the silence. I need more information about those correction mechanisms. Only by fully understanding their operation can we find methods to evade them. I will provide help to the best of my ability. Others solemnly promised, but not now. This knowledge itself is a double-edged sword. The more you know, the more risk you incur. He paused, his voice turning deeper. Besides, even if we find the right path, convincing others to change the existing trajectory will be a huge challenge. Cassandra and her team won't easily abandon the achievements they've obtained. I understand. Ron nodded, but ultimately someone has to take responsibility for the future. If we all choose to avoid, then destruction truly becomes inevitable. Other clearly had no intention to continue the deep conversation. He nodded lightly. Well, since the ritual is complete, go and rest. I can feel the fatigue in your mind. Today's harvest has been quite plentiful. On various levels, the astrologer's transformation brought not only a boost in attributes, but also a fundamental shift in perspective. Now he could observe the world from a higher dimension, sensing the deep-seated rules hidden beneath the surface. But those memories of timeline corrections and civilization destruction still weighed heavily on his heart like a sledgehammer. He repeated this term in his mind, a thoughtful look flashing in his eyes. If the wizard civilization was indeed under some kind of surveillance, then every choice became crucial. Cassandra's path of conquest, others' conservative strategy, and the new direction he was exploring. Ron walked down the corridor with heavy steps. The terrifying knowledge of civilization's destruction and timeline resets were putting unprecedented pressure on his spirit. Each step felt as if he were treading on cotton, and the edge of his thoughts still carried those icy images of the anomaly catcher's correction of civilization. The workshop door sensed his approach and automatically slid open, warm magic crystal light spilling over his pale face. Dale was leaning by the crystal pool, her silver hair flowing like moonlight under the lamps. She keenly noticed her master's unusual state. The emotional perception ability from her sea siren bloodline allowed her to clearly capture the bone-deep fatigue within Ron. It wasn't ordinary exhaustion, but something deeper. It was as if his soul had been scrutinized by some enormous entity, leaving a scar that was hard to heal. Dale called softly, her golden eyes full of concern. She wanted to stand up but worried that her proactive concern might make him uncomfortable. After her bloodline awakening, her understanding of the relationship with her master had become more complex. That vague emotion surged like a tide in her heart. Yet she didn't know how to express it. "You look very tired, would you like to?" Her voice was as thin as a mosquito, but she didn't know how to continue halfway through. "I'm fine." Ron's response was still brief, but the fatigue in his voice couldn't be concealed. He walked toward the workbench, habitually wanting to continue his research, only to find it difficult to concentrate. Those terrifying images from the informational dimension still flashed in his mind. The collective malfunction of mechanical civilizations, the server crashes of virtual civilizations, and that abyssal, contaminated wizard world. Alan floated over from the depths of the workshop, her emerald branches trembling slightly. As a tree spirit, her perception of life energy was more direct. In her perception, Ron's life energy had dimmed greatly, as if something had drained a large amount of his essence. "Master, your life waves," Alan said worriedly. "It's like you've gone through some extremely mentally exhaustive experience." She recalled Ron's state after every all-nighter of research in the Black Mist jungle, but even then the exhaustion didn't compare to now. Dale and Alan exchanged a glance, seeing the same worry reflected in each other's eyes. Although their time with Ron differed slightly, both could sense his recent changes. The change was subtle, not merely fatigue or pressure, but a deeper heaviness. It was as if some invisible burden weighed upon him, preventing him from truly relaxing. Alan's voice became gentler, like a spring breeze brushing over new leaves. "You've been working continuously for over 10 hours. Even a wizard with strong willpower needs proper rest to recover spiritual power." She gently shook her branches, and the air around them began to fill with the unique freshness of a forest. "Let me prepare a soothing environment for you tonight. You need true rest, not the kind where you meditate while processing research data." Dale understood immediately, slowly rising to her feet, the unique charm of the sea siren beginning to show. "Let me sing you a lullaby," a song passed down by the sea race for thousands of years. To calm the spirit. It was the sea siren's naturally charming voice, yet at this moment held no allure, only pure care. It can calm even the most turbulent spiritual waves, allowing you to truly enter deep sleep. Ron looked at his two companions with concern. That pure care, like warm light, partly dispelled the shadows in his heart. Have such genuinely caring beings in times like this did bring him some comfort. The dark-haired youth finally nodded, a rare tiredness in his voice. "I really do need a good rest now." He was used to bearing everything alone, but the exhaustion now surpassed what his willpower could withstand. Lying in the sleep pod, Ron activated all its functions. A purification began to circulate, protective runes activated, and the mental stabilization field slowly started. Once he was fully lying down, Dale began to hum softly. It was an ancient lullaby of the sea race. The melody rose and fell like the tides of the deep sea, each note containing the power to soothe the soul. The singing, like moonlight on the ocean's surface, like a mother's hand brushing a baby's forehead, carried the gentlest parts of their racial memory. "Let a weary soul return to a tranquil harbor." The lyrics were in ancient sea siren language, but the emotions within transcended the barriers of language, directly soothing the listener's heart. Meanwhile, Alan lit a specially made calming incense. It's a potion she concocted, using her essence of life, and herbs from the depths of the forest. A faint green glow began to permeate the air, each speck of light a condensation of her life energy, capable of calming the most agitated spiritual waves. The song of the forest, the dream realm of ancient trees. All disturbances return to tranquility. Alan softly chanted the ancient elven incantation. The emerald branches swayed gently in the air, as if weaving an invisible dreamcatcher for Ron. Ron felt the warmth of this care from his companions rising in his heart. Dale's song was like the embrace of the ocean, and Alan's fragrance was like the forest's protection. Two starkly different powers perfectly fused together, creating an unprecedented sense of security for him. Those terrifying images from higher dimensional information gradually receded in the face of this gentle force. His breathing began to become deep and regular, and his tense spirit slowly relaxed. After confirming that their master had fallen asleep, Dale and Alan exchanged glances, seeing worry in each other's eyes. Alan's mother, the sea demon girl's voice carried a slight sob, is the master. Bearing something very heavy. As her thoughts gradually matured, she began to feel the enormous pressure deep within Ron's heart. It was not an external threat, but a more burdensome sense of responsibility. Alan's branches lightly brushed Dale's silver hair, her voice full of heartache. Ever since coming to the Central Lands, the master has been different. Although his strength and status have been continuously improving, and his knowledge is becoming richer, that sense of urgency. She paused, worry flashing in her emerald eyes. It's as if something terrifying is constantly chasing him from behind, forcing him not to rest for a moment. As if stopping even briefly would allow some irresistible force to catch up. Dale nodded, a light of memory shining in her silver eyes. I really miss the days in the Black Mist jungle. Although it was dangerous then, at least the master would occasionally relax. He would chat with us, care for our growth, and show a satisfied smile when his research succeeded. Her voice became even softer, but now he is always pondering things we can't comprehend, always carrying a look of concern in his eyes. I wish Lily were here too, Dale said softly, her voice tinged with loneliness. She could make the master show that gentle expression, that completely relaxed, true smile. Upon hearing this name, Alan's branches trembled slightly. She clearly remembered the intense desire and longing in the girl's eyes when she looked at Ron, as well as the eager expectation in Ron's eyes when he occasionally looked at her. Both of them fell silent, understanding that Ron was bearing burdens they couldn't comprehend. All they could do was offer simple and pure care whenever he needed it. Dale gazed at that sleeping face, her heart churning with emotions. The awakening of her bloodline brought not only an increase in power, but also emotional maturity. She could now clearly recognize her feelings for her master, feelings that transcended reliance and gratitude, something more complex. But at the same time, she understood that these feelings might never be reciprocated. Not because the master was indifferent, but because what he carried was too heavy, leaving no room for entanglements of human emotions. At least, Dale whispered in her heart, at least I can still be by his side, offering a bit of insignificant help. She continued to softly hum the lullaby, the melody gentle like waves, enveloping Ron's consciousness in deep tranquility. As Ron was about to enter a deep sleep, that familiar sensation of lucid dreaming came over him again. The last images before sleep began to distort and contort like melting candles. The metallic bulkheads softened like liquid, and the rune circuits started to twist frantically, like a throng of living snakes desperately struggling. The air itself became thick and viscous, with each breath feeling like swallowing some living liquid. Here we go again. Ron did not panic. Instead, he maintained the calm observation typical of a researcher. As a wizard who had experienced numerous abnormal phenomena, he had learned to maintain rational analysis during such supernatural experiences. This feeling of being passively drawn into a dream realm clearly came from an entity far superior to his current level. Meanwhile, in the monitoring station's observation center, Others' void remains projection suddenly appeared before the complex array of surveillance monitors. Silver light traversed the dense array of monitors, each displaying a different area within the observation station. When the shadow flashed past Ron's resting area, the old professor keenly sensed the anomaly. Such spiritual waves. Others' projection trembled slightly, silver eyes revealing a wary expression. Was a disturbance of energy from a very high dimension, with an evident transboundary characteristic. In his millennia-long life journey, he only felt this sense of oppression when facing certain high-ranking entities. He was about to activate the observation station's emergency intervention system to forcibly sever any possible external connections. But in the next moment, a mysterious message seeped into his consciousness like flowing water. It was not a sound, nor an image, but a pure stream of information acting directly upon the soul. The old professor's expression shifted from wary to surprised, then to a certain understanding. Others murmured softly, the spectral image trembling slightly. It seems that some beings have taken more interest in this child than I imagined. He slowly put away the intervention program he was about to activate, choosing to watch and wait. In his long life, few things made him so cautious, but the source of this message, even a great wizard like him, must show due respect. On the other side, Ron's consciousness was once again pulled into that familiar yet bizarre space. But this time, the experience was completely different from the past. The iconic floating islands of Fairyland loomed in and out of sight like a distant play viewed through a thick fog. The originally clear and strange scenery became blurred, as if affected by some kind of interference signal. The islands with breathing skins could now only be seen as vague outlines, the once brilliant iridescent light now reduced to a few dim shades. Even the unsettling liveliness in the air was replaced by a heavy oppression. The voice of the King of Illusions came intermittently, like a communication device with a poor signal. Your progress is impressive. The voice still carried a majesty beyond time and space, but was obviously more labored than before. Each syllable seemed to combat some interference, barely reaching Ron's consciousness. I'm sorry. The special environment of the abyssal observation station has interfered with my projection. The image of the King of Illusions was sometimes clear, sometimes blurred like a cracked mirror reflection. The void remains anchor network there, and the monitoring array of the crystal tower are both suppressing external, spirit projection. Ron struggled to concentrate, trying to hear the other's words clearly. What are you trying to say? Do you have something important to tell me? For the King of Illusions to contact him at the risk of interference from the station's protective system, there must be an extremely important purpose. Your virtual world. Research. I've always been watching. The King of Illusions' image strained to gather, and the surrounding space began to show some vague scenes. It was the scene from Ron's laboratory, where his adaptive chaos simulation device was operating, and complex neural networks flickered with the light of life. If you could, publish your papers in core journals, there might be unexpected rewards. This suggestion made Ron raise his eyebrows slightly. With his current research achievements, he indeed had the potential to publish in top-tier journals. But for the King of Illusions to specifically mention this, there must be deeper considerations. Do you mean to gain more resources and support through academic reputation? The voice of the King of Illusions carried a certain profound meaning. A true wizard always expands their influence through the dissemination of knowledge. When your theory is accepted by enough people, it becomes part of your power. The surrounding scene began to change. In countless laboratories, different wizards were conducting their research and writing books. Each successful case would in turn strengthen the truth of the original theory. This wasn't simple technology dissemination, but a deeper process of reality shaping. Knowledge changes reality. Ron thoughtfully repeated this concept. When enough people recognize and practice a theory, it can be propelled by some higher dimensional force. Exactly so, and your current research stands at such a critical point. Despite the intermittent communication, the next message from the King of Illusions still made Ron's heart race. The true bloodline studies inheritance of Lance, I can give to you. The surrounding space suddenly manifested into a grand library scene. Countless ancient tomes floated in the air, each emitting a dangerous yet alluring glow. An entire row of bookshelves was marked with the inimitable cyclic mark of Lance Hyvet. And my own secret technique. Virtual and real transformation. Contract reversal. More bookshelves appeared, filled with tomes that seemed extremely dangerous just by their appearance. The covers of these books were not static, but constantly changing shape and color, as if the knowledge within was actively seeking a suitable reader. Ron could extract basic information from the images, deliberately displayed by the other party. Virtual and real transformation, the ultimate art of switching between material and illusionary forms. Contract reversal, a type of forbidden magic that can reverse the effects of any harmful contract on the caster. The chimera bloodline in you originates from the divine era. In my kingdom, we also preserve a complete sample. The final promise made Ron catch his breath. In the image, a gigantic bloodline sample library appeared before his eyes. Numerous crystal containers were neatly arranged, each preserving the bloodline essence of different creatures. Among them, one container held blood emitting a variety of radiant colors, embodying the grandeur and fearfulness of primeval creation. Just by watching, Ron felt a strong yearning stemming from the source of life itself. Each promise was immensely tempting, especially the part about the Chimera bloodline. Ron was well aware that, with his current abilities, obtaining a divine-era bloodline sample was nearly impossible. Such rare samples were typically controlled by the Court of Truth and would not easily circulate outside. Yet at the same time, he maintained the necessary vigilance. As a rational researcher, he knew there is no such thing as a free lunch. Behind each promise from the King of Illusions, there was bound to be an equivalent cost. "What do you need me to do?" Ron asked directly, his gaze free from greed, focusing only on calm assessment. "At your level, these things might not mean much to you, but to me they are priceless treasures. You surely wouldn't offer this kind of help without reason." The King of Illusions let out a faint laugh, the laughter imbued with appreciation for Ron's rational attitude. "Smart child, I merely wish for you to continue down the right path." The right path? Ron keenly captured this key term. Are you referring to the research on virtual reality technology or something else? You've already seen, through the astrological ceremony, those rectified civilizations. The voice of the King of Illusions became deeper. Every timeline has its inherent developmental trajectory, yet there's always the possibility of deviation. The surrounding space began to reveal more complex visuals. Ron saw countless trajectories resembling rays of light. They all started from the same point, then diverged, converged, and broke at different nodes. Each trajectory represented a possible developmental path, most of which ended in some catastrophic conclusion. Cassandra's conquest route, the conservative strategy of the traditionalists, and some other radical attempts. In the images, a few particularly bright trajectories were highlighted, each radiating light of different colors. Each has its own value, but all contain fatal flaws. And I see in you a different possibility. The image of the King of Illusions struggled to stabilize, eyes flickering with a profound expectation. A path neither blindly conquering, nor passively conservative. A truly sustainable developmental path. To these grand promises, Ron expressed outward anticipation while cautiously considering their true intentions in his heart. An existence of this level would surely have deeper interests beyond mere favor for a junior. Nevertheless, the other's suggestions and resources held great value, warranting serious consideration. Regarding my bloodline development direction. Following the other's lead, he seized the opportunity to pose his most pressing question. Do you have any suggestions on enhancing the Sun Flame Dragon bloodline, and for the second head selection of the Chimera bloodline? This was the key decision he currently faced. Further strengthening the Sun Flame Dragon bloodline undoubtedly required specific rare samples and higher modulation skills, while choosing the second head of the Chimera bloodline was fundamental to his future bloodline development direction. When faced with Ron's inquiry about bloodline choice, the King of Illusions did not provide a direct answer, but instead offered a more valuable suggestion. Since you have become an astrologer, many doubts can be resolved through divination. This was an enlightening moment for Ron. He had been relying on external information sources, neglecting the occupational benefits he had just gained. The divination ability of an astrologer provided a high accuracy for matters concerning himself. Regarding personal matters, divination results are clearer. There's no need to worry about the motives of the information source. The reminder from the King of Illusions also made Ron realize an important blind spot. External suggestions always carried the provider's subjective tint, whereas divination-derived information was relatively more objective and pure. Thank you for your reminder. Ron gave a high evaluation of the value of this suggestion. I do indeed need to rely more on my own abilities, rather than always seeking external guidance. No need to thank me. I have my own calculations too. The voice of the King of Illusions became more profound, and the surrounding space began to display some unsettling scenes. Furthermore, I truly see hope in you, hope for the continuation of this timeline. In the images appeared countless shattered worlds, each once the cradle of a thriving civilization. Now only ruins and silence remained. Midst these scenes of destruction, Only a few bright spots still flickered with the light of life, like candles in the dark. Most timelines eventually lead to destruction. The voice of the King of Illusions carries a deep exhaustion. I have witnessed too many rises and falls, too many shattered hopes. But you. The scene shifts to Ron himself, whose image stands out brightly amidst countless fragments of broken worlds. There is something about you, a quality, a possibility to break the predetermined path. The frequency with which images and scenes around him are disturbed becomes more frequent, and Ron feels his consciousness nearing a return to chaos. This is a sign that the dream is about to end. Yet at this moment, the King of Illusions throws out another crucial piece of information to him. In wizard history, every change of eras has been due to the birth of a King of Eras. This word strikes Ron's soul like thunder, King of Eras. What does that signify? Ancestors, creator, apocalypse, end of death. They were all kings of eras in their respective epochs. Suddenly, the surrounding space reveals a grand and terrifying scene. 4 gigantic figures stand in different corners of the universe, each radiating a greatness beyond comprehension. They are not ordinary rulers, but some more essential existence, ultimately becoming the cornerstone of maintaining the universe balance. In the scene, the 4 figures gradually integrate into the basic structure of the universe, becoming embodiments of concepts like time, creation, life, death, etc. This information hits Ron's consciousness like a heavy hammer. King of Eras, 4 cornerstones, that means. Remember, truly wanting to transcend everything cannot rely solely on plunder. More important are spreading, exchanging, and passing down. With this profound statement, the dream begins to collapse. Those floating islands dissipate like bubbles, and the image of the King of Illusions gradually blurs. Yet his final words clearly penetrate Ron's deep consciousness. When you're ready to accept this burden, I will provide the necessary support for you. But remember, becoming the King of Eras means you will no longer belong to yourself. The morning light from Abyssal Observation Station never feels warm. Through those specially reinforced glass windows, the projected light carries an eerie red-purple tint, a distorted spectrum produced by the friction between the abyssal aura and the atmosphere. This light striking the skin creates a subtle tingling sensation, as if countless tiny tendrils are softly caressing the blood vessels. When Ron awakens from deep sleep, he finds that the day is already bright. The light streaming through reinforced glass windows cast mottled shadows on the laboratory floor. The environmental control system inside the sleep pod is trying its best to adjust the temperature and humidity to provide him with the most comfortable setting. But at this moment, his heart churns like a storm. King of Eras, transcending all, no longer belonging to oneself. These concepts repeatedly echo in his mind, each holding profound implications. If this claim is true, Ron slowly sits up, his eyes sparkling with complex expressions. Then the path I'm on now ultimately leads not to personal strength, but to some heavier responsibility. He recalls the destructive scenes seen in the astrology ceremony, remembers the cold corrections of the anomaly catcher, thinks of numerous broken civilizations. If there's truly something that can break this cycle, perhaps it's the King of Eras, as mentioned by the King of Illusions. But what does that entail? Giving up personal freedom, shouldering the weight of entire civilization and universe. Must a savior sacrifice everything? Well then, whoever wants such a savior can have it. Let's not consider such distant matters. Ron forces himself back to the reality layer. The urgent task is to enhance strength, perfect research, and conduct divination. He remembers the advice from the King of Illusions. Indeed, as an astrologer, many of the issues that trouble him can be answered through divination. Especially regarding the choices for the development of his own lineage, the divination results can be more reliable than any external advice. Master, you're finally awake. Aylan's voice comes from the other end of the laboratory, carrying an undisguised relief. Her emerald green branches gently swaying, those leaves with small dew droplets condensed. That is the special fluid she secretes when worried. You slept for 10 hours and 37 minutes. The tree spirit reports with extreme precision, as is her habit, always recording every detail. Your breathing rate was a bit unstable during mid-sleep. I'm worried it might be some pollution aftereffect. Her voice carries undisguised concern. Seeing Ron's prolonged intense research and irregular routine fills the tree spirit's deep heart with worry. Nearby, Dale also heard the commotion, her silver hair floating like seaweed in the water. When she transforms into human form and steps out of the pool, the water droplets don't drip, but instead form a thin protective film on her skin. Her golden eyes full of anticipation and caution. Did my lullaby have an effect? After conversing with Alan last night, she used her natural sea siren voice to sing a lullaby for Ron throughout the night. The melodies carry the ocean's deep tranquility, soothing even the most restless soul. Ron looks at his two concerned companions before him, and warmth surges in his heart. He reaches out to gently stroke Dale's silver hair. Feeling its silky smooth touch, indeed, I slept very deeply this time. He rarely showed a sincere smile, thanks to your care. Dale felt the warmth of the master's palm, and her heartbeat involuntarily accelerated. This gentle touch almost made her melt. She quietly moved closer, almost pressing against Ron, longing for more intimate contact. But Ron quickly realized the impropriety of this intimacy. Without leaving a trace, he withdrew his hand and gently pushed the sea demon girl away, his actions gentle yet firm. Dale's eyes flashed with a trace of disappointment, but it was quickly concealed. She understood that the master's care for her was pure, without any other color. This realization made her heart both sweet and bitter, like tasting a cup of bitter medicine with honey. Alan sensed the subtle change between the two but wisely said nothing. She quietly prepared breakfast, her verdant branches skillfully manipulating various utensils and ingredients. The breakfast was rich and exquisite, including fresh vegetables, nutrient-rich magical beef stew, and Dale's favorite seaweed pastry. Each item exuded an enticing aroma, showcasing Alan's talent in cooking. "Do you have any plans for today?" Dale inquired, pretending to nibble on the food with small bites. The pretense of being a little adult, combined with her delicate face, made her look particularly adorable. This contrast made Alan cover her mouth and chuckle, her eyes full of affection. "I plan to perform a divination." Ron pondered the insights gained from his dream last night. "You both just continue your ability practice and laboratory routine maintenance. Don't mind me." The new astrologer profession brought various bonuses and synergistic effects. He needed time to familiarize himself with these new abilities, especially the skilled-level astrology skills and the specific ways to use them combined with the prophecy star traits. Just then, the magic communication device suddenly rang, interrupting the cozy breakfast. It was an urgent and piercing ringtone, clearly indicating the caller's emergency situation. The communication crystal projected Elliot's face, and he looked somewhat anxious. His golden curls were a bit messy, and the blue eyes that usually radiated confidence were now filled with urgency, clearly showing that the contact was made in haste. "Ron, sorry for disturbing you, but there's some important news I must tell you immediately." Elliot's voice carried obvious urgency, even forgetting the usual pleasantries. "The detailed rules of the new star plan have been announced, and the situation is much more intense than we imagined." "Care to elaborate?" Ron put down his utensils, his expression becoming serious. He activated the hermit's knowledge, keenly capturing every subtle change in Elliot's expression. "There are a total of 100 slots, with rankings updated yearly." Elliot brought up a detailed data projection, which was a complex three-dimensional chart, and the scoring system is far more complicated than imagined. The scoring criteria displayed in the projection were dizzying: academic achievements 40%, including paper publication, technological innovation, theoretical breakthroughs, etc. Combat ability 25%, abyssal exploration record, combat performance, survival ability, etc. Influence 20%, reputation in academia, disciple cultivation, social contribution, etc. Potential evaluation 15%, age, talent, growth speed, etc. Most importantly, Elliot's voice became more excited, a fiery desire burning in his eyes. The reward mechanism goes beyond imagination. He began to detail the reward system of the new star plan, each item enough to excite any wizard. Those maintaining their slots receive basic rewards, including monthly resource allocation, special access to the central library, monthly guidance from an associate professor-level master, and so on. The top 10 receive special rewards, including access to ancient texts, priority procurement rights for rare materials, independent laboratory usage rights, etc. The most important thing is, Elliot's voice trembled, clearly shaken by the upcoming content. Maintaining the top 3 positions consecutively for 10 years gains you a treasure from the Crown Clan, and a continuous position for 30 years grants a complete coordinate of a resource dimension. With his actions, The communication crystal began projecting a real image of the treasury being revealed. But it wasn't any luxurious showroom, rather an underground space filled with an eerie atmosphere. The walls were made of some living stone that wriggled autonomously, embedded with hundreds of transparent containers. Each container floated with different collections, a still beating heart surrounded by the vortex of time. Each beat subtly twisting the surrounding space-time. Dozens of crystal bottles filled with unknown fluids, containing unnameable organs that squirmed slowly in the nutrient solution, seemingly retaining some primal vitality. Rows of ancient parchment scrolls, recording the knowledge of lost civilizations, yet those texts actively reassemble when observed, as if possessing their own consciousness. The top 3 from 10 years ago can choose anyone. Item from these collections. Elliot's voice was very low, as if he was speaking of some forbidden secret, including that, a complete resource dimension coordinate. The projection suddenly switched, showing a world floating in the void. The surface of that world was covered with a dazzling crystal forest, with countless rare minerals hidden underground and pure magic clouds floating in the sky. This was a virgin world untouched by any force, a complete resource dimension. Ron repeated softly, his eyes full of deep contemplation. It meant independently developing the resources of a world, meant having the foundation to establish an independent force. The allure of such a reward would drive any ambitious wizard crazy. What's the current ranking situation? Ron asked as he activated his newly acquired divination ability. Tempting to perceive future possibilities, Elliot brought up the latest ranking table, his expression becoming exceptionally serious. You're currently still in the second seat, but the situation is not optimistic. The score gap is rapidly narrowing and... He paused, his voice tinged with concern. All the major clans are starting to get serious, and those geniuses who were in seclusion are appearing one after another. The projection showed a series of detailed data. Current third seed. Pied, Blood Moon Clan spiritual power. Near 6th scale, reached the critical value of Morning Star level. Possibly possessing Tier 1 talent. Bloodline control forcibly controls creatures with lower bloodline levels than hers, meditation technique traits. Bloodline reconstruction temporarily acquires the abilities of controlled creatures, recent achievements. Successfully tamed a moon-level mighty blood demon in the Abyss 5th layer. The scene depicted was a disturbing one. A tall black-haired woman appeared in the projection, her skin as pale as porcelain, and her eyes a strange dark red, like coagulated blood clots. Beside her, several blood demons of various shapes waited quietly. These abyssal creatures that should have been extremely frenzied were now as tame as trained pets. The largest one stood over 5 meters tall, its entire body covered with pulsating veins, each heartbeat causing the surrounding air to tremble. Spiritual power nearing 6th scale, almost reaching the threshold of the moon level. Elliot's voice carried deep apprehension, but what's truly terrifying is her Tier 1 special talent bloodline control. Any creature with a lower bloodline level than hers would involuntarily submit to her. The screen starts to play a battle record. Pemia faces an onslaught of mutant werewolves without even moving her feet. She merely lifts her right hand slightly. The originally vicious abyssal creatures instantly stop attacking and start to fight amongst themselves until only the strongest one remains. The final victor slowly approaches her and bows its head, as if in devout pilgrimage. More terrifying is her meditation technique trait, bloodline restructuring, which perfectly complements her special talent. Elliot continues to explain. Pemia can temporarily acquire all the abilities of the creatures she controls. Imagine a wizard capable of simultaneously possessing the regenerative ability of a blood demon, the agility of a werewolf, and the toxin of an abyssal spider queen. The second projection shows a handsome young man standing in a laboratory. Current 4th seat Oscar Adelaide, Elemental Garden, spiritual power. Approximately 5.7 scale, possibly possessing Iral's second-tier talents. Elemental domination, magic amplification, element creation recent achievements. Created 2 brand new composite elements, published 2 groundbreaking papers in the secondary journal The Minuscule Voice of Elements. Oscar's spiritual power has reached 5.7, also fairly close to moon level. Around the handsome young man floats several colorful elemental spheres. But these are not simple fire, water, wind, earth elements. They are some unseen composites. In one sphere, flames and frost are perfectly fused. creating an element paradoxically both scorching and icy. In another sphere, light and darkness entwine, forming an eerie energy capable of healing and corroding simultaneously. Oscar's ability in elemental control has surpassed traditional understanding. Elliot speaks with awe. He can not only dominate the four basic elements, but also create entirely new types of elements. More terrifying, his magic potency is 2 to 3 times that of wizards of the same level. The screen shows Oscar releasing an elemental missile, which divides and transforms during flight, eventually decompiling into dozens of attacks with different attributes, some carrying extreme cold frost, some containing corrosive toxins, some with distortion effects. Elliot continues to introduce other threatening competitors. Fifth seat Eugene Leonard, Tower of Vibration, Spiritual Power. Approximately 5.6 scale, possessing top second-tier talent. Mechanical fusion, can perfectly merge with magic devices, gaining all their functions, recent achievements. Created autonomous combat magic tools, individual strength approaching Morning Star level, dramatically enhancing team combat power. A middle-aged man, with half of his body mechanized, appears in the projection, his right arm entirely made of precise gears and crystals. More bizarrely, those mechanical components seem to operate autonomously, as if they have life. Eugene's mechanical fusion makes him nearly half an immortal. Elliot speaks in an awe-filled tone. He can transfer consciousness to specially constructed mechanical carriers, reviving swiftly even if his body is destroyed. Moreover, the magic tools he creates have very high intelligence, far beyond simple programming. 32nd seat Chloe Star Voice, Astrology Association, Spiritual Power. Approximately 5.2 scale, special talent. Born blind, but gained unprecedented inspiration and prophetic abilities. Recent achievements. At the Western Abyssal Observation Station, she has accurately foretold 13 disaster events and 2 apostle hunts, saving the lives of over 100 explorers. A young girl in a white dress, eyes wrapped, appears in the projection. Though blind, she is surrounded by countless starlights guiding her way. Chloe, though blind, possesses an almost frightening prophetic ability. Elliot lowers his voice. It's said she can see branches of possible futures, even predict others' actions. Due to her relatively humble origins and later start, her cultivation accumulation lags slightly, so she temporarily sits in the 32nd seat, but her potential surpasses several ahead of her. There are other emerging geniuses, but for now, these are your greatest threats, with the highest rising star being Apemia, believed to have greater potential than you. Moreover, you haven't produced new research outcomes recently. Your evaluation scores are on the verge of being caught up by others. Elliot frankly points out the problem, his voice tinged with worry. Though your previous success with mobile simulation devices and other papers earned you plenty of scores, others are advancing quickly too. This news furrows Ron's brow slightly. Lately, he has indeed been focused on his research, neglecting to showcase academic achievements. Elliot's tone becomes more grave, with a scenic view of the central lands projected through the communication crystal. Recently, the central lands have been a whirlwind of major events. He begins listing significant recent occurrences. Within the school alliance, public differences arise. The struggle between traditional and conquest factions is no longer veiled, with sides becoming explicitly drawn. 7 small schools declare allegiance to the conquest faction, gaining substantial resource support, causing power to swell rapidly. The 8th layer of the abyss revealed new ancient ruins, ordered to hold the heritage of an ancient witch king. Interworld conquest achieved a major breakthrough, with 3 new worlds fully occupied, bringing back an abundance of precious resources. You are relatively isolated at the observation station, not very informed about these developments. Elliot reminds, his eyes full of concern. But many events might affect the scoring criteria of the new star plan. Once the conquest faction gains the upper hand, the weight of practical combat ability in scoring might increase. Facing such a severe situation, Ron did not show the slightest panic but instead flashed a confident smile. The kind of smile carried unfathomable wisdom, sparking an inexplicable sense of anticipation in Elliot's heart. "Thank you for the information, Elliot." Ron nodded to his friend, who provided him with many key pieces of intelligence. "These insights are valuable to me, especially the detailed information about other competitors. Do you have any plans?" Elliot asked curiously, knowing his friend's character. This confidence was not without reason. I indeed have a research breakthrough coming soon, Ron said mysteriously with strong conviction in his voice. The specifics are confidential for now, but I am quite confident in my results. He paused, showing a profound look in his eyes. When I return to the Central Lands next month, I will unveil these results. By then, the ranking issue will naturally resolve. Elliot sighed helplessly, not knowing what more he could say. However, his friend always managed to set records, leaving peers far behind, and perhaps this time would be no exception. Then I shall wait with anticipation. The blonde youth's voice carried expectation, but be careful, especially with Uphemia. The Blood Moon clan has been quite active lately, seemingly preparing for some major event. After the communication ended, Ron fell into contemplation. The competition of the new star plan was indeed intense, but it also offered a perfect chance to showcase his research findings. The information about these competitors also gave him a clearer recognition of the current young wizards in the wizard world. Dale looked at Ron, who was contemplating by the window, with an inexplicable unease in her heart. She could feel the increasingly intense sense of estrangement in him, as if he was ascending to a height unreachable by her. This realization made her feel both proud and frightened, proud to witness his rise but fearful that she might never truly understand his world. Outside the window, the main structure of the observation station stood silently in the dim sky. The complex architectural clusters pulsated slowly in the dark like organs of some creature. The distant outline of the abyss loomed, constantly reminding everyone that they stood on the boundary between reality and chaos. Ron stared at the abyss of darkness, a thousand thoughts running through his mind. No matter how the future unfolds or whether he becomes the king of eras, he must continue forward, because stagnation means death, while at least moving forward holds hope. Seventh floor of the abyss, the deepest part of the soul abyss. The space itself here was a form of blasphemy. 13 thrones arranged in the shape of a giant eye's pupil, each formed from countless imprisoned souls. The once wise beings now became the flesh components of these seats. Their faces occasionally emerged on the throne surfaces, issuing silent screams before being dragged back into the depths of flesh. The ground between the thrones was covered with twitching bony tiles, each carved from the skulls of different rulers. They perpetually opened and closed their jaws, producing fine chewing noises, as if savoring their last fears. Today's central gray vortex was particularly agitated, resonating the horror symphony composed from the dying cries of countless nations. Occasionally, fragments of scenes flashed from the depths of the vortex. Burning cities, twisted skies, despairing faces. Those lives, final moments, desperately struggling during annihilation. At this moment, each throne bore a nauseating figure upon it. On the first throne sat Void Spider Mags, its body resembling constantly shifting black threads, vaguely revealing countless faces from different races. The mask it wore emitted spiritual waves that penetrated deeply into the consciousness of other existences. Another gathering like this. Mag's voice carried a skin-crawling stickiness, as if countless tiny tendrils crawled through the listener's mind. I really begin to doubt whether we, these high apostles, can do anything meaningful other than complain and roar at each other here. The second throne remained empty, that was dragon-headed fiend Chai-Yi's spot. On the third throne, invisible mist, NASA's nebula-like body rotated slowly. Numerous eyes within it each stared in different directions, some observing the present, some peeking into the past, while others trying to gain insight into the future. Its voice sounded like an electromagnetic storm from the depths of the universe. Mags, what you're saying is indeed quite true. We indeed resemble a group of tigers kept within cages. Besides roaring at each other, there's nothing else we can do. Corrosion monster, Agasa on the sixth throne let out a sharp laugh. This enormous monster was now baring its chest, revealing a heart writhing within. Ha ha ha. At least we can still chat, can't we? Think of those wastes who have even lost their consciousness. We count ourselves lucky. She lightly caressed the armrest of her throne, where instantly large patches of mold grew. Moreover, Cassandra's mad conquest venture has provided us with quite a bit of fresh corrosion material, hasn't it? The remnants of civilizations destroyed by her ultimately flow into our domain anyways. The original sin many-faced beast, Malachi on the seventh throne let out a deep roar. His form was extremely twisted, with 7 heads from different races growing on a malformed torso. each head representing a primal negative emotion. At the moment, it was the central human head speaking, its eye sockets burning with the green flames of envy. Resources. Agatha, you speak so lightly. Which of those truly valuable spoils have ended up in our hands? The other heads on his body started to chime in. The beastman head roared, we can only drink her leftovers. The elf head said sinisterly, that woman kept the best for herself. The dragon race head spewed sulfur flames. I wish I could tear her to pieces. Other supreme apostles also displayed unsettling forms on their own thrones. Nocturne, the twisted sage on the 9th throne, looked most humanoid. But upon closer inspection, every part of his body followed different physical laws. His left arm bent forward, his right arm backward, his head sometimes upright, sometimes upside down. Bradish, the flesh sculpture on the 12th throne, was a constantly shape-shifting mass of flesh, tentacles dancing like sea anemones, leaving scarlet trails in the air with each movement. Besides that, there were the monarch of Bone Mountain Kalizak, the liquid demon Miraz, the mother of swarms Shivana. As the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, a deafening roar descended from the sky. A bunch of goddamn cowards. The rough roar shattered the tranquility of the entire space. In the next moment, a colossal figure fell from the void like a meteor, crashing directly onto the 2nd throne. The immense impact caused the whole throne area to tremble violently, and the souls that formed the throne emitted pitiful wails. Splattered flesh fragments scattered like raindrops, sizzling with corrosive sounds on the bone-like floor. The terrifying form of Chai Yi, the dragon demon, fully unfolded before the apostles. 3 ferocious dragon heads arranged in a triangular pattern, each exuding a different pressure. The left dragon head's eyes burned with furious red. Flames. Between its fangs lingered fragments of unknown creatures. The central dragon head was indifferent and merciless, dignified like an ancient statue. The right dragon head bore sadistic pleasure, its tongue constantly licking the corners of its mouth. Its enormous body emitted a suffocating bloody scent, as if it had just emerged from a mountain of corpses. Wounds covered its body, with golden blood flowing like lava, each drop corroding deep pits on the ground. I just returned from the 4th layer. Chai Yi's left dragon head spoke, its voice booming like thunder. Do you know what I saw there? A bunch of damned wizards excavating ancient relics. The central dragon head took over, its tone terrifyingly somber, and we so-called supreme apostles can only hide in the depths of the abyss, not daring to make a peep. The right dragon head erupted in insane laughter. Ha ha ha. A dozen weaklings poked to death by the Witch King's fingertip, dare to sit on thrones and call themselves supreme apostles. Probably can't even beat ordinary great wizards. I alone can take on 3 of you. This statement was like a bomb, instantly igniting the fury of all present apostles. Malachi's 7 heads simultaneously roared in rage, each head's eyes spewing flames of different colors. Chai Yi, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you're ranked 2nd. 3 heads been blasted by the exterminating beam of a great wizard. You bastard born to a n% asterisk end. Agatha's rotting face twisted into a horrifying expression. A large amount of green pus flowing from the hole in her chest. Chai Yi, did your big lizard brain get stuck between sound waves? Chai Yi looked at these angry colleagues, all 3 dragon heads revealing mocking smiles. It stood up, its 6 wings spread wide, casting a vast shadow over the entire throne area. Space started to warp under its pressure, emitting groaning sounds overwhelmed by the strain. I said you probably couldn't beat even ordinary great wizards, wasn't wrong there. The central dragon head's voice turned even more frenzied. A bunch of losers hiding in their nests playing house, dare to challenge me. Just as the words landed, Chai Yi's left arm swung like lightning toward the nearest Agatha. This punch carried terrifying power enough to shatter stars, tearing space like paper and revealing the chaotic void beneath. Agatha barely raised her arms to defend, but the massive impact still blasted her and the throne away. Her body, composed of decaying organs, shattered in the collision. Green pus rained down, each drop carrying strong corrosive properties. Chai Yi, you damned lunatic. Malachi's 7 heads roared simultaneously, rage driving him to madness. 7 different attributes of energy surged from each head: flames, frost, venom, lightning, acidic fog, shadow, and pure spirit shock. But Chai Yi's reaction was faster. The right dragon head suddenly turned toward Malachi, opening its enormous mouth. A pure white energy beam shot from the dragon mouth, a force of destruction compressed to the extreme. Where the beam passed, matter was annihilated, even the flow of time twisted. Malachi's seven-pronged attack melted away before the light. Beam like candles under the blazing sun, vanishing instantly. The light beam continued forward, piercing directly through Malachi's chest, leaving an unfathomable void behind him. Malachi let out a heart-wrenching scream, his 7 heads twisted in extreme agony. The massive wound in his chest was rapidly rotting and spreading at a visible pace. Bradish joined the battle as well, countless fleshy tentacles winding towards Chai-Yi's limbs like an octopus. These tentacles compressed the resentments of millions of lives, each one possessing its own consciousness and malice. "Is that all you've got?" Chai-Yi sneered disdainfully, flapping all 6 wings simultaneously. The sharp wing blades sliced through the air, leaving 6 pitch-black fissures. These fissures, as sharp as blades, instantly severed most of the tentacles. The severed tentacles writhed frantically on the ground, ejecting thick black liquid from their severed ends. This liquid had a strong erosive nature, not only corroding matter but also contaminating the spirit. But Chai-Yi didn't care at all, its 6 arms spinning like a meat grinder, instantly pulverizing any flesh that came close. Even more terrifying, each attack fueled its desire to fight, letting its power continuously climb. The scale of the battle kept expanding. Malachi, enduring the sharp pain in his chest, summoned his legion of original sin. Countless twisted figures surged from the void, once tortured to death, now mere aggregates of pure malice. Agatha fully unfolded her domain of corrosion, everything within sight beginning to rot rapidly. Bradish expanded his fleshy body infinitely, trying to use sheer numbers to suppress Chai-Yi. Its body split into millions of independent units, each with different attack methods and skills. The entire soul abyss trembled in this battle. Chai-Yi's every attack could tear space, leaving permanent scars in the void. Retaliation from the Supreme Apostles was equally terrifying, their reality-warping abilities turning the entire area into a nightmare battleground. If this battle occurred in the main world, the shockwaves would obliterate star systems within several light years. Even small stars would be annihilated into dust under such power impacts. But the result of the battle was beyond doubt. Chai-Yi's combat style was extremely frenzied yet exquisite. It didn't solely rely on brute force, instead perfectly combining absolute power with honed skills. The 3 dragon heads acted independently, able to handle enemies from multiple directions, coordinating seamlessly. 6 arms spun in harmony, combining offense and defense, forming an impeccable combat system. Each flap of the 6 wings summoned space storms, neutralizing enemy attacks effortlessly. Even more frightening was Chai-Yi's regeneration ability. Even when hit by enemy attacks, its wounds would heal instantly, and each injury would kindle an even stronger fighting spirit. "You dare challenge me with such paltry skills?" Chai-Yi's left dragon head bit one of Malachi's heads, twisting forcefully. Tearing it off instantly, golden dragon blood mixed with the green blood of the apostle, forming a bizarre spiral pattern in the air. The central dragon head simultaneously punched Agatha in the chest. The body of the corrosion mother was blasted away like a cannonball, leaving a green trail in the void. The right dragon head opened its massive jaws, directly devouring most of Bradish's body. The flesh sculpture let out a wail of despair, the few remaining tentacles struggling madly but unable to break free from the dragon's grip. The battle went on for an unknown duration. Yet Chai-Yi's advantage became more apparent. Though riddled with injuries, its left dragon head was mostly corroded by Malachi's venom. 2 of the 6 wings were dissolved by Agatha's corrosive powers, and its body bore wounds from Bradish's flesh attacks. Yet these wounds only made it more frenzied. Meanwhile, its opponents were nearing collapse. Malachi had 3 of his 7 heads torn off, the remaining heads barely clinging to life. Agatha's body's degree of rot was exponentially worse than usual, seemingly on the verge of complete disintegration. Bradish was left with less than a third of his flesh, barely managing a feeble struggle. Mage finally had enough, intervening to stop the now uncontrollable internal conflict. Numerous black threads erupted from his body, instantly filling the entire battlefield. The threads seemed delicate, but the power they contained was terrifyingly strong. Even Chai-Yi couldn't escape this binding. The threads not only restricted the body, but directly anchored on a deeper level. "It's always like this, Chai-Yi." Mage's voice carried an obvious tone of fatigue and helplessness. "Can't you stay calm for a moment? We're already miserable as prisoners. Must we slaughter each other?" Chai saw his boss step forward and wisely stepped back. He never intended to kill his colleagues with these simple means. He just needed a fight to vent the accumulated violence within. The form of Chai's existence dictates that he must resort to violence and gore to maintain his sanity. If he doesn't engage in intense battles for a long time, his consciousness will gradually be devoured by the chaos of the abyss, ultimately transforming into a beast that knows only slaughter. Exhilarating. Chai laughed heartily and sat back on his throne, completely ignoring the wounds on his body that were still bleeding. These injuries were healing at a visibly rapid pace, the broken dragon head regrowing and the torn wings reconsolidating. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was restored completely, even appearing stronger and more majestic than before the battle. The recovery speed of the other Supreme Apostles wasn't slow either. As beings close to the level of the Witch King, this degree of injury, while painful, was far from fatal. But the psychological trauma was not as easily healed. The anger and resentment from being publicly humiliated by Chai gnawed at their pride like a venomous snake. Especially for Malaki, the flames in his 7 heads burned more fiercely, as if it wanted to incinerate his entire soul to ashes. "Can we calmly discuss business now?" Mag's tone regained its dignity, the 9-eyed mask shimmering eerily in the darkness. "Regarding Cassandra's plan for interdimensional conquest and how we can get a share of it." At the mention of this topic, all the Supreme Apostles' expressions became complicated. Desire, jealousy, anger, helplessness, various emotions alternated on their twisted faces. In the end, we're still too weak. Sulak, who had just restored his form, said bitterly. Clearly possessing the power to destroy planets, yet unable to linger long in the forefront layers of the abyss. This kind of limitation is simply the greatest irony for us. This is the fundamental paradox facing the abyss awaken. The stronger the abyssal power gained, the deeper the dependency on the abyssal atmosphere. The deeper the dependency, the more severe the constraints. Ordinary abyss awakened can still operate in the main world, but at apostle level. They're mostly permanently trapped in the abyss, and Supreme Apostles can't even stay long in the shallow regions of the abyss, forced to operate in the depths below the 6th layer of the abyss. This limitation isn't just physical, but also rule-based. Once far from the core region of the abyss, their power declines rapidly, possibly causing them to fall into a dormant state due to insufficient energy. Walking this path, power is indeed gained, but freedom is utterly lost. Veladra's voice was filled with profound regret. "We're like beasts caged, forced to watch the outside world hopelessly, unable to reach it." "What's the use of saying this now?" Bradish roared angrily. "We've reached the point of no return. All we can do is find a way to break through these constraints." "Break through?" Chai sneered with laughter. "You think no one has tried? You all know what happened to them. All those predecessors who tried to break the constraints of the abyss fell into eternal slumber, their consciousness completely devoured by the abyss, losing even basic thinking capabilities, becoming true walking corpses. But there is still some way." Mag's words focused the attention of all apostles. "If we can't personally leave the abyss, let others act for us. Gain external resources and intelligence through agents." "Agents?" Mira nodded thoughtfully. "You mean targets like Ron Ralph? But wasn't the last plan a failure?" Mentioning this name, several Supreme Apostles began ridiculing Mag's previous failure. "Haha, remember the plan with the chaotic spirit monster? A seemingly flawless trap, easily undone by that kid. And the throne seed that took so much effort to craft, never even touched anyone." Mag's perfect plan truly left a lasting impression. Facing these taunts, Mags could only admit defeat. Indeed, Ron Ralph's caution exceeded my expectations. The kid shrank into his shell after reaching the observation station, making it truly difficult to deal with him. Speaking of agents, the eyes within Nas' nebulous body began spinning uneasily. His voice full of apparent frustration. "How many times have we tried? Shadow walkers of the 2nd era, children of chaos in the 3rd era." He paused briefly, the starlight inside dimming. "Initially, they all showed great promise, possessing normal sanity, strong talent, even gaining certain status within the wizard system. But ultimately, ended up totally insane." Malaki rudely interrupted Nas, several heads showing disdainful expressions simultaneously, either exposed at the crucial moment and got eliminated, or lost control, becoming monsters that know only slaughter. I remember that child of chaos finally managed to infiltrate the upper echelons of the school alliance. On one scholarly meeting, suddenly going mad tore half the conference hall's wizards to shreds. After that incident, wizards' vigilance against abyssal infiltration increased tenfold. Karazik's bony fingers traced the throne's armrest, emitting a creaking sound. Penetrating again now is far more difficult than before. A pained human face emerged from Mira's liquid form. The fundamental problem lies in the traits of the abyssal power itself. It naturally possesses chaotic and twisted attributes, and any creature that accepts it will ultimately be eroded to madness. Even if we are extremely careful to control the output power, only providing the most basic energy amplification, reversible personality distortion will still occur over time. Shyvana's abdomen squirmed violently, with the larvae inside seemingly more active due to the mother's agitation. This is the fundamental paradox we face. Without abyssal power, agents lack sufficient ability to complete tasks. With abyssal power, agents inevitably descend into madness. Nocturne's twisted body made an abnormal movement, his head rotating 360 degrees. And even if agents manage to stay sane, they will struggle to attain high enough status in the wizard system. After all, abyssal power fundamentally conflicts with the wizard magic system. Trying to master both entirely opposing power systems is almost impossible. The entire council chamber fell into a heavy silence. This problem had troubled them for countless ages. Every attempt required massive resources and effort, but always ended in failure. Gradually, even the most optimistic supreme apostles began to doubt the feasibility of this path. But at this moment, Mage suddenly spoke, however. Recently, I've encountered a special opportunity. Its 9 eyes flashed simultaneously, emitting excited, iridescent light. An opportunity that can completely change the rules of the game. All apostles focused their attention on Mags. This opportunity comes from the King of Blood Aiden. Upon hearing this name, the apostles present showed extremely complex expressions. That half-crippled pseudo-king, Agatha's voice carried clear disdain. Hasn't he long been trapped in the chaotic blood world, unable to protect himself? And as far as I know, his power ranks the lowest among all witch kings. Even some top-level great wizards can rival him. One of Malak's human heads spoke. What can such a being offer us? Mags let out a mysterious laugh. You've only seen his weaknesses, yet overlooked his most crucial advantage. His mastery of bloodline modulation technology has reached unprecedented heights. Bloodline modulation, indeed. Mags began to elaborate. Though Aiden's strength is lacking, his techniques in bloodline fusion and transformation even surpass those of the past Selena. Especially his unique insights into how different races' bloodlines can harmoniously coexist. More importantly, he has mastered a special technology, the bloodline isolation technique. This technology can completely isolate the chaos factor within the bloodline without affecting the bloodline power. This information made all apostles' eyes light up. If such a technology truly exists, the greatest obstacle faced by the agent plan could be resolved. But, Nas cautiously asked, why would Aiden help us? With his understanding of us, he should know the risks of cooperation. Mag's laughter turned more sinister, because he needs our help. Though the chaotic blood world is his domain, even he cannot fully control its level of chaos. And we possess something he urgently needs. Malaki asked with interest, you mean mutual exploitation? Exactly. Mags nodded in confirmation. We use our respective legions and subordinates to assist him, and he provides us with bloodline isolation technology. It's a fair trade, greatly beneficial to both parties. Moreover, its voice became even more mysterious. Aiden has already used this technology to successfully create a perfect specimen. It's the blood tier Ducasmend. At this name, all apostles were shocked. Though only an ordinary apostle in the abyss, the potential and growth speed of the blood tier Duke are undeniable. It also possesses a blood race network across the main world, an ideal tool for gathering intelligence and executing tasks. Are you saying Esmond is Aiden's experiment? Shyvana asked incredulously. Karazak nodded, somewhat intrigued. If Esmond truly is a successful case, then this plan is indeed worth trying. At least it seems far more reliable than our previous crude methods. The other apostles also began to seriously ponder this proposal. After endless failures, they had learned to be cautious and rational. What is the specific cooperation plan? Mira asked. Mags unfolded a complex magic projection, displaying a spherical energy construct. We will merge portions of origin power from all Supreme Apostles to create an unprecedented throne seed. This seed will simultaneously possess all our ability traits, but processed by Aiden's bloodline isolation technology won't cause personality distortion to the carrier. The executor modulated by the King of Blood has already successfully infiltrated the wizard system. Mags began to detail this plan. This executor differs from previous crude creations. In the process of making it, we were extremely cautious to maintain its sanity and personality integrity. From the outside, it just looks like a normal genius wizard without any signs of abyssal awakening. More importantly, the King of Blood has planted a special insurance in it. This insurance not only ensures its loyalty, but can also unleash power beyond imagination at a critical moment. Chai Yi added from the side, as another master of bloodline power, he also contributed part of his strength. The talent and potential of this seed surpassed all our expectations. He has successfully entered the new star plan hosted by Cassandra and is currently ranking quite high. Upon hearing this, all the Supreme Apostles present were visibly excited. The new star plan, that's a young wizard cultivation program personally hosted by Cassandra. Those who can enter it are geniuses with immense potential. Those who can rank high within it are even more likely to become future leaders of the wizard world. If this seed can stand out in the new star plan, Sulak's voice carried a greedy desire. It will have the opportunity to access Cassandra's core secrets and even participate in the dimensional conquest plan. Indeed, Mags nodded in confirmation. Through this seed, we can establish direct contact with the vessel. Every growth, every breakthrough of hers will feed back to us. When she reaches a sufficient height, we can even influence major decisions in the main world through her. The grandeur of this plan shocked all the apostles. If successful, they will be able to break through the constraints of the abyss and achieve deep infiltration into the main world through a proxy. Not only will they share in the fruits of the dimensional conquest, but it may also completely change the power structure between the abyss and the main world. I agree. Malachi was the first to state, all 7 of his heads burning with the fire of desire. Rather than sitting here waiting to die, it's better to give it a try. Agatha nodded in confirmation, green pus gushing from the hole in her chest, showing her excitement. This is indeed our only hope at the moment. Other apostles also expressed their support. Faced with such a rare opportunity, no one was willing to be absent. Even the usually most cautious Nas was moved by the prospects of this plan. Although the risks are high, if we can indeed succeed, we can regain the freedom we lost long ago. Seeing all his colleagues express support, Mags nodded with satisfaction. Very well, let us begin the ceremony preparations now. However, I must remind everyone that this process will be long. Due to the need to fuse 13 different origin powers, the reconciliation among them will take at least a year's time. And during this period, none of us can leave here. We must fully participate in the harmonization process. Chai Yi breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this timeline. Over a year is enough time for Nari to nurture that mysterious puppet to maturity. By the time he exits seclusion, he can enjoy the fruits of others' labor. As for Nari's thoughts and feelings, they were entirely out of his concern. In Chai Yi's understanding, Nari was just a useful tool, a pawn to be discarded after use. Then let us begin. With Mag's announcement, the 13 Supreme Apostles began to arrange themselves into a complex geometric pattern around the central gray vortex. They each mobilized their internal origin power, preparing for this unprecedented fusion ceremony. Various twisted energy fluctuations began to permeate the air, each representing a different aspect of chaos. These energies repelled and attracted each other, forming a bizarre energy storm in the air. The entire soul abyss trembled under this pressure. Even the central gray vortex became more frenzied, as if responding to this unprecedented convergence of power. Ron arrived at a newly arranged area in the workshop. This was a space he specifically created for divination. The decor style distinctly different from other areas. Intricate star maps were engraved on the obsidian floor, slowly moving according to changes in the real starry sky, like some kind of living map. Ron stood alone in the depths of his personal workshop's divination room. This meticulously arranged space was completely different from other areas. The obsidian floor was engraved with intricate star maps. Those ancient runes moved slowly in accordance with changes in the real starry sky, like a living map recording the breath of the universe. The King of Illusion's suggestion, is indeed worth trying. He gently stroked the star disk on the divination platform, healing the time sediment contained within it. Many troubles can be resolved through divination, especially those related to oneself. As a newly minted astrologer, he had far above average accuracy when performing divinations related to himself. This ability not only pointed out the direction for development, but also helped to preemptively avoid potential risks. The premise, though, was his ability to correctly interpret those obscure and ambiguous prophecies. The ritual items on the divination platform were ready, but each emitted an unsettling aura. An ancient star disk borrowed from other, engraved with forbidden runes from the Second Era. These runes chronicled the painful experiences of the astrologers from that era in their interactions with higher dimensional beings, most of which did not end well. 3 star crystals that had already established a connection with him, corresponding to the Hermit Star, Scholar Star, and Observer Star, respectively. They floated quietly within specially made crystal pillars, their internal points of light moving slowly like living things, a drop of his own blood, serving as a medium connecting to the threads of destiny. The blood had coagulated in a small silver dish, its surface reflecting an unnatural dark red glow, and the true vision incense that was burning, an incense capable of dispelling false prophecy interference, though it would also attract some rather unfriendly audiences. In the corner of the room, Dale was nervously curled up at the edge of the crystal pool. "Master," her voice was as light as a feather, but the concern within it was palpable. "Your heartbeat is much faster than usual." Aelan drifted over from the depths of the workshop, her emerald branches trembling slightly in the air. As a plant life, she could keenly sense the dangerous aura contained within the divination instruments. It was a primeval force capable of distorting the essence of life. "These things, they are whispering." The tree spirit's voice trembled with fear. "Master, I can hear them speaking in a language I don't understand, but that makes me want to run." But Ron calmly checked every detail. Years of research had taught him how to maintain the ability to rationally analyze any situation, even when faced with forces beyond human comprehension. "Divination has never been a safe practice," he replied without lifting his head, his voice unruffled. "Any attempt to glimpse fate carries a corresponding price, but the value of knowledge far exceeds those negligible risks." He slowly sat down before the divination platform, taking a deep breath to return his mind to calmness. Divination required absolute focus and a serene state of mind. Any stray thoughts could affect the prophecy's accuracy. In addition, the diviner must possess sufficient strength of spirit to withstand the possible terrifying truths. He initiated the Star Eater's ravings, adjusting his consciousness frequency to resonate with the stars. With the astrologer's professional bonus, he could more clearly perceive the threads of fate, those usually obscure possibility branches now relatively clear. Whenever he delved into the layers of fate, he could feel a gaze beyond comprehension watching. It was a sensation akin to being scrutinized by countless pairs of eyes, with each cell exposed to unnameable wisdom. With the wisdom of the hermit, observe the reasoning of the scholar, borrow the eyes of the observer, and glimpse the patterns of fate. As the spell progressed, the star disk began to emit a faint silver light. The forbidden runes from the Second Era slowly moved like serpents, as if ancient wills were awakening from slumber. The elemental crystals in the 12 positions lit up in succession, but their emitted light carried unnatural hues. The flames were green, the water was a blood red, the breeze carried faint wailing sounds, and the earth trembled faintly but persistently. The air began to be filled with the heaviness of time, blurring the boundaries of past, present, and future. Ron felt his consciousness extending, touching those fate layers normally imperceptible. In those layers, he vaguely saw countless intertwined timelines. Some timelines were bright as the Milky Way, while others were dark as the abyss. At the intersection of all timelines, he vaguely saw his own silhouette. Some were victorious, some were failures, and some were no longer of human form. Ron gently pricked his fingertip, letting a drop of blood fall at the center of the star disk. The blood was instantly absorbed by the star disk, forming complex patterns on its surface. These patterns squirmed like living things, searching for the intersection of fate. As the blood patterns spread, Ron's consciousness began to receive information. In the depths of his consciousness, the intersection of fire and earth elements began to twist and deform. Initially, it was just a blurry patch of color, with crimson heat waves and golden granular matter mixed together. Gradually, These colors began to coalesce into more concrete forms. An endless desert appeared in Ron's sight, but this was no ordinary desert. Upon closer inspection, those seemingly ordinary grains of sand were in fact tiny bone fragments. Countless creatures' remains had weathered into powder, shimmering with the sheen of death under the scorching sunlight. The sky showed an unnatural orange-red hue, as if the entire world was burning. At the center of this bone sand sea, a blurry, gigantic figure was undergoing a painful transformation. The figure had the silhouette of a reptile, but the details continuously blurred and reformed in the illusion. Like a mirage distorted by high heat, each time the figure let out a silent roar, the surrounding bone sand would whirl into a cyclone, forming various ominous patterns in the air. Ron could feel that pain, a resonance coming from the depths of his bloodline, as if his own body was undergoing the same metamorphosis. The imagery of the prophecy flickered, sometimes clear, sometimes blurry. He had to rely on his knowledge and experience to interpret its meaning. The combination of fire and earth. This points to an environment where elemental oppositions are most intense. Ron analyzed internally, and the imagery of the bone sand sea. I remember at the Lance Festival celebration, the elemental dance ensemble from Quicksand Lands once performed a similar scene. In that performance, the dancers simulated the topography of Quicksand Lands using sand. Scattered across a vast desert were the ruins of ancient battlefields, countless creatures' remains buried by the sand and wind, then re-exposed. And there, fire and earth elements reached a sort of extreme balance, creating a unique, active environment. Franca once mentioned, in the Quicksand Lands, there is another Baojun seed family. They possess a bloodline similar to but more stable than that of the sun flame dragon. The figure undergoing painful metamorphosis in the prophecy was likely himself. Both the degree of pain of the transformation and the bone sand environment depicted in the prophecy suggested this would be an extraordinarily dangerous bloodline evolution. Timing. Ron continued, interpreting other details from the prophecy. The color of the sky, the direction of the sand's flow. All these point to the special astral configuration of the third quarter, a time when fire and earth elements reach peak opposition during the apocalypse season. He recalled what Master Uni lectured about in elemental theory class. When the conflict of opposing elements reaches its peak, unexpected fusion effects often occur. Pain and danger are inevitable, but the rewards will be immense. About half a year remains until the apocalypse season. Enough time for detailed preparation. Ron recorded the key information internally. A safety plan needs to be devised, emergency potions prepared, and contact the masters in Quicksand Lands. Hayek and Uni, who hold positions at the Sandsea School, could provide him with detailed local information and necessary support. The echo of the first prophecy had yet to dissipate when the second vision began to appear at the location of Gemini star domain. This time the scene was more twisted and nauseating. Countless vein-like threads were frantically entangling in the void, each emitting different rays of light, representing the bloodline essence of various creatures. These vein threads intertwined, devoured, fused, sending out heart-palpitating pulsations. At the center of this tangled bloodline mass, a vaguely shaped head outline was slowly forming, but the construction process of this head was extremely bloody. The eye sockets were pieced together from shattered bone fragments, filled with pupils of various colors inside. The nasal section was composed of sharp keratin, and the mouth was an appalling fissure formed by countless tiny teeth arranged. Most striking was the pair of curved horns atop the head, emitting an eerie purple light. Whenever the light flickered, the surrounding space would undergo slight distortion, blurring the boundaries of reality. The prophecy of the second chimera, head construction. While enduring the spiritual impact brought by the prophecy, Ron struggled to analyze its meaning. The Gemini star domain represents the contradictory unity of division and fusion. The bloodline fusion shown in the prophecy was more complex and dangerous than he had imagined. Among those entwined vein threads, he could discern some familiar characteristics. The dark sheen of Franca's hidden dragon bloodline, the chaos fluctuations unique to abyssal creatures, and some exotic bloodlines he had never seen before but inexplicably felt familiar. The source of chaos requires powerful beings at apostle level, combining his knowledge of bloodline studies for analysis. Perhaps through the stand-in puppet's connection with Nari, a blood sample of such a level can be obtained. The auxiliary bloodline characteristics in the prophecy also gradually became clear. The sensory tentacles of the desert hunter, the adaptive glands of the ecological mantis worm, and some aberrant tissues peculiar to abyss fourth layer. These materials inherently carried strong toxicity and pollution. The fusion process would undoubtedly be extremely painful. But the final part of the prophecy indicated that the successfully constructed second head would possess foresight for danger, chaos resistance, and powerful spiritual attack capability. The purple light emitted by those horns suggested some frightening power capable of distorting reality. The cost is immense, but the gains are more enticing. Ron Cooley weighed the pros and cons. A second head with the ability to foresee danger would greatly enhance my survival capability and decision accuracy. The emergence of the last prophecy suddenly dropped the temperature of the entire divination room. Ron saw an ancient mirror, but the surface of this mirror was a constantly flowing black liquid. Occasionally, some distorted faces would float up in the liquid, all showing expressions of fear and despair from their last moments alive. In the mirror, the blurred figure of the 1,000 transformations appeared. This special tool that had accompanied him for years was now undergoing a painful decomposition. Countless fragments of light and shadow were peeling off its body, each containing memory fragments of its former owners. Within these memory fragments, Ron vaguely saw the technique he had been searching for, the contamination isolation technique. But to acquire this technique, he had to delve into the core of the former owner's most painful memories, enduring those agonies that didn't belong to him. The images in the prophecies were sometimes clear and sometimes blurry, but one thing was certain: this would be an extremely dangerous psychological exploration. If he was slightly careless, his consciousness might be devoured by those painful memories, forever lost in someone else's nightmare. The former owner of the 1,000 transformations, from the occasionally appearing memory fragments, it should have been an ancient mage who lived through the Abyss Great Upheaval period. Ron recalled his observations of this tool. A necessary risk. He made a decision in his heart. Upon mastering the contamination isolation technique, my research scope will greatly expand. Those dangerous materials I currently dare not touch will all become usable resources. Moreover, this technique might also provide extra contamination resistance to Alan and Dale, allowing them to assist him more safely. After completing all 3 prophecies, Ron slowly awoke from deep meditation. The star disk on the divination platform returned to calm. Those mysterious runes stopped moving as if they had never moved at all. The entire divination process lasted nearly 2 hours, leaving Ron deeply spiritually exhausted. But this exhaustion was soon replaced by excitement and satisfaction. Through this divination, he obtained 3 clear paths of development, each leading to greater power. What's interesting is, he wiped the sweat from his forehead. A profound realization surged in his mind. The contents revealed by these prophecies are all built on my existing knowledge base. The divination did not provide him with entirely new information, but reorganized the various clues he already knew into a clearer path of development. Information about the Quicksand lands came from festive celebrations and Franca's introduction. The possibility of bloodline fusion was based on his understanding of abyssal creatures and conserving lineage bloodlines, and the contamination isolation technique was hidden deep within the memories of the 1,000 transformations. The true value of divination lies in helping to organize thoughts and determine priorities. Ron contemplated as he gazed at the extinguished star disk. It doesn't predict the future, but reveals the possible outcomes of current choices. This realization gave him a deeper understanding of astrology. Destiny is never predetermined. It's the accumulation of countless choices. Divination is merely a tool to help decision-makers see the pros and cons of various possibilities. He began formulating a detailed action plan in his mind. Firstly, acquiring the contamination isolation technique, which is the foundation for all subsequent plans. Though the process is dangerous, compared to the other 2 goals, this risk is most controllable. Then, the exploration of the abyss, simultaneously collecting newborn beast tears and acquiring bloodline materials. He needs to discuss a specific exploration plan with other. Finally, conducting bloodline evolution in the Quicksand lands, choosing the most suitable timing and environment while ensuring sufficient safety measures. Through the spiritual link of the stand-in puppet, I can simultaneously upgrade and modify the puppet. He perfected the plan's details in his mind. Integrate the magic power amplification crystal, add soul steel material, and ultimately transform into the magic sword form. That will be a true masterpiece, a perfect creation that combines alchemy, enchantment, bloodline modulation, and other skills. Will also become an important cornerstone for him to reach a higher level. After tidying up the divination tools, Ron did not immediately rest. The tranquility of the midnight and the newly gained insights made his mind more active than ever. Time to proceed to the next step. He took out those long-prepared alchemy materials from the storage compartment. The creation of the magic power amplification crystal cannot be delayed any longer. Dale and Alan exchanged a glance, both seeing resignation in each other's eyes. They had already grown accustomed to their master's workaholic lifestyle, yet still felt worried about his physical condition. Master. Alan tried to persuade. You've been working for over 10 hours straight, perhaps you should take a break. Time waits for no one. Ron replied without looking up, already checking those dangerous abyssal materials. Every moment of stagnation is a waste of life, and the current state is also suitable for precise alchemy work. The observatory was exceptionally quiet at night. Only the slight wriggling sound of the living tissue forming the building's main structure could be heard in the dark. Occasionally, a few mysterious whimpers echoed from deep within the corridor. Ron stood alone in the private laboratory, with various rare materials laid out on the workbench in front of him, ready for the creation of the magic power amplification crystal. The light of the magic crystal lamp cast complex shadows on those materials that exuded an unusual luster. Alan, adjust the indoor temperature to a constant 18.7 degrees. Control the humidity at 42%. Ron's voice was as steady as the carving knife in his hand, without a trace of emotional fluctuation. The upcoming creation process has extremely strict environmental requirements. Even a 0.1 degree deviation could trigger a chain collapse. The tree spirit floated in from the depths of the workshop, her limbs trembling slightly as she adjusted the environmental control equipment. As a plant-based life form, she could keenly sense the dangerous aura contained within those materials. It was a primitive power capable of twisting the essence of life. It has been set, Master. Alan's voice carried a barely noticeable hint of worry. You have prepared for a long time for this creation. These materials, they look. She did not finish her sentence, but Ron understood what she meant. The energy fluctuations emitted by those abyss crystals were oppressive even to an experienced researcher like him. For a plant creature sensitive to life energy, it was simply the aura of death. Ron did not reply, only silently chanting the command to view the professional panel in his mind. A familiar semi-transparent interface emerged in his consciousness, with numerical values representing skill levels arranged like stars. Alchemy, proficient 99/100. The creation tonight was not only for further transforming the stand-in puppet, but it could also advance his leap in the field of alchemy. The master level of alchemy signifies a deeper intuitive understanding of matter, as well as more powerful creative and conceptual abilities. This ability is exactly the core technology required to further perfect his virtual world creation. Before starting the creation, Ron first took out the abyss crystal core from the special reserve he had applied for at the observatory. It was a transparent crystal the size of a fist, but when the spotlight's beam shone upon it, its interior revealed a disturbing scene. Countless energy tendrils squirmed within, resembling prehistoric insect swarms trapped in amber. Even through the specially made protective container, the powerful force contained within could still be felt. That power carried the unique aura of chaos from the abyss, as if silently recounting the destruction of countless civilizations. The abyss crystal core. Ron carefully observed the internal structure of the crystal, formed amidst an energy storm on the abyss 6th layer. Each one is a crystal of countless chaotic auras, its value sufficient to drive those arrogant researchers mad. This is the beauty of privilege. He activated the extraordinary recognition skill, revealing the true structure of the abyss crystal core in a special field of vision. It was a complex life network, with each node conducting subtle exchanges of information, akin to the nervous system of some ancient organism. Next, he retrieved the catalyst Tears of the Star he had crafted through his magic potion making knowledge. It was a small vial containing a silvery liquid that flowed like mercury, with each drop undergoing microscopic transformations. At times, it condensed into tiny star shapes, at others it dispersed into spiral structures like a nebula. The crafting process required a particular star alignment. On those nights, he used specialized instruments to extract the star essence from the night sky, as greedily as a vampire consuming the blood of life. The role of tears of the star is to act as a medium for energy fusion. He gently shook the potion bottle, observing the changes in light spots within the liquid. It can allow energies that are completely opposite to form a temporary harmony. The final material was the energy stabilizer, which he modified using otherworldly technical data provided by Cassandra. 3 materials and techniques from completely different origins. Ron contemplated his thought process for creation. The chaotic power of the abyss, star essence from the starry sky, the stabilization technology from the otherworld. This cross-disciplinary, cross-world technological fusion was the research direction he had always pursued. Although the knowledge within a single system is profound, it often has inherent limitations. Only by extracting the advantages of different systems to the fullest can traditional shackles be broken. The first step in the creation process is to engrave precise runes onto the abyss crystal core. The precision of the runes must reach the microscopic level. He activated the Creator's blessing trait, feeling the inspiration guiding his fingertips. That sensation was like countless invisible hands guiding his movements, telling him where each cut should be made, how each rune should perfectly integrate with the crystal's internal structure. The first rune was energy convergence, used to concentrate and compress the magic flow. Ron's hand was steadier than a surgeon's, with each cut accompanied by faint energy sparks, as if dissecting some living creature. As the engravings progressed, the energy within the crystal began undergoing subtle changes. The originally chaotic and disordered abyssal energy began to rearrange itself under the guidance of the runes, forming a more stable cycle structure. But during this process, strands of energy occasionally leaked out, creating brief illusions in the air. Those were the faces of creatures once devoured by the abyss. In their last moments of life, they are still inside. Alan's voice quivered slightly. Those dead lives, they're still struggling within the crystal. Of course. Ron did not lift his head, continuing with the precise carving work. The abyss never wastes anything, including pain and despair. This emotional energy is one of the reasons the crystal is so powerful. The second rune is the conversion matrix, conceived from otherworld technology. Unlike traditional planar runes, this rune presents a 4-dimensional spiral structure, requiring simultaneous engraving on multiple different layers inside the crystal. Ron immerses his consciousness into the crystal's internal structure. In that state, he is able to see the arrangement of each microscopic structure within the crystal. Sensing the trajectory of every trace of energy flow, each layer of runes must perfectly coordinate with the others, forming an organic whole. The most dangerous part of the crafting process is the risk of energy runaway. The energy density of the magic power amplification. Crystal is extremely high. A small mistake during the crafting process can trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. Alan, monitor the energy output. Ron's tone remains calm, but fine beads of sweat are already forming on his forehead. Immediately activate all protective measures at any sign of abnormality. The tree spirit's branches are connected to various monitoring devices, allowing her to sense the energy fluctuations around the workbench in real time. But at this moment, she sensed not just energy fluctuations, but also an indescribable malice. Temperature is stable for now, Master. Alan's voice also regained its usual gentleness. Your technique is very precise, with almost no excess energy loss. After 3 hours of precise inscription, all the basic runes were finally completed. The surface of the crystal was densely covered with web-like intricate patterns, each emitting a faint silver glow. These runes formed a complete energy recycling system, capable of automatically regulating the internal energy flow. But this was only the first step. The real challenge lay ahead. Next came the most critical fusion stage. Ron carefully dripped the tears of the stars onto the center of the crystal. The silver liquid was instantly absorbed by the rune network, forming a ribbon of light like a galaxy inside. But these bands of light were not stable, violently roiling inside the crystal, like a storm trapped in a bottle. Now it's time to introduce stabilization technology. He retrieved a specially made container filled with green gas. Stabilizing gas concocted according to the Mechanical Federation formula. This gas can neutralize the repulsion between different energy sources, like injecting hallucinogens into a dying patient, making the pain bearable. When the green gas was injected into the crystal, the entire laboratory's air began to tremble slightly. Two fundamentally different energy systems were engaged in a fierce struggle inside the crystal, producing a strong energy conflict. Hairline cracks began to appear on the crystal's surface, and the internal luminescence became extremely unstable, sometimes as bright as a star, sometimes as dim as ash. A reaction as expected. Ron maintained the composure of a researcher. Began to use the astrologer profession bonus to achieve balance through specific stellar energy guidance. The stellar alignment tonight was particularly special, with the Hermit Star, Scholar Star, and Observer Star forming a triangle. This was an astrological configuration known by ancient astrologers as the Wisdom Triangle. Ron initiated the Star Eater's ravings, allowing his consciousness to establish a connection with the stars. As the meditation technique operated, ancient powers from the depths of the starry sky began to pour into the crystal, carrying the cold rhythm of the universe itself. The energy conflict within the crystal began to subside, with the forces from three different origins gradually forming a stable resonance structure. Under the enforced harmony of the star energy, at that moment, Ron felt a violent tremor in the depths of his consciousness. Countless alchemical secrets rushed into his mind like a tide of darkness, an intuitive understanding of material death, a deep insight into energy cycles, a precise grasp of balance points. Alchemy, proficient 99/100. Right arrow alchemy, mastery 1/300. Trait conceptualization, right extraordinary creativity, able to intuitively perceive the deep traits and potential possibilities of any material. With a chance to produce effects beyond the design when crafting alchemy items, the prompt from the professional panel emerged clearly in the depths of his consciousness. But Ron's focus was entirely on the crystal in his hands. The completed magic power amplification crystal exhibited a perfect octahedral structure, with each face as smooth as a mirror. Inside, it contained energy bands flowing like a starry river. Yet the movement pathways of these bands were full of unpredictability, like some kind of living vascular system. Not only can it amplify magic output, Ron sensed the true traits of the crystal through extraordinary recognition. It can also perform a certain conversion between different energy sources, transforming abyssal energy into star energy, life energy into power of death. With this capability, the stand-in puppet will be able to adapt to more complex energy environments. It can even absorb power from enemy attacks, transforming damage into nourishment for itself. This is the power of master-level alchemy. Ron gazed at his masterpiece in his hands, no longer limited to known formulas and recipes, but able to create items that conform to one's own vision. Dale and Alan were also shaken by the eerie beauty emanating from the crystal. In their perception, it was more like something alive, emitting a special aura that was as captivating as it was terrifying. "Master," Alan's voice trembled slightly, "I can feel its hunger. This crystal, it is alive and it is hungry." "Yours." Ron gently caressed the surface of the crystal, as if he was stroking a dangerous pet. Truly powerful creations possess some degree of life characteristics. He carefully placed the crystal into a specially made protective container. This magic power amplification crystal will become the core component for upgrading the stand-in puppet, and it is also a crucial cornerstone for him to reach a higher level. After completing the task, Ron did not rest immediately. The tranquility of the night and the breakthrough he just achieved put his mind in an unprecedentedly active state. He took a heavy research note from the shelf and turned to the chapter on spirit dew. This ancient recipe's restoration work had been ongoing for months, but acquiring the key materials had always been a problem. Tears of the spirit infant are indeed hard to obtain. In modern society, Ron stared at the requirements in the formula. But the essence of these materials is the spiritual essence of a pure life form, not necessarily limited to human infants. In the abyss fourth layer, within that bizarre forest made of flesh, grows a special abyssal creature, newborn beast. The tears of a newborn beast cub. Ron noted this idea in his journal. From a compositional analysis, their tears contain spiritual purification factors similar to tears of the spirit infant. The purity may even be higher because abyssal creatures have a more primitive and intense fear of death. Acquiring such materials requires venturing deep into the abyss fourth layer, which is an extremely dangerous mission in itself. There are countless deadly creatures there, and even the air itself carries a strong spiritual toxicity. Ordinary people would go mad within minutes in such an environment, and even experienced explorers rarely return safely. But for Ron at this moment, this challenge is within a controllable range. As someone with high-level permissions at the observation station, he has legitimate deep exploration rights. Moreover, through the feedback from the stand-in puppet, his adaptability to the abyssal environment is continually improving. Include the acquisition of newborn beast tiers in the goal list for the next abyss exploration. He made detailed notes in his work schedule. I can also collect other abyssal materials needed for experiments, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. One of the criteria for changing positions to magic potion professor is to create at least 1 original magic potion formula. If he succeeds in restoring spirit dew and uses it as a model for creation, not only will it satisfy the job transition requirements, but it will also provide a powerful auxiliary tool for his research. An advanced purification potion is an indispensable safety guarantee for any abyss researcher. Moreover, the value of this potion is very high, and it can also serve as an additional source of income in the future. With tonight's work completed, he planned to make an appointment to see Professor Udall tomorrow to inform him about his abyss exploration matters. With these thoughts, Ron tidied up various experimental equipment and greeted his 2 attendants. Noticing their sigh of relief, he slowly headed towards the sleep chamber. Before falling asleep, he was enveloped by a herbal fragrance that lingered around his nose. Accompanied by a faint whisper of a song, with a slight smile on his lips, Ron slowly sank into deep sleep. Others' private study was shrouded in a suffocating dead silence. When Ron pushed open the heavy door, what met his eyes first was not the usual warm lights, but a peculiar half-light, half-dark scene. The living books, which normally welcomed visitors with gentle page turning, were now standing stiffly on the shelves like deathly objects. The crystal instruments on the walls used to record star changes emitted intermittent weak pulses, like the last struggle of a dying creature. The air was filled with an indescribable decaying scent. It wasn't the rot of material matter but something deeper, the decay of time and memory. What shocked Ron the most was the state of others' void remains projection. The silver glow was dim, like a faint crescent at the end of the month, its edges flickering with unstable ripples. The old professor's figure was sometimes clear, sometimes blurry, as if it might evaporate into the air at any moment. Deep in his eyes, a few tiny cracks could be vaguely seen, signaling damage to the void-remained structure. "Professor, what's happened to you?" Ron did not approach recklessly but stood by the door, carefully observing the anomaly before him. He activated extraordinary recognition, and in this special vision, others' void remains resembled a beautiful porcelain filled with cracks. Silver light seeped through those cracks, with each pulse widening them slightly. This kind of damage could never be caused by an ordinary battle. "Come in, child. I've already received your exploration application." Others' voice sounded unusually weary, each syllable heavy. He slowly turned around, his movements carrying a weight of age. "Just as well, I have some matters to discuss with you too." "What have you encountered?" Ron sat in the designated chair, its armrest seemingly squirming for a moment. Softly sighing, this detail further confirmed to him that the situation at hand was far more severe than it appeared on the surface. "A conflict a few days ago." Other waved his hand to activate the holographic projection in the room, the silver image dimming further after casting. "During my routine star observation, I had noticed some ominous signs." The air floated with a complex star map, but unlike usual, the image was filled with unsettling implications. The constellation representing violence flashed a bloody crimson, while the cluster symbolizing death appeared an ominous dark purple. Most eerily, some ordinarily stable stars pulsed at an unusual frequency. The activity of abyss-related constellations has suddenly surged. Other pointed to a particularly chaotic area in the diagram. This phenomenon typically indicates that high-level entity is about to become active, and according to the star map's specific indications, the projection switched to show a terrain map of the abyss fourth layer. In an area labeled Twisted Jungle, a small camp's location was highlighted by a red dot. An archaeological team, Ron immediately grasped the severity of the situation. Exactly. Those fools have disturbed something that shouldn't have been disturbed while excavating ancient relics. Others' tone carried obvious annoyance, but Ron keenly detected something else within. As the head of the Abyssal Observation Station, I have an obligation to ensure that our investment is not wasted in vain. This statement stirred something in Ron's mind. Investment. The choice of this word was intriguing. Are you suggesting that the archaeological team discovered something valuable? Some incomplete spell tomes from the Second Era, along with a few ancient alchemy tools. Others' eyes showed an expression of realization. Ron nodded. This was a reasonable motivation. Other would not risk his life to save a few ordinary wizards, but protecting valuable knowledge and technology. That's entirely different. Oh, you decided to take action yourself. It wasn't my initial thought, Other said with a wry smile. I intended to send a few Golden Ring-level explorers to handle it, but the threat level indicated by the star map is a supreme apostle. When mentioning this level of existence, the temperature in the room seemed to drop by a few degrees. Dragonhead Ghost Chai Yi, that irritable lunatic, has been in an especially foul mood lately. Other's shadow slightly trembled. He perceived the digging activities on the fourth layer, and then, well, you know his temperament. Chai Yi was notorious among the Supreme Apostles for his brutality and capriciousness, and his favorite pastime was picking fights with people. A group of wizards making noise at his doorstep just gave him an excuse to vent. And he knew that if he wanted to kill these people, certainly some great wizards monitoring the area would come to stop him. So you had to step in personally. Yes, before this, I conducted detailed predictions and simulations. Other's tone became more solemn. The results show that if I employ some special means, I have a 70% chance of repelling Chai Yi. This probability is worth trying. Saying this, the old professor took out a storage crystal emitting silver light from his pocket. Moreover, this experience provided me with an excellent teaching material. Ron, would you like to witness firsthand a battle with a supreme apostle? Within the crystal seemed to be a miniature galaxy, countless light points slowly rotating inside. But upon closer observation, one would find those light points were not stars, but some kind of more complex information structures. This is the complete memory I extracted from that battle, including thought process, casting sensations, and even some analyses of Chai Yi. A glint of expectation flashed in Other's eyes. Through your adaptive simulation device, you can fully experience how a mystic scholar fights with a supreme apostle, and most crucially. He paused for a moment, his voice growing mysterious. If your comprehension is high enough, perhaps you can learn the historical projection technique. Although, with your current abilities, you cannot fully master it. With my permission, you will be able to summon my void remains projection for assistance. This proposal made Ron's heart race, as historical projection is one of the most important advanced applications of historical research skills. Moreover, judging by Other's expression, mastering this technique meant that within the range of its influence, he would have great wizard-level assistance at crucial moments. As for the issue of comprehension, presently he had not been worried about it. Of course, I am willing. Ron accepted the memory crystal, immediately feeling the terrifying energy contained within. However, why choose to teach me this now? Other's expression turned solemn. Because I performed divination for your next abyss exploration. The results are not very optimistic. You are very likely to encounter an apostle-level existence. Ron actually had been anticipating this himself. According to his own divination, this encounter would likely be with the Eye of the Abyss Nari. In that case, let's begin. He stood up, a fire of knowledge-seeking burning in his eyes. I want to see what a real high-level battle looks like. In a special lab at the observation station, the adaptive chaos simulation device was adjusted to an unprecedented precision mode. Complex rune circuits spread like blood vessels on the device's surface, each line pulsating with eerie light. The entire device looked less like a mechanical creation and more like some living organ. Connecting this memory carrier requires extreme caution. Other's shadow hovered beside the device. It contains not only visual and auditory information, but also part of my thought state at that moment. The mental impact on you might be very severe. Ron checked the safety systems of the device. Triple-layer spiritual protection barriers were activated, and the emergency cutoff program was on standby. One more thing to remind you. Other's voice became even more serious. Although Chai Yi was repelled by me, that guy did not exert himself fully. To him, this battle was more like a diversion, if he truly harbored a killing intent. So, the old professor didn't finish his sentence, but the meaning was clear enough, hoping Ron would maintain sufficient reverence regarding the existence of supreme apostle-level entities. I understand. Ron nodded to show his understanding, then lay down into the simulation pod. Let's begin, Professor. As the memory carrier was connected to the device's core, the atmosphere in the whole lab changed horribly instantaneously. The air became as thick as blood, the runes on the walls began to flash madly, emitting sounds similar to heartbeats. Ron could hear some subtle whispering, as if there were countless voices softly murmuring beside his ears. Reality started to distort. Abyss fourth layer, twisted jungle. When Ron, or him currently stepping into others' perspective, opened his eyes, he was immediately stunned by the sight before him. It couldn't really be called a forest, but more like the inside of some giant creature's organ. The trees were deformed columns made of blood vessels, tendons, and cartilage, each subtly pulsating, as if there was a heart beating inside. The surface of these columns was covered with moist skin texture, dotted with tiny openings like sweat pores, continuously seeping thick bodily fluids. The branches and leaves were mutant forms of various organs. Huge eyeballs hung at the end of branches, pupils continuously rotating, watching every passing creature. Heart-shaped fruits swinging in the breeze, each thumping movement emanating a dull drum sound, and some tongue-like fleshy tendrils occasionally probing out to taste the flavor in the air. The sky was a nauseating deep purple without a sun. Only a few massive organs floating high above. Those organs emitted a pus-yellow glow, providing a sickly illumination to the eerie biological forest. The most unsettling thing was the sound. The entire forest was breathing, emitting a deep sound akin to whale cries. Occasionally, one could hear noises similar to digestion and the rustling of blood flowing through veins. This was not a forest, but the innards of some gigantic creature. In this terrifying environment, the archaeological team's campsite appeared particularly out of place. A few tents made of special materials surrounded a deep excavation shaft. Various instruments emitting blue light were densely arranged around the shaft. A dozen wizards were working tensely, wearing heavy protective suits and masks. Even so, a few people's skin displayed an unhealthy grayish white. This was the result of long-term exposure to the abyss's aura, yet they were apparently unaware of the imminent danger. Others could sense it. As a mystic scholar, his perception ability far exceeded ordinary imaginations. In his consciousness, the river of time was fiercely surging, countless possible futures flashing before his eyes. Most pointed to the same outcome, a bloody massacre. Such ability required no verbal explanation. Ron could directly experience others' thought process. The perception range instantaneously expanded to hundreds of kilometers, capturing and analyzing every small energy fluctuation. At the edge of perception, a massive and violent awareness was rapidly approaching. That presence, like a planet crushing through space. Where it passed, the organs and trees in the twisted forest shriveled and died, as though even the abyss's creations feared and avoided something. "It's here," Other quietly muttered to himself. The silver phantom began to emit stronger light. The surrounding space structure stabilized accordingly. The invisible force network instantly covered the entire area, locking this space firmly onto its current coordinates in time and space. This prevented the enemy from launching a sudden attack through spatial jumps, while also reserving a path for possible retreat. The ground began to tremble, and distant organ forests collapsed like dominoes. A figure so massive it defied imagination rose from the depths of the forest, standing like an ancient deity under the distorted sky. Dragon-headed demon Chai Yi. 3 enormous dragon heads were arranged in a triangular formation, each several meters tall. The left dragon head's eyes burned with deep red flames of fury. The central dragon head was cold and merciless, like a statue from an ancient temple. The right dragon head bore a sickly expression of revelry, its tongue ceaselessly licking its sharp fangs. 6 wings unfurled to obscure the sky, the wing membranes densely covered with dark spots like a starry sky. The most frightening was the aura of slaughter emanating from Chai Yi. It was pure malice, condensed after countless blood battles and massacres. Just by looking at him, one could hear the wails of millions of dying souls echoing in their ears. Chai Yi's central dragon head focused its gaze on Other, somewhat surprised. "Old man, why are you here?" Contrary to Ron's expectations, Chai-Yi did not immediately attack, showing instead a hint of delight. Right dragon head let out a deep laugh. Perfect timing, I'm about to go mad. Others summoned the power of the void remains. Silver light began to erode the surrounding reality. The twisted organs and trees started to take on a more normal form under this light. Though still bizarre, they were no longer so revolting. Chai-Yi, my subordinates are conducting important research here. Others' voice was calm and firm, but Ron could sense his slight inner tension. If you only want to fight, I can accompany you elsewhere. Huh? Do you think I'm here for those ants? Chai-Yi's left dragon head exhaled a scorching breath, instantly warping the nearby air. I came just for you. Ever since our last battle in the Abyss 7th layer, how many years has passed? 300, 500. Saying that, all three of Chai-Yi's heads showed expressions of excitement. Come on. Let me see if you've deteriorated beyond recognition over the years. Before the word fell, Chai-Yi had already launched an attack. 6 arms swung simultaneously, unleashing 6 beams of destruction of various color. White annihilation light, deep red boiling ray, pitch black void devour, green corrosion toxin, transparent space blade, and a bizarre attack that even bent light. Each attack contained the terrifying energy capable of destroying a miniature star, and when 6 attacks were unleashed, their power geometrically increased. But Other was prepared. Silver light flashed, Other's figure instantly split into 7, each evading along a different trajectory. This is one of the Mystic Scholar's core abilities, creating clones by manipulating their own time flow. Each clone represented a possible action path, a precise grasp of future possibilities by the Mystic Scholar. 6 destructive beams tore through 6 clones, but only struck possibilities, causing no substantial harm. The 7th clone, the true Other, had already appeared beside Chai-Yi's left wing. Silver light gathered to form substance, creating a miniature star about 2 meters in diameter in midair. The surface of this star burns with silver flames. The fusion reaction within releases a terrifying light and heat. Though not large in size, the compressed energy inside is enough to instantly evaporate the ocean. The dragon head on Chai-Yi's left suddenly turns, its giant mouth opening as if to directly devour this miniature star. An interesting toy. The scorching star is swallowed into the dragon's mouth, erupting with blazing light deep within Chai-Yi's throat. The high temperature and radiation ravage his body, but only make him let out a satisfied burp. Is that all you've got? Old man, it seems you've indeed aged. The central dragon head taunts, while the 3 arms on the right begin sweeping punches. Space tears like paper under the scrape of his fists, revealing the abyssal essence of the void beyond. Other's figure vanishes again, this time appearing 100 meters directly above Chai-Yi. 3 rings gravity well silver light transforms into a distorted gravitational field, attempting to trap Chai-Yi within the compressed gravity well. The surrounding space begins collapsing toward the center of the gravity well, bending even the light into severe distortion. The scattered organ and tree fragments are drawn by the gravity, spinning rapidly to form a terrifying accretion disk. But such an attack is merely a small nuisance for a supreme apostle. Chai-Yi's 6 wings suddenly flap, and a terrifying force shreds the constraints of the gravitational field. The compressed space lets out a strained wail, then explosively shatters. All right, the little tricks end here. Chai-Yi's 3 dragon heads lift simultaneously, beginning to gather a truly lethal attack. 3 pairs of eyes ignite with flames of different colors, and the air begins violently distorting from the rapid rise in temperature. Triadic annihilation. 3 beams shoot out from the dragon heads. The left is a deep red beam burning with rage, reducing everything it touches to nothingness. The central is an indifferent, cold white beam, pure annihilation power. The right is a dizzying black beam, imbued with chaos energy capable of distorting reality. The 3 beams converge and merge in the sky, forming a terrifying attack that can tear through time and space. Such destructive power is difficult even for the void remains of a great wizard to withstand head-on. But Other displays a calm smile. As a mystic scholar, his greatest advantage has never been direct combat, but the foresight and response to future possibilities. This moment was already within his predictions. Historical projection silver light suddenly bursts forth, and the river of time manifests around Other. Countless historical fragments ripple like waves, documenting all possibilities of the past, present, and future. Among these fragments, Several particularly bright points begin to take shape. The first figure to appear makes even Chai frown slightly. It's a young witch with deep black hair like the night sky, her presence stark and cold, her eyes like slowly rotating purple vortices. Upon her spectral appearance, the surrounding space is immediately filled with the radiation of strong dark purple magic power. Faced with the incoming terrifying triadic beams, the witch casually deflects them to an unknown destination. Cassandra's voice carries evident confusion and discontent. I am currently commanding the fleet in the shattered star domain of the 7th quadrant. Why did you summon my projection now? She quickly scans the battlefield, her frown deepening. Supreme Apostle Chai Yi. For an enemy of this caliber, you should have notified me to return physically. Now is not the time for procedural discussions. Cassandra. Others' tone carries an apology but more urgency. Help me deal with this madman, and I'll explain the details later. Though dissatisfied, Cassandra begins to seriously analyze the battlefield situation. The appearance of the second projection changed the entire battlefield's atmosphere. Was Elder Calyx. The tall figure exuded an ancient and profound aura. Those eyes capable of severing chains of causality made the surrounding space tremble. My old friend. Calyx's voice was gentle yet powerful, carrying the comfort of a long-awaited reunion. Fighting side by side again reminds me of the days of my youth. He turned to Chai Yi, a long-lost battle intent flashing in his eyes. The Supreme Apostle is indeed a worthy opponent to go all out against. Such level of battle hasn't been experienced since that guy Aiden. The appearance of the third projection even made Chai Yi's expression turn completely serious. The Eye of Observation. A beholder over 10 meters in diameter, with a central main eye as deep as the abyss. Surrounded by dozens of smaller eyes, each gleaming with different colored lights. It didn't speak, but the pressure it emitted twisted the space itself. This was a truly ancient being, a living history witnessing countless civilizations rise and fall. The subsidiary eyes kept rotating, collecting and analyzing all information on the battlefield with every turn. The presence of 4 top-level Great Wizard-level entities formed a perfect encirclement. Tusk. Historical projections. Chai Yi didn't get angry but instead smiled, the expressions of the 3 dragon heads becoming excited. Interesting, a bunch of shadows wants to compete with me. His body began to emit even stronger pressure, 6 wings fully spread, with each feather burning with destructive flames. The massive physique became even larger as he exerted full power, like a moving mountain. Then let me see your real abilities, you old immortals. Deafening roars erupted from the 3 dragon heads, carrying pure will of destruction. Where the sound waves passed, spiderweb-like cracks began to appear in space, and the flow of time became chaotic and turbulent. But the 4 great wizards were well prepared. 4 different void remains appeared simultaneously, starting to alter the basic rules of this battlefield. Others' void remains was like a giant astrological instrument, engraved with countless constellations and time symbols. As it rotated, the time flow around began to stabilize significantly. No longer affected by the abyss's chaos, Cassandra's void remains was a cluster of ever-changing deep purple light within which countless creatures' phantoms roamed. Each pulse released a powerful field of life energy, adjusting the battlefield environment to the most favorable state for wizards. Calyx's void remains was the most peculiar. It was a transparent humanoid silhouette, but inside was complete emptiness. This void symbolizes rejection of all established causality, the purest manifestation of free will. The Eye of Observation's void remains was the simplest, just an even more gigantic eyeball. But the knowledge and wisdom contained within this eye were enough to make any observer lost for millennia. When the 4 great wizards began to fully reveal their void remains forms, Ron's consciousness was expelled from others' body. This was considered a form of protection for him. At Ron's current power level, he was completely unable to comprehend such high-dimensional constructs as void remains. The power of the 4 void remains began to intertwine and fuse, rapidly changing the previously chaotic and twisted abyss environment. The aura of chaos in the abyss was greatly weakened, replaced by a more orderly magic power environment. The spacetime structure was reinforced and stabilized, no longer showing random distortions and fluctuations. Physical constants like gravity, temperature, and pressure were adjusted to values most suitable for wizard combat. Even the propagation of light became more in line with the main world's physical laws. Such an environment, Chai felt a significant suppression, the expressions of the three dragon heads turning somber. You indeed know how to choose your battlefield. In the abyss, chaos and distortion were his source of power. And now, this orderly environment had significantly weakened his advantage as an abyssal apostle. But Chai was, after all, the supreme apostle, and even weakened, he remained terrifying. Massive wings began to flap rapidly, stirring up a spatial storm capable of tearing everything apart. Each flap left pitch-black cracks in the air. These cracks connected different layers of the abyss, attempting to reintroduce the chaos power into this purified battlefield. But the four great wizards reacted even quicker. Space-time anchoring causality shielding universal manipulation for different protective measures activated simultaneously, forming a multi-layered defense network. Though Chai's spatial storm was powerful, it was completely blocked by the quadruple defense. Those cracks attempting to bring in chaos were forcibly healed. The battlefield environment remained in an orderly state. Calyx said calmly, "The transparent void remains beginning to emit an eerie glow." The four great wizards started to display their true powers. This was not a mere magic duel, but a deeper level of reality rewriting. Calyx and the Eye of Observation's void remains began to approach each other, then started to merge in a manner defying logic. This was not a simple stacking of power, but the structural fusion of two void remains at the most fundamental level. The transparent humanoid and the gigantic eyeball intertwined, forming a paradoxical existence that was both void and all-knowing. The energy fluctuation emitted during the fusion made the entire twisted jungle tremble. Void remains could actually fuse. Watching from the sidelines, Ron felt his horizons broaden at that moment. Meanwhile, Other and Cassandra also began the same process. The astrological instrument and deep purple glow intermingled, creating a terrifying entity capable of simultaneously controlling time, space, life, and conquest. The pressure released by the fusion of the two void remains even made Chai feel threatened. Favor linkage. Void corp synchronization. For the first time, Chai's voice was tinged with solemnity. This indeed seems somewhat troublesome. Void corp's fusion is the highest-level cooperative skill in the wizard system, requiring both parties to have a profound favor linkage, and both must reach great wizard level. The fused void corpse not only inherits all the abilities of both sides, but also receives immense enhancement effects in their intersecting domains. Causal anchoring absolute binding the fusion void remains of Calyx Eye of Observation took the first move. The force, transparent like a void, spread out like a web, but this time it was not to bind Chai's body. Instead, it directly affected deeper causal chains. Under the control of the fusion void remains, Chai's basic actions like movement, attack, and defense had their causal relationships forcibly severed. No matter how strong his will or how robust his body, as long as the causal chains were severed, he couldn't perform any meaningful actions. Chai was shocked to realize he couldn't move. He wasn't bound by any force, but was stopped from acting by the rules themselves. This feeling was extremely bizarre, like the entire reality was negating his existence. Time-space exile mystery gate taking advantage of Chai being restrained, the fusion void remains of Other, and Cassandra began to execute the ultimate attack. The star signs and purple light interwove, tearing open a massive time-space rift in the air. Impossible. I am the supreme apostle. Chai finally realized the danger and began to burn his origin power. His vast body emitted unprecedented pressure, 3 dragon heads roared simultaneously, and 6 wings flapped frantically. The binding of causal anchoring was too strong, and the exile magic was nearing completion. His final struggle, Chai could only watch helplessly as he was enveloped by time-space power. This time, you win. Chai's voice began to fade away, but the next time we meet. With a deafening roar, Chai's massive form was swallowed by the time-space rift. Powerful teleportation waves swept across the entire twisted jungle, causing those organ trees to collapse in the shock. The protective shield of the distant archaeological team camp flickered unstably under this impact. The historical projection of the 4 great wizards began to gradually dissipate. Teacher, please be sure to notify me in advance next time you summon my projection. Cassandra's projection was the first to begin disappearing, with complaint evident in her voice. Being forcibly shifted in focus is very uncomfortable and interferes with my command work in the other world. I understand your dissatisfaction, Cassandra. Other nodded apologetically. This was indeed an emergency situation. I will do my best to avoid similar summoning in the future. Calyx performed the wizard's etiquette towards Other. Just hope we meet next time under more pleasant circumstances. The eye of observation did not speak. Its giant main eye only gave Other a deep look. Then, all projections dissipated, leaving only Other standing alone in the desolate battlefield, the silver phantom already extremely dim. In the distance, personnel of the archaeological team began cautiously peeking out from their shelters, with a lingering fear of their survival evident on their faces. When the simulated experience ended, Ron felt as if he had undergone a spiritual rebirth. He slowly opened his eyes to find himself covered in sweat, his heart still pounding fiercely due to the terrifying battle he had just experienced. The fear of confronting a supreme apostle directly, the staggering experience of employing the highest-level magic, and the eerie sensation during void corpse fusion. All of it left an indelible mark on his mind. Historical research, proficient. Experience points +1 historical research, proficient. Experience points +1 historical research, proficient. Experience points +1 special technique comprehended. Historical projection basic current progress. Historical research, proficient 29/100. Luckily, he had also achieved his goal. He gained a direct and profound understanding of the mysterious technique, historical projection. Although he couldn't independently use it at his current skill level yet, he had at least grasped the basic principles. Other inquired with concern. The fatigue in the phantom still evident. That level of battle memory should have quite a mental impact on you. It was indeed overwhelming. Ron answered honestly, his eyes still reflecting the shock from the experience. I never thought a great wizard-level battle would be so, beyond common sense, especially the process of void corpse fusion. He paused, searching for suitable words. It felt like the soul itself was being reshaped. That is the true meaning of power. Other nodded with a smile. It's not merely about energy output, but about deep rewriting of reality's rules. Took out a specially crafted silver rune stone and handed it to Ron. This is a summoning medium. In a life-threatening crisis, you can contact me faster through it. But remember, such assistance consumes a massive amount and... Other's expression turned serious. In my current state, I can only provide assistance once. After use, it will take a long time for me to recover. Ron solemnly accepted the rune stone, which emitted a warm glow in his hand. I will use it cautiously, Professor. Also, Other's eyes showed a look of anticipation. The potential shown by your simulation device truly exceeded my expectations. Being able to perfectly recreate great wizard-level combat memories, this technology. He paused for a moment, his voice becoming more solemn. If you can organize this technology into an academic paper, and if the quality is sufficient, I will personally recommend it to the Crystal Tower's core journal, Deconstruction. Ron nodded. This was precisely the goal he planned to accomplish when he returned to the Central Lands. After returning from the Abyss, I'll immediately proceed to finalize the paper. Then, you can now begin preparing for the Abyss exploration. Other gave a final reminder. Remember everything we discussed today. Stay vigilant, but also be bold in seizing opportunities. Some gains can only be achieved in the most dangerous places. Ron nodded in understanding. He felt both nervous and excited about the upcoming Abyss exploration. According to his own divination results, encountering the Eye of the Abyss, Nari, was nearly a certain event. The ancient entity overly protective of the child was sure to personally check who was approaching its precious. But this was also an opportunity. It's indeed getting late. Ron packed all the necessary equipment and paid his final respects to Other. After the exploration, I need to return to the Central Lands to continue teaching the students. Go ahead, young man. Other nodded warmly. May the stars illuminate your path forward. At dusk on the western frontier, 3 differently colored suns hung in the sky. The orange-red main star was slowly sinking below the horizon. Meanwhile, 2 smaller companion stars still hung high in the sky, casting interwoven shadows and light upon the desolate land. Here there were only endless red-brown mountain ranges and occasional ancient towers that flickered with magic power. The air was filled with a sense of the weight of time, as if every gust of wind carried fragments of 1,000 years of history. The astrological sanctuary was settled deep within. This forgotten land was a cluster of unremarkable stone buildings, but upon closer observation, it was evident that every stone followed extremely precise celestial patterns in its arrangement. Viewed from above, the entire complex unfolded into a complex constellation pattern. It was the observer's eye, a mythical symbol said to penetrate all mysteries. In the highest tower of the sanctuary, a special room was completely isolated from all outside light sources. There were no magic crystal lamps, no candles, and even starlight was completely blocked by the thick obsidian walls. In this absolute darkness, a slender figure in a white dress sat quietly in front of the divination platform. She was Chloe Starvoice, the most brilliant genius of the Astrology Association in centuries. The white silk gown appeared like moonlight in the darkness. What attracted the most attention was the black silk wrapped around half of her face. It was an ancient sealing ritual. Chloe's eyes emitted a starlight like silver glow at birth, capable of seeing through the surface of matter into the truths hidden beneath. But such a talent was too heavy for a young mind. The terrifying visions that continually came into view nearly drove her to madness in her youth. The elders of the Astrology Association had to cover her eyes with specially made sealing silk, allowing her to grow up normally. Deprived of sight, she began trying to use her spiritual perception ability to observe the outside world. Becoming an official wizard, Chloe acquired the meditation technique trait. Able to see possible future branches, perceive subtle changes in fate, and even foresee significant events occurring thousands of miles away. At this moment, her slender fingers gently caressed the star disk before her. Feeling the subtle pulsation coming from it, the surface of the star disk was covered in vein-like patterns. Whenever a divination took place, these patterns glowed faintly, sketching the trajectory of fate in the darkness. It's that feeling again. Chloe's voice was very light, but the unease contained in it was clearly perceptible. For the past week, she had sensed a strong warning coming from the southeast, a feeling akin to a massive crisis brewing. But whenever she tried to probe deeper, she was invariably thwarted by some invisible force. This situation was exceptionally rare in the career of the blind prophetess. Her fingers began moving slowly over the star disk, activating the dormant power within it according to an ancient divination ceremony. As the ritual proceeded, the star disk began to emit a gentle silver glow, and the patterns moved like living things, rearranging into different designs. In Chloe's perception, countless fragments of possible futures began to emerge. In the darkness of the abyss, some ancient malevolence was awakening. Under the blood-red sky, countless distorted figures danced maniacally. The back of a young man, surrounded by energy radiance like a galaxy, but his features remained always unclear. Chloe softly uttered the name, her brow slightly furrowing. In recent months, the frequency of this name appearing in her observations had increased. Sometimes he appeared in the stance of a victor, sometimes in the form of a destroyer, as if his very existence was key to the crossroads of fate. Stranger still, whenever she tried to delve deeper into observing this person, she encountered intense resistance. It felt as if some will beyond all else was deliberately protecting him, preventing any external intrusion from reaching his core. This phenomenon only occurred in the face of truly significant fate nodes. Just as she was about to embark on a deeper exploration, the door to the divination room was gently pushed open. An aged yet still commanding voice spoke in. Little Chloe, still working on the previous prophecy. The visitor was the current Grand Elder of the Astrology Association, Astrea Knight Song. This gray-haired woman, appearing about 60 years old, wore a deep blue robe embroidered with constellation patterns. Each step was accompanied by faint bell chimes, the sound of miniature astrological instruments sewn into the hem of her robe gently ringing. Astrea had raised Chloe from a young age, being both her master and a mother-like figure. Yet at this moment, the eyes of the kind elder were filled with evident concern. Chloe said somewhat anxiously, "I've sensed a very strong premonition of crisis, and..." She paused, her voice growing even more grave. "My prophetic ability is being interfered with, some crucial information is being deliberately hidden." Astrea slowly moved to the divination platform. With her seasoned experience, she instantly noticed the unusual patterning on the star disk. As the most senior elder of the Astrology Association, she had witnessed many strange phenomena, yet the present situation still left her uneasy. Her hand gently caressed the edge of the star disk, sensing the residual, abnormal energy fluctuations within. Little Chloe, what exactly were you trying to predict? Abyssal observation station. Chloe's voice became even softer, as if cautious not to disturb any entity that ought not to be disturbed. I sensed that something terrible would happen there, and it was related to the young wizard named Ron Ralph. Upon hearing this name, Astria's expression underwent a subtle change. She repeated the name, complex emotions flitting through her violet eyes. My child, do you know why I pay such close attention to this young man? As one of the most seasoned astrologers in the wizard world, Astria was certainly not unfamiliar with that name. But when it came from Chloe's mouth, it made her feel a subtle chill. It was a warning from the depths of fate. Her fingers instinctively touched the ancient star disk pendant on her robe sleeve. The pendant was made from some sort of bone-like material, with surface covered in vein like fine lines. Whenever sensing a major fate fluctuation, these lines would faintly redden, like a living pulse. At this moment, it was emitting an unsettling dark red glow. Grandma Leia, Chloe keenly noticed the change in her adoptive mother's mood. Do you know this person? Astria remained silent for a long time, eyes gazing at the barren land dyed red by the sunset outside the window. In her long life, hardly anything made her this cautious. Not so much as knowing, but... Her voice carried a deep fatigue. In the recent few high-level divination meetings, this name has come up very frequently. She turned to face Chloe, worry etched on her face. Whenever someone tries to delve deeper into predicting his future, it feels like some higher existence is deliberately protecting him. Chloe's hand gently caressed the star disk before her, sensing the subtle vibrations emanating from it. I've encountered the same issue. Every time I try to glimpse a future related to him, I always see some unsettling fragments. What kind of fragments? Astria's tone became urgent. Blood-red skies. Countless twisted figures. Chloe's voice became ethereal, as if recalling a nightmare, and shadows devouring light, alongside a star shining alone in the chaos. Astria's pupils slightly contracted. As an experienced astrologer, she naturally understood the meaning of these symbols. Blood-red skies denote bloody revolution, twisted figures symbolize the erosion of the abyss, and that lone star. Little Chloe, her voice became more serious than ever. Your prophetic talent is far stronger than mine, but at the same time, it also means you bear a greater burden. She took out an ancient crystal ball from her robe sleeve, its interior filled with nebula-like mist. This is the legacy item my master gave me, Celestial Sphere. Now I pass it on to you. Astria carefully placed the crystal ball in front of Chloe. The celestial sphere can amplify a diviner's perception ability, but at the same time, it increases the risk of rebound. Chloe's hand lightly touched the surface of the crystal ball, immediately feeling the ancient power contained within. It was a consciousness beyond time and space, carrying wisdom and madness accumulated over thousands of years. If you truly felt such strong premonition warnings, Astria continued, you can personally verify the truth. Hearing this suggestion, Chloe trembled slightly. Grandma Leia, you mean? Go to the abyssal observation station. Astria's words were decisive. Not only is the young man triggering fate upheaval there, but also an old gentleman. We should all visit Professor Udall. Upon mentioning this name, Astria's expression bore respect and some deeply hidden gratitude. I had just become an official wizard and was overconfident in my prophetic talent, almost getting rebounded in a divination. Her voice became gentle, as if recalling a precious memory. Professor Udall not only saved me, but also taught me how to properly employ astrology. Moreover, he is one of only 2 remaining mystic scholars in this world. If anyone can guide your further development, it can only be him. Chloe nodded silently, her inner unease replaced by determination. When do I depart? Tomorrow at dusk. Astria made the decision. I will submit a formal application to the observation station over there. As for your night mist. She glanced at the corner of the room where a massive shadow was curled up. With Astria's call, the shadow gradually unfolded, revealing a disquieting shape. It was a dream-eating beast, its body resembling a giant magic carpet. On closer inspection, its fabric was actually woven from countless tiny tentacles. These tentacles moved incessantly, their surface covered in moist mucus, exuding a sweet yet nauseating scent. Most disconcerting was its face. It was a smooth, fleshy surface with no eyes, no nose, only an eternally smiling mouth carrying a hunger-like longing. Night mist is mature enough to carry you on long-distance flights. Astria's voice carried a sense of comfort, and its dream-creating ability can provide you extra protection. The dream-eating beast sensed its master's gaze. The surface of its tentacles began to radiate a soft blue light, its way of expressing pleasure. At dusk the next day, the sky at the western frontier was tinged with a bizarre purplish-red color. 3 suns had already set 2 wheels, leaving only the last wheel stubbornly emitting blood-colored light on the horizon. At the highest platform of the Astrology Association's sanctuary, Chloe was completing her final departure preparations. Beside her, night mist was slowly unfolding its nightmare-like wings. These wings' edges were covered with writhing tentacles, swaying gently in the breeze, emitting a spine-chilling rustle. "Little Chloe, remember my words." Astria checked the various protective charms and activating magic for the last time. The gift of prophecy is a blessing, but also a curse. Seeing the truth is not always a good thing. Sometimes ignorance is protection. She handed a silk pouch to Chloe. "This is a magic crystal crafted by me and several dark sun-level elders, containing the strength of our full strike. Remember, use it only at the moment of life and death." Chloe carefully accepted the pouch, clearly sensing the terrifying energy it contained through spiritual perception. The feeling was like holding several bombs that could explode at any moment. "I will be careful, Grandma Leia." The night mist emitted a low purr-like sound, signaling its readiness. Chloe gently stroked its moist tentacles, sensing the hunger they conveyed. Hunger for the dream realm and a longing to devour. "Let's go, night mist. It's time to seek answers." With Chloe's soft command, the dream-eating beast slowly ascended. Its manner of flight was extremely eerie, not flying by flapping wings, but by swimming through the air. The tentacles left behind blurred phantom traces, making any observer see only distorted air and confusing light and shadow. The flight was relatively calm, with the illusion barrier created by the night mist allowing them to avoid most potential troubles. But as they got closer to the great abyss, Chloe's sense of unease intensified. The sensation was like approaching a giant whirlpool, with the magic concentration in the air climbing continuously, carrying with it a suffocating pressure. Most unsettling of all, her prophecy ability began to experience abnormal fluctuations, occasionally receiving fragmented visions. Just as she was trying to decipher these warning signs, the night mist suddenly let out a low warning hum. The dream-eating beast's perception ability detected anomalies ahead. It was an extremely dangerous aura, carrying the unique twisted characteristics of the abyss. "Something's happening," Chloe whispered as she began using astrology for deeper perception. Her prophetic vision, vague images began to emerge. A white-haired woman stood at the cliff edge, surrounded by several terrifying blood demons. The eyes of these abyssal creatures burned with the flame of wisdom, indicating they had surpassed the level of ordinary beasts. But what truly terrified Chloe was the aura emanating from the woman. It wasn't the magic power wave of an ordinary wizard, but some deeper, more twisted force, like the will of the abyss itself, wrapped in human guise. "Night mist. Lower the flight altitude but maintain invisibility," she cautiously instructed. The dream-eating beast immediately carried out the order, simultaneously strengthening the effect of the illusion barrier. But it was already too late. The presence below had long since detected their approach. In a hidden canyon, Euphemia stood at the cliff's edge, staring into the distance toward the direction of the abyss. She had skin as perfect and pale as porcelain, eyes dark red like blood, and an unsettling supernatural beauty. Her white hair floated in the breeze, contrasting sharply with the dark red luxurious robe she wore. Behind her, 5 blood demons waited quietly. These abyssal creatures were originally extremely frenzied, but under Euphemia's bloodline control, they became docile like tamed pets. The leader, towering over 8 meters, was covered in pulsating blood vessel patterns, exhaling hot steam from its nostrils with every breath. "Interesting visitors," Euphemia murmured, a playful smile at the corner of her mouth. Her perception ability far exceeded that of an ordinary wizard, allowing her to clearly sense the hidden spiritual waves in the sky. Though the dream-eating beast's disguise was excellent, it was still traceable to someone with her special bloodline. Euphemia retrieved a small recording crystal from her bosom. This device could record the combat process as evidence for new star plan assessments. The Conquest faction's scoring system placed greater emphasis on practical combat ability. A successful combat record was more valuable than several academic papers. "Looks like today's luck is good." She gently stroked the leader blood demon's head, feeling its transmitted thirst for blood. I can test new tactical coordination while also adding chips for the evaluation. She made a subtle gesture, which the blood demons immediately understood as their master's intent, but this attack had to appear as an accident. The blood demons, for some reason, lost control and attacked innocent passers-by. The blood demons began showing signs of restlessness, with the flame of wisdom in their eyes being gradually replaced by primal frenzy. Damn, can't control it. Apemia shouted intentionally, with just the right amount of panic in her voice. But her restraint was evidently ineffective. The leader blood demon let out an earth-shattering roar, spreading its massive wings and soaring into the sky. Its speed was astonishing, charging straight toward the dream-eating beast like a blood-red meteor. Chloe's prophecy ability burst out sharp alarms, feeling like countless needles was simultaneously piercing her brain. She could even see the blood demon's gaping maw, its dense sharp teeth as terrifying as the gates of hell. The night mist immediately executed evasive maneuvers, narrowly dodging the blood demon's first strike. But the blood demon's attack was not finished. It agilely adjusted its posture in mid-air, preparing to launch a more deadly second assault. Damn it! Chloe cursed in her heart, while beginning to channel her magic power. This blood demon's strength is at least at the peak level of the morning star. The battle was about to erupt. The second attack of the blood demon was even more ferocious, its claws cutting through the air, leaving behind blood-red energy trails. These trails carried the abyss's unique corrosive properties. Even the air started to warp under its influence. But Chloe's reaction was equally swift. Her prediction ability allowed her to see the attack trajectory in advance, making a perfect dodge before the blood demon even arrived. First ring starfall. A silver beam descended from the sky, crashing down on the blood demon like a meteor. This attack contained the power of the stars, naturally restraining abyssal creatures. The blood demon let out a piercing wail. White smoke began to rise from its body, and large burn marks appeared on its skin. Yet its life energy was extremely tenacious. Even heavily wounded, it didn't fall immediately. Chloe was about to follow up with another attack when she heard a voice from below praising her. Impressive battle. Miss Chloe, your strength is truly remarkable. Apemia lightly waved her right hand, and the other 4 blood demons immediately surrounded them. The injured blood demon, upon seeing its peers, gradually lost the frenzy in its eyes and regained its expected sanity. I apologize for scaring you. Apemia's voice was gentle and polite. This blood demon of mine has been a bit unstable recently. The influence of the abyss aura causes it to lose control at times. Saying this, her expression suddenly turned cold, and she made a strange gesture towards the out-of-control blood demon. The blood demon instantly let out a painful howl, and its body began to tremble violently. As punishment, you all dispose of it, she ordered coldly. The other 4 blood demons pounced without hesitation, tearing at their companions' flesh like hungry wolves. This sudden brutality left Chloe, who grew up in the Astrology Association, slightly agape. The ruthlessness of this woman took her by surprise. In just a few minutes, that blood demon was completely devoured without resistance, leaving not even bones behind. After feasting on their companion, the other blood demons clearly became stronger. As a token of apology, Apemia took out a small bag containing magic stones from her storage bag. Here are 10 standard magic stones as my compensation. She lightly tossed the bag into the air, and the night mist instinctively stretched out a tentacle to catch it, but the blindfolded girl stopped it in a hurry. Chloe used her spiritual perception to carefully check, confirming there were no traps or curses in the magic stones. But even so, she didn't dare to let her guard down. This sudden kindness only made her more vigilant. Additionally, Apemia saw that the other party did not accept the magic stones and casually retrieved them. Since we are both heading towards the Abyssal Observation Station, why not travel together? It's good to have someone to look out for each other on the road. No need. Chloe responded coldly, her voice clearly displeased. Next time, control your dog. Not everyone has the patience to play games with your pet. With that, she signaled for the night mist to leave. The dream-eating beast spread its tentacle wings, quickly taking off and moving away from the danger zone. Apemia watched their departing figures, a satisfied smile playing at her lips. She had already recorded enough battle footage, and this unexpected encounter would gain her considerable points in the new star plan. Moreover, this contact gave her a clearer understanding of her current strength. In the core area of the Abyssal Observation Station, Ron's private laboratory was filled with a strange atmosphere of metal and magic power. On the experiment table, various rare materials were neatly arranged. Alan, adjust the laboratory temperature to a constant. The researcher's voice was calm and focused. The tree spirit drifted from the depths of the laboratory, her green tendrils skillfully operating various environmental control devices. As Ron's most capable assistant, she had long since adapted to this kind of support work. Master, the golem you are creating this time. Alan observed the complex design drawings on the experiment table, a clear anxiety in her voice. It looks more complicated than usual. The precision of these rune arrays is starting to approach the level of living constructs. That's right. Ron nodded in acknowledgement, simultaneously activating the Creator's blessing. Ordinary golems cannot operate long-term in the abyss. I need to create a construct that truly possesses autonomous judgment. As the blessing was activated, countless inspirations surged into his mind like a tide. Every design detail became vivid, as if countless invisible hands were guiding his work. I do not intend to personally contact those abyssal beings. According to the divination results, although there are relatively safe areas, the risk of direct contact is still too great. He pointed to the core part of the humanoid construct on the design drawing. This golem will act as my proxy to conduct preliminary exploratory contact. If it encounters a threat it cannot handle, it can immediately self-destruct to avoid information leakage. Dale emerged from the crystal pool, her silver hair flowing like moonlight under the magic crystal lamp. Her golden eyes were full of curiosity and concern. Master, what kind of being do you plan to contact? It sounds dangerous. Indeed, it's dangerous. Ron only revealed the part he could share. But it's precisely because of the danger that there is immeasurable value. High risk often means high reward. This is a basic rule. He began processing the first piece of black gold magic iron. This special metal needed to be forged at a specific temperature. Too hot and it would destroy its magic power conductivity. Too cold and it wouldn't achieve the ideal plasticity. The effects of essential insight, microstructure adaptation, extraordinary creativity, and other traits fully manifested at this moment. Ron was able to intuitively perceive every subtle change in the material, knowing when to apply force and when to be gentle. That feeling was like having a conversation with the material itself, understanding its needs and limits. Every hammer strike required precise force control, maintaining the structural strength of the metal while etching fine rune circuits within. This work demanded high concentration and skill, but with the trait bonuses, Ron's hands were as steady as a surgeon's. As the work progressed, the basic framework of the golem began to take shape. This construct stood about 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall, its entire body emitting a black golden metallic sheen. Each joint has been meticulously designed to ensure flexibility while possessing immense load-bearing capacity. But the most eye-catching part is the reserved space on its chest. There, the magic power amplification crystal will be installed, serving as the energy core of the entire construct. The next step is the most crucial. Ron carefully took the magic power amplification crystal from its container, the octahedral crystal emitting an eerie aura of life in his hand. The crystal's energy output needs to perfectly sync with the entire rune network, otherwise it won't trigger a chain reaction. As the crystal was installed, the entire golem began to emit a faint glow. It wasn't the dull mechanical sheen, but some pulsation akin to life. Energy flowed through the rune circuits, like blood circulating through veins. Ron's spiritual power began to inject into the golem's body. The eyes of the golem started to flicker with blue light. Initialization complete. System self-check. Everything normal. The golem spoke its first words. Creator, I am ready to receive instructions. Very good. Your codename is Explorer 1, primarily tasked with reconnaissance and initial contact in the abyss environment. Ron nodded with satisfaction. Remember, caution is the first principle. If you encounter threats beyond your capacity, immediately retreat or self-destruct. Understood, Creator. Explorer 1 will strictly follow your instructions. The golem performed a standard salute, the motion slightly stiff, but decent enough. After completion, Ron began to ponder the next course of action. Explorer 1 will act as the vanguard, responsible for gathering intelligence and probing enemy movements. By the fourth layer, it can be semi-abandoned. He crafted a detailed plan in his mind. When the time comes, First, control the stand-in puppet to make contact and retrieve the magic power amplification crystal from it. I will decide whether to step in depending on the situation. After all, although Nari regards the stand-in puppet like a precious son, it might only be slightly familiar with Ron's aura. Approaching it directly, he dared not take that risk. Deep in the canyon, Pemia watched Chloe's departing figure, a satisfied smile playing on her lips. Just as she was about to put away the recording crystal, the mark on her left wrist suddenly started to burn. It was a bone-deep searing sensation, as if something was writhing in her veins. Pemia's complexion instantly turned pale. She knew what this meant. Her father was reaching out to her. She quickly scanned her surroundings, ensuring there were no other observers before taking out a strangely shaped dagger from her bosom. The blade of this dagger was a deep crimson, as if forged from congealed blood. Without hesitation, Pemia slashed a deep wound across her left palm with the dagger. Blood gushed out immediately, but instead of dripping to the ground, it coalesced in the air into a complex geometric shape. The blood-red shape began to spin, faster and faster, ultimately forming a small teleportation gate. But this gate connected not to space, but to something more abstract, a consciousness-level passage. A tentacle composed entirely of blood extended from the gate, its end featuring a large vertical eye with a bizarre spiral reflected in its pupil. Merely gazing upon this eye induced an indescribable fear and reverence. It was the pressure from a higher existence, enough to drive ordinary people insane instantly. Deep and majestic voice emanated from the tentacle, each syllable imbued with the stench of blood and decay. This voice seemed to speak from countless throats simultaneously, layered and eerie. "Have you reached the designated area?" Pemia respectfully saluted. "I am proceeding to the abyssal observation station as per your instructions." The spiral in the blood eye began to spin faster, as if scrutinizing this masterpiece it had created. "Very well. This mission has several objectives. You must listen carefully." Pemia nodded to show her understanding, while simultaneously activating a memory enhancement spell, ensuring no detail would be overlooked. As the daughter of the King of Blood, she had been trained from childhood to follow orders absolutely. First, use the environment of the abyss to make your blood demon slaves slaughter each other. The tentacle moved slowly in the air, the blood eye turning towards the patiently waiting blood demons. Only in the fight for life and death can they achieve genuine evolution. The weak are eliminated, the strong become stronger, the basic law of the abyss. The light in the blood eye became more intense, especially that leading one. It is already closed to the moon level. If it can break through during this exercise, your overall strength will rise a notch. "Yes, father." Pemia's voice remained respectful, but inside she was calculating the advantages and disadvantages. The mutual slaughter of the blood demons would indeed promote evolution, but also meant she would lose some of her fighting force. However, a single moon-level blood demon is indeed more valuable than several Morning Star-level ones. Secondly, find an opportunity to knock some sense into blood-tier Ducasmen. The King of Blood's tone became even colder. Blood began to flow from the blood eye as if tears. "Lately, this guy has become increasingly disobedient, starting to feign compliance with my orders. He forgets who gave him his current power and status." The tentacle began to writhe violently, the blood vessel patterns on its surface becoming more pronounced. Moreover, he has also begun to delay the supply of pure blood due to the Blood Moon clan. Behavior that must be corrected. Pemia's eyes shone with excitement. The Blood-tier Duke is now an apostle of the abyss, and if she could successfully teach him a lesson, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance her rating in the new star plan, maybe even propel her to the top position. "I understand, father. Asmund, that wild dog, indeed needs to be whipped a bit to see who the true master is." Finally, and most importantly, the King of Blood's voice took on a deeply unfathomable tone. "Find a way to approach the young wizard named Ron Ralph. There's a quality in him that we need." The spiral in the blood eye twisted and changed as if something terrifying was brewing. "If we can turn him into our ally, or rather, a servant, the success rate of the entire plan will significantly increase." Upon hearing this, Pemia felt a subtle unease. Though her father did not say it outright, the implication was very clear. "Father, how would you like me to approach him?" she cautiously asked. The spiral in the blood eye began to rotate slowly again, as if considering how to answer. "You are a beautiful woman, and he is a young man. At critical moments, women always have some special advantages. The implication of this sentence was extremely clear, causing a nameless sense of resistance to surge within Ophemia's heart. Although she was indeed a creation of the King of Blood, she also had her own consciousness and dignity. Being asked to conquer an unseen person in such a manner made her feel a subtle humiliation. But outwardly, she still maintained a facade of loyalty. "I understand, Father. But what if he refuses? Then use more direct methods." The King of Blood's tone became dangerous. The blood eye began to emit a portentous red glow. "The curse mark will allow you to completely control his body and mind, an effect stronger than any contract." The spiral in the blood eye began to accelerate its rotation. Of course, this ability can be used only once and requires a complete process, so you must choose the right moment. Hearing these words, Ophemia felt even more irritable inside. "I understand, Father," she finally replied, trying not to reveal her inner hesitation. "I will find a way to complete the mission." "Very good. Remember, this mission is crucial to the success of our entire plan." The King of Blood's voice began to become blurred as the teleportation gate slowly closed. "Do not disappoint me, Ophemia. You are my finest creation and my only successor." With these words, the blood-red tentacles retracted into the teleportation gate, and the light of the blood eye gradually dimmed. The air, only a thick scent of blood and an unsettling echo were left behind. Standing at the edge of the cliff, Ophemia gazed toward the distant abyss, her heart filled with mixed emotions. Of course, she knew the meaning of her existence and understood her father's expectations of her, but the feeling of being used as a tool still stirred a nameless sense of rebellion in her heart. "Never mind, take it one step at a time," she whispered, then turned to the blood demons behind her. "Besides, Father did not set any hard targets. I'll first figure a way to enter the observation post." As a being with an independent personality, she would, of course, execute her mission in her own way. Regarding those unpleasant special means, she'd avoid them if possible. After all, there were still many other ways to achieve her goals. Meanwhile, deep within the distant chaotic blood world, an indescribable terror was brewing. At one extreme corner of this world stood a palace constructed of white bone and flesh. Each column of the palace was a gigantic spinal bone, with strands of decayed flesh hanging from it. The walls were pieced together with countless human faces, twisting in agony at times, laughing wildly with bloodthirsty mouths at others, displaying all extremes of human emotion. Most unsettling of all, these faces were still alive. They blinked, breathed, and mouthed silent words, but no one dared to listen closely. In the deepest part of the palace, the King of Blood sat alone on his throne. After nearly an era of uncontrolled power, Aiden's true form had turned distorted and horrifying. His body displayed a terrifying state, caught between human and abyssal creatures. Most of his skin had peeled off, revealing the writhing veins and muscle tissue beneath. His left arm was entirely composed of black bundles of veins, bearing countless tiny eyeballs, each rotating independently. Most terrifying was his face. His original facial features had twisted and deformed, with his mouth stretching to the ears, revealing 3 rows of sharp teeth. On his forehead was a giant vertical eye, with a spiral pupil, emitting a red light that could drive one into madness. This was the true appearance of the King of Blood. A pitiful existence, partially eroded and destroyed by his own power, but still retaining some self-awareness. On the table before him crawled a small spider. Its 8 legs bore human eyeballs, while its abdomen continuously morphed into various geometric patterns. This was a manifestation of the void spider Mags. "How is Ophemia's progress?" Mag's voice emerged from the spider, carrying its characteristic multiple echo effect. "Do you really think the special mark you implanted in her can achieve the expected effect?" Aiden gently stroked the table with his normal right hand. "Of course. That mark is the culmination of my lifetime research, merging the highest achievements in bloodline studies, soul studies, and contract curses." The vertical eye on his forehead turned towards the spider. "Ophemia is not only my most perfect creation, but also the daughter I personally cultivated. My care for her goes far beyond your imagination." "Care?" Mag's spider form slowly crawled across the table, all 8 eyes staring at Aiden. "Should be control, right? The bloodline lock and the special mark you imposed on her don't resemble a father's love for his daughter." Aiden emitted a chilling laugh, like nails on glass. "Control is the deepest form of care. This world is full of betrayal and danger. Only under my protection can she truly be safe." The eyeballs on his left arm started to rotate frantically. How do you think Cassandra treats Eve? Superficial freedom, actual manipulation. At least I am honest. I never hide my desire to control Apemia. Mags remained silent for a moment, seemingly pondering this twisted logic. But what if the target of your plan refuses to cooperate? Ron Ralph's caution exceeds our expectations. Then use the special gift I prepared. Aiden's voice grew more sinister. The vertical eye on his forehead began to emit a dangerous red light. He extended his right hand. A complex red rune appeared in his palm. The rune started to rotate slowly, emitting a disturbing charm. This is the ultimate insurance I implanted in her bloodline curse mark creation technique. Aiden's voice carried a sick pride. When she engages in the most intimate contact with the target, the mark will activate, planting a permanent control curse mark within them. Mag's 8 eyes widened. You mean? Exactly, through coupling. She can implant my mark deep within the target's soul. Aiden's laughter grew more triumphant. Once successful, the target's will, memory, even soul will be completely under my control. He paused, the vertical eye on his forehead turned towards an invisible direction. This control is two-way. When Apemia controls Ron, I indirectly control him through her. A perfect design. His expression became even more sinister. I understand Apemia more deeply than she understands herself. Though she has an independent personality, her core values are all shaped by me. When the critical moment comes, she will make the right choice. What if she really develops rebellious thoughts? Mags asked with some boredom. Aiden emitted a beast-like growl. Then I will personally correct her mistakes. The bloodline lock ensures she can never truly betray me. Moreover, the eyeballs on his left arm began to shed bloody tears. I can activate all marks within her at any time, letting her experience pain worse than death. But I hope that day will never come because she is my only masterpiece. This twisted paternal love chilled Mags. Regarding the special aspect of Ron, it decided to change the topic. Do you really believe he has the potential to become the king of eras? Upon hearing this question, Aiden's expression turned serious. He retrieved an ancient tome from the blood pool on the table with his normal right hand. The pages soaked with blood, yet the text remained clear. This is Selina's research notes. He opened the tome, pointing to a passage written in blood ink. Here she recorded her observations on the pattern of era changes. Each era transition requires a catalyst with special qualities. Aiden's vertical eye focused on the page, the spiral in his pupil slowly turning. This person must not only have extraordinary talent, but also the will to break established tracks. Most importantly. He paused, his voice becoming mysterious. He must be able to preserve his humanity while withstanding the erosion from chaos, an almost impossible balance. And Ron Ralph, Aiden's eyes revealed a greedy gleam. I can sense traces of the King of Illusion's power in him. That damned impostor disrupted my progress like this in the past. Mentioning the King of Illusion stirred evident emotions in Aiden. The vertical eye on his forehead flashed violently, the eyeballs on his left arm spun wildly. But this time is different. He struggled to control his anger. If I succeed in controlling him, it's equivalent to grasping the dominance of the next era. Mag's spider form created a complex web on the table. So, how confident are you in the success of this plan? Aiden pondered, revealing a terrifying smile. At least 70%, Apemia's beauty and talent are enough to attract young men, and her special ability is indefensible. Even if the target notices, it's hard to remain rational in such situations. His voice grew more sinister. Additionally, I have prepared other alternative plans for her. If gentle methods fail, she has other ways to achieve her goal. The Blood Moon clan's bloodline dominance isn't limited to abyssal creatures. The chamber fell into brief silence, only the distant heartbeat echoing endlessly. I look forward to your good news. Ultimately, Mag said, the spider form began to dissipate. If this plan succeeds, we will all receive unprecedented rewards. Aiden sat alone in the chamber, gazing at the distorted blood-red sky in the distance. In his plan, this is only the beginning. Once he controls Ron through Apemia, the real game will begin. He will make those who once looked down on him pay the price. Let the entire court of truth witness the true power of the false king. Captain Miller stepped forward. With him and his team already donned in specially crafted abyss protective gear. The surface of the protective gear was engraved with protective runes, and the masks featured built-in filtration systems to purify the toxic gases of the abyss. Wizard Ralph, the equipment check is complete. Miller's voice came through the magic sound transmitter, carrying the steadiness unique to a veteran. But I must remind you once more, the danger level of the fourth layer far exceeds that of the previous layers. Even a veteran team like ours cannot guarantee absolute safety. I understand the risks, Ron replied succinctly, while inspecting his own gear. Moreover, I have prepared extensive contingency plans. He gently patted the storage bag at his waist, which contained summoning runes given by other, as well as various emergency potions and escape tools. The Explorer 1 Golem had also completed its final adjustments, ready to take on more dangerous exploratory work in his stead at any time. They were currently standing at the core area of the observation station, with a giant descending platform like an inverted pyramid, deeply embedded in an artificially hewn rock shaft. For the first time, Ron was witnessing this architectural marvel firsthand, and he couldn't help but pause. The platform's surface was covered with a dense network of runic circuits, each path shimmering with a steady silver-blue glow. But these runes were not lifeless carvings. Instead, they expanded and contracted like blood vessels, as if this massive structure was engaged in some profound breathing. More unsettlingly, distorted faces occasionally emerged within those runes. Those were the rune artisans who had once participated in the construction of this facility, whose souls had been permanently merged into these runes, becoming the fuel that sustained the facility. Even though I've seen this thing countless times, it still gives me the creeps, came a gruff voice from behind Ron. It was a middle-aged man with a scarred face who spoke. He had lost his left eye to some abyssal creature, and in the hollow socket rested a rotating prosthetic eye. Blake, watch your language. An older female witch frowned and said, there are other colleagues present here. Blake shrugged indifferently. Facts are facts, Camilla. Back when this contraption was being built, those lunatics consumed over 3,000 craftsmen alive. Look at those runes, they are still weeping. Ron activated extraordinary recognition, and under the special vision, the entire platform appeared as a massive runic extension. Countless tortured souls were bound within the runic network, their despair and fear having already become part of the facility's power. This illustrates the essence of wizard civilization: to gain power and knowledge, any cost is acceptable. This level of soul fusion technology, Ron silently analyzed in his heart. Mastering its principles could greatly aid my stand-in puppet project. Feeling anger or sympathy for what's already happened holds no meaning for our researcher. The important thing is to learn the technology from it and apply it to one's own research. Do you feel it? The lament from the souls of the departed. A gloomy voice arose. The speaker was a thin man dressed in a black robe. His hands were covered with peculiar silver gloves, which were crawling with writhing runes. I am Necromancer Mordred. Specializing in the application of soul energy, he extended his hand to Ron. The design concept of this platform is practically a necromancy masterpiece. Ron politely shook hands with him through a layer of magic grid, but remained cautious internally. Necromancers hold a delicate status within wizard society. Their skills are useful, but their personalities are often extremely twisted. Ron Ralph, he introduced himself succinctly. Oh, the genius who ranked second in the New Star plan. Mordred's eyes showed a kind of morbid interest. I heard you've made significant strides in bloodline modulation. Interested in collaborating, my undead servants need more intricate stitching and your skills. I don't have plans in that regard at the moment. Ron interrupted coldly. Just then, other spectral image appeared in the center of the platform. But unlike his warm demeanor during private meetings, the old professor now exuded an intimidating pressure. The scattering silver light made one feel as if they were bearing a massive mountain. Fellow explorers, welcome to the Abyssal Observation Station. Others' voice echoed across the entire platform. Before the descent begins, I must inform you of a few points. His gaze swept across the more than 20 explorers present, each feeling the immense demon pressure from the great wizard. Firstly, this descending device is sustained by my void power. Your life safety is completely in my hands. The old professor's words carried a cold fact. Any violation during the descent will result in immediate execution. The platform instantaneously fell into a deathly silence. Several explorers who had been whispering stopped immediately. Secondly, starting from the fourth layer of the abyss, the intensity of the curse is enough to cause hallucinations even in Morning Star wizards. Though my shield can provide protection if anyone attempts any form of interference or probing during the descent. Other spectral image suddenly became menacing. with the silver light transforming into countless tentacle-like beams. I will personally feed it to the deeper abyssal creatures. This blatant threat made the atmosphere extremely oppressive. Ron noticed that several weaker explorers had already started to tremble slightly. Very well, it seems everyone understands the rules. Others' tone returned to calmness. Now, let's begin this pleasant journey. With the old professor's operation, the runes around the platform began to flicker violently. The souls fused within them let out silent screams. Their agony transformed into energy to maintain the shield. Anchor current coordinates. Detect abyssal airflow. Just diving trajectory. Others' voice became formulaic. During the rapid descent, you may see things you shouldn't see. Do not try to understand, do not try to remember, let them flow naturally through your consciousness. The platform began to slowly descend, and the surrounding reality started to distort. Upon entering the first layer of the abyss, Ron once again felt that indescribable sense of oppression. Through the translucent shield, he saw an eerie scene. An endless bloody shallow extended around, the crimson liquid not ordinary blood, but the materialized fear and despair of countless creatures at the moment of their death. The blood was flowing slowly. Occasionally distorting faces would surface. There were humans, alien races, and some unrecognizable alien creatures. These faces all bore expressions of despair from their final moments, mouths opening and closing silently as if telling something. Every time you see this scene, it's always shocking, right? Ralph, a somewhat familiar male voice sounded beside Ron. He turned his head to see that it was actually Maxim talking. This wizard with a somewhat frightful appearance was the adjudicator who recognized his professional modulator qualification back at the Black Mist School. Ron was indeed surprised, but quickly adjusted his emotions. Didn't expect to meet you here. Compared to the time at Black Mist School, Maxim's abyssal contamination was noticeably worsened. Silver scales spread from the hands to half of his cheek, those fine scales shimmering with ominous metallic luster under the shield's glow. Most unsettling was that these scales were slowly wriggling, as if something was crawling beneath the skin. Haha, it's a small world indeed. Maxim laughed heartily, but with a hint of bitterness. I remember back at Black Mist School, you were just an apprentice curious about the abyss. Now, he carefully perceived Ron's magic power fluctuations, and his eyes showed obvious shock. My gosh, your magic power almost surpasses mine. How much time has really passed? Deservedly the runner-up of the new star plan. What Maxim sensed was Ron's suppressed magic power fluctuation, probably only less than a third of the actual total magic power. Just lucky. The young wizard answered humbly while observing the mutated scales on Maxim's face. Under the extraordinary recognition vision, these scales were actually a type of parasitic abyssal spore, slowly transforming the host's physiological structure. Though the process was painful, it indeed brought an increase in power. So what brings you to the abyss this time? Maxim asked curiously. With your current status, you shouldn't need to take risks in places like this, right? Collecting some special materials to prepare for breaking through to the moon level in the future. Ron didn't completely tell the truth. Maxim sighed softly and subconsciously touched the scales on his face. I came to completely merge with these damn things. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Though abyssal contamination is painful, it is the best catalyst. If I can't master them before the contamination spreads completely, I'll just have to wait to slowly turn into a monster. His tone became more serious. Honestly, I originally thought I would stop at the Morning Star level in this lifetime. But Cassandra's conquest plan has brought new hope to those of us with exhausted potential. Mentioning Cassandra, a fervent light ignited in Maxim's eyes. I have personally seen the active minerals brought back from the crystal civilization. Those things can interconnect and iterate themselves, possessing stronger analytical capabilities than ordinary wizards. Ron listened silently, gaining a clearer understanding of Cassandra's influence spreading. This conquest's allure was indeed strong, attracting even half-retired explorers like Maxim to be drawn back into their old profession. As the two conversed, the platform entered the second layer. Here, the bloody shallow had become even more distorted and dangerous. Countless broken space bubbles floated in the blood sea, each containing different space-time environments. Some bubbles burned with eternal flames, some covered by absolute ice, others filled with wriggling tentacled creatures. Most terrifyingly, these bubbles would randomly merge and split, creating an even more chaotic environment. Occasionally, a bubble would burst. its contents spilling into the blood sea, immediately triggering a violent reaction. Second layer. Maxim's voice became tense. From here on, even with the void remains protection. We can feel the edge effects of the abyssal curse. Sure enough, Ron began to feel a subtle mental pressure. It was not a direct attack, but a kind of gradual erosion, tempting to implant thoughts deep within his consciousness that were not his own. He immediately activated the Star Eater's ravings for protection, the cold power of the stars forming a solid mental barrier. But other explorers weren't as fortunate. Ron noticed that the necromancer Mordred had already begun to tremble slightly. As the platform reached the third floor, the surrounding environment changed drastically once again. The bloody shallow disappeared, replaced by an endless black desert. The remains of countless creatures had weathered into powder, and began a perpetual cycle in this land of death. The sky was a deep, oppressive purple, with no sun, only several massive organ-like celestial bodies suspended, emitting a sickly glow. These celestial bodies were actually organs of ancient entities, turned into lighting facilities after being devoured by the abyss. Third floor reached, the destination is here. Prepare to disembark. Others' voice became serious. From now on, you will be directly exposed to the abyss environment. Remember, caution is the only rule for survival. The platform slowly came to a halt, and the shields began to gradually dissipate. Instantly, the unique oppressive atmosphere of the abyss rushed forth. It was a complex scent mixed with death, despair, and madness, and even experienced explorers needed time to adapt. More terrifyingly, it was mingled with a sickly sweet smell of decay, the aroma produced by the fermentation of countless corpses in the abyss. Ugh! Several explorers entering the abyss for the first time immediately began to retch. Goodbye then, Ron. Maxim patted his shoulder. My goal is to venture once more to the sixth-floor maze domain, where there is a special environment that can catalyze breakthroughs. His expression grew more serious. Remember my words, in the abyss never trust anything that appears friendly. Every creature here, including those that look human, could be a deadly trap. I will remember. Ron nodded solemnly, and I wish you a successful breakthrough. Maxim's team included 3 combat slaves genetically modified and 2 mercenaries. Though their strength was only so-so, they possessed rich survival experience in the abyss environment. Ron's team was assembled by the Miller squad. This experienced team had unparalleled expertise in abyss exploration, with each member a veteran surviving countless life and death trials. Maintain formation, do not act alone. Miller's command experience was extremely valuable in such an environment. This black sand can perceive the emotion of fear. The more afraid you are, the more likely you are to be attacked. Sure enough, as the team stepped onto the black desert, the seemingly ordinary bone sand immediately began to writhe. They gathered at the team members' feet, making subtle friction sounds, as if savoring the life essence of those stepping on them. Ron activated his perception ability, and within his unique vision, a relatively safe path gradually became clear. It was a winding path, skillfully skirting most of the dangerous areas. 30 degrees to the left. Avoid the darker area over there. He pointed into the distance. The bone sand density is higher there, possibly hiding some predator. Miller nodded in trust and began adjusting the team's direction. As a seasoned explorer, he knew that in the abyss, any slight anomaly could mean lethal danger. After several hours of careful traversal, they successfully passed through the primary danger area of the third floor. They encountered several small-scale attacks during this period. Some worm-like creatures made of bone sand, along with a few grotesque spiders with human faces, were easily dealt with by the team's coordinated efforts. Upon reaching the border area leading to the fourth layer, obvious distortions in space began to manifest. The direction of gravity became erratic, and the flow of time started to fluctuate anomalously. From here on out, the real test begins. Miller stopped walking, his expression turning extremely serious. The complexity of the environment in the fourth layer far exceeds the previous layers, and he lowered his voice. Recent reconnaissance reports indicate signs of apostle-level high-density activity in the fourth layer. We must be extraordinarily cautious. This news made the other team members tense up. The presence of an apostle-level being was an almost insurmountable threat, even for a Golden Ring-level explorer. Don't worry, I have a contingency plan, and Professor Udall will be monitoring us the whole time, Ron said calmly, checking the storage bag on his waist. Let's keep moving forward. His voice remained calm, but there was a burning desire for the unknown in his eyes. Since we're here, we can't return empty-handed. The Abyss fourth layer, on the edge of the flesh and blood forest, the environment of the fourth layer was even more distorted and terrifying than he had imagined. The so-called forest was actually a grotesque structure composed of enormous blood vessels, tendons, and cartilage. Each of these trees pulsated slightly, their surfaces covered with a moist, skin-like texture, continuously oozing a viscous fluid. Even more unsettling was the fact that these fluids had strong hallucinogenic effects. Several team members, after accidental contact, began to exhibit mild hallucination symptoms. They saw deceased comrades waving at them and heard the voices of family members calling out. Everyone, use the antidote immediately. Miller's command saved the team. These fluids contain a psychic toxin. Ron retrieved the Explorer 1 golem, starting the final adjustments. According to his plan, this construct would delve into the depths of the forest in search of traces of the newborn beast, while also interacting with the stand-in puppet. Ready, Creator. The golem reported in a mechanical voice. All systems are functioning normally and energy levels are sufficient. Good. Remember your mission to collect the newborn beast's tears, scout the activity range of the Abyssal Apostle, and retreat or self-destruct if encountering an insurmountable threat. Ron did a final check of the golem's equipment. Do not attempt direct contact with any Apostle-level entities. Your mission is solely reconnaissance and material collection. Understood, Creator. Explorer 1 commencing mission. The golem disappeared into the depths of the flesh and blood forest, while Ron monitored its movements through the spiritual link. As Ron ventured deeper into the abyss, the observation station received two special visitors. When Chloe arrived at the observation station aboard the night fog, it was already late at night. The exterior of the observation station appeared more eerie in the darkness, with the living building materials gently writhing under the moonlight, blood vessel patterns on its surface pulsating like a heartbeat. Welcome to the Abyssal Observation Station, Miss Chloe. Udal's specter materialized automatically, but unlike usual, the old professor seemed noticeably weakened. Maintaining the submersion device earlier had clearly drained him of a lot of magic power. Professor Udal, it's an honor to meet you. Chloe quickly dismounted from the night fog, bowing in greeting. Her eyes covered by black silk, but her movements sure and unwavering. Her strong spiritual perception provided her with a clear awareness of the surrounding environment. In her perception, the entire observation station was like a colossal living organ, filled with the wails of suffering souls. But as an astrologer, she was accustomed to facing various twisted entities. Grandma Leia often mentioned the favor you did her in the past. She continued, her voice full of respect. Without your guidance, she might have perished in a prophetic rebound long ago. Ha, that's all ancient history now. Udal waved his hand, his tone turning wistful. She was able to reach today's heights, becoming a great elder of the Astrology Association and advancing to the Dark Sun level entirely thanks to her own effort and talent. But your guidance changed her life. Chloe said sincerely, those divination techniques for avoiding danger remain core teaching content within the Astrology Association. As the two happily conversed, a strange wind blew at the entrance, accompanied by magic waves characteristic of the visitor. Udal's expression instantly became cold. If Chloe hadn't been there, he would have intended to deny this late-night visitor entry. The appearance of the white-haired, which was like injecting liquid nitrogen into warm water, freezing the cozy conversation atmosphere. Blood Moon Clan, Euphemia Pell. She bowed gracefully, her voice smooth like silk. But Chloe keenly sensed the coldness hidden within. I've come to apply for an Abyss exploration license. Sorry to interrupt your conversation. Udal's specter retracted all warmth, its silver light becoming as sharp as a blade. Exploration applications need to go through the normal procedure for review. Registration is in that other building where the staff will inform you of the specific process. This businesslike indifference stood in stark contrast to the warmth previously shown to Chloe. Of course, Euphemia noticed this difference, but outwardly she maintained a perfect smile. Of course, I understand the importance of regulations. However, her tone carried a hint of suggestion. Lady Cassandra once mentioned that the observation station provides some convenience policies for participants of the new star plan. I don't care what deals are happening behind the scenes. Other directly interrupted her. The air around the shadow began to distort, emanating a suffocating pressure. Under my jurisdiction, everyone must follow the same rules. The name of the Blood Moon clan holds no special meaning here. The old professor's voice turned more severe. Moreover, I must warn you, the Abyssal Observation Station is not a place for your theatrics. If you're here for some shameful task, I suggest you leave now. This blatant hostility stirred a surge of anger within Uphemia. As a genius of the Blood Moon clan, she rarely faced such blunt rejection and humiliation. Yet she quickly suppressed this emotion. As the creation, carefully nurtured by the King of Blood, she naturally possessed extraordinary mental control abilities. I have no malicious intentions, Professor. Her voice remained gentle. I'm just a young wizard seeking breakthroughs, hoping to gain stronger power in the abyss. That motive shouldn't be problematic, right? Then proceed according to normal procedures. Others' attitude did not soften in the slightest. But I must remind you, exploring the abyss involves great risk. Given your level of strength, you might never return. His words carried a hint of implication. I hope you can act within your limits and not make decisions you will regret. Though the Blood Moon clan's influence is vast, before the abyss, everyone is equally fragile. Although this sentence appeared as a well-meaning reminder, the sarcasm within was very apparent. Uphemia, of course, heard the underlying meaning. But she only nodded gracefully. Thank you for the reminder, I will be careful. As she turned to leave the reception hall, her gaze casually swept over Chloe. The pure aura emanating from the blind girl reminded her of something she had long since lost. A fragment of memories from when she was still a normal human before being created by the King of Blood. Back then, she also possessed such pure emotions, but now. Once Uphemia left, the reception hall returned to silence. But Chloe's expression turned serious. Professor, that woman is surrounded by extremely dangerous threads of fate. Her voice carried evident unease. In my perception, she is like a walking curse, bringing chaos and death wherever she goes. And Chloe paused for a moment, her voice turning softer. She has causal entanglements related to Ron Ralph. Those threads are ominously dark red, foretelling a bloody disaster. I know. Others' voice carried deep revulsion. People from the Blood Moon clan are never anything good, especially this Uphemia and that. The old professor stopped himself. The shadow grew dimmer, revealing deep exhaustion within the silver light. Chloe gently stroked the celestial ball crystal in her arms, sensing the warning signals within. I can feel her true purpose in coming here. In the threads of fate, her intersection with Ron has been deliberately arranged by some powerful will. This is not a chance encounter, but a meticulously planned trap. Then we must be even more cautious. Others' expression turned grave. Though Ron is cautious, he is still young. Faced with such specifically designed weapon, even an experienced elder wizard might lose judgment. As the two were discussing, the magic communication device in the reception hall suddenly rang. Upon others' connection, a tense voice came through. Professor, there's an emergency. A large-scale energy fluctuation has occurred at the junction between the 5th layer and the 4th layer, the intensity reaching apostle level. Moreover, the center of the fluctuation is moving towards Ron's planned route. This news made others' face turn pale in an instant. Immediately activated the observation equipment, projecting a real-time image of the abyss 4th layer in the center of the reception hall. The image showed a tremendously indescribable figure slowly swimming in the sea of darkness. That was Eye of the Abyss Nari. Its mountain-like gigantic tentacles stirred up energy storms capable of destroying cities with each movement. But most unsettling was that this ancient monster seemed to carry a strange excitement. Its gigantic eyes continuously turned, as if searching for something extremely important. Oh no! Others' voice carried obvious worry. Nari rarely leaves its lair unless it encounters something particularly interesting, and the direction it's moving. He quickly retrieved the location information of Ron's team. It's exactly Ron's exploration route. Chloe's face also turned pale. The celestial ball crystal in her hand fiercely flashed with ominous red light. The prophecy is coming true. The convergence of blood and chaos is about to unfold. Her voice carried despair. I saw flames, death, and a result more terrifying than death. Upon hearing this prophecy, others immediately began mobilizing the power of the void remains. Silver light danced wildly around him, preparing for remote, emergency intervention. But at this moment, a cold voice came from the door of the reception hall. Looks like I've arrived just in time. Uphemia reappeared at the door, but this time her expression was entirely different. The guise of gentleness disappeared. replaced by cold calculation. You haven't left. Other's shadow instantly turned towards her, the silver light sharpening like a blade. Of course not. Apemia gracefully walked into the reception hall. I've been waiting for the approval of my exploration permit, but now it seems. Her gaze fell on the projection of Nari's figure, revealing an intriguing smile at the corner of her mouth. It seems someone is in trouble. As someone equally concerned about Ron Ralph's safety, I believe I can offer some assistance. What do you mean? Other's voice carried obvious hostility. It's simple. Apemia took out a blood-red crystal ball from her storage bag. I have a way to safely extract Ron without alerting Nari. Of course, this requires some exchange terms. Greed flickered in her eyes, for example, allowing me to join his exploration team and collaborate closely with him in the upcoming operations. I believe this benefits both parties. Other instantly realized the sinister intention behind this proposal. This woman clearly wanted to seize the opportunity of the rescue to get close to Ron and exert some form of control over him. But the situation was indeed critical. Nari was drawing closer to Ron's location, and his own void-remained state had yet to fully recover. I cannot agree to your terms. Other finally shook his head. But if you're genuinely willing to help rescue Ron, I might consider reducing your exploration commission. That's not enough. Apemia chuckled softly. My help is irreplaceable, but since the astrologer is also here, why not let her do a reading to see if without my help, Ron's chances of survival are significant? This proposal plunged Other into a dilemma. Chloe sensed the tense standoff between the two. She spoke softly. Let me perform another divination. Perhaps we can find other solutions. She took out the star disk, beginning an urgent divination. Deep in the flesh and blood forest, the Explorer 1 golem is slowly advancing in autonomous mode. Its black gold body stands out starkly in the twisted organ jungle. Each step lands on the moist flesh and blood ground, producing a nauseating squelch, like stepping on a fresh corpse. Ron monitors the golem's movements through the spiritual link, but his attention is somewhat distracted by something else at the moment. The conversation during the descent with Maxim sent a chill deep into his bones. Master Maxim, do you remember Master Corina? He had asked tentatively, trying to keep his tone casual. The silver-haired school mentor, always wearing a silver mask. Maxim's reaction at the time is still clearly etched in Ron's memory. The wizard first furrowed his brow, the fine scales wriggling slightly in thought, producing a faint rustling sound, like the sound of a snake shedding its skin. His expression shifted from confusion to deep unease, finally turning into an almost fearful blankness. Corina, Maxim repeated the name, his voice full of emptiness. That name is completely unfamiliar. Painful struggles flickered in his abyss-contaminated, clouded eyes, as if something in the depths of his memory was desperately struggling to surface, but was being suppressed by some indescribable force. Silver Hair Mask, my colleague at the Black Mist School. Maxim's voice began to tremble. I should know such a person, I should remember. But, he suddenly stopped, clutching his head tightly. The silver scales started to writhe violently, as if something alive was crawling madly under his skin. Damn it, why does this name feel so familiar, yet I can't remember at all? Maxim's voice carried despair and anger. It's like someone used a hot iron clamp to forcibly dig something important out of my brain. His emotions were so agitated that even the abyssal atmosphere outside the void remained shield began to stir. The twisted faces beyond the barrier all turned towards them, silently mocking. Other glanced over with a frown. Seeing it was someone Ron knew, he said nothing more. Master Maxim, calm down. Ron's voice remained steady. The abyss environment amplifies negative emotions. You need to control yourself. I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Maxim took several deep breaths trying to calm down, but the fear in his gaze towards Ron was inexplicable. Ron, the person you mentioned earlier, did she really exist, or are we all experiencing some collective hallucination? This soul-deep doubt sent a chilling apprehension through Ron. Of course, she existed. His voice was firm, but a hint of doubt crept into his heart. Master Corina, the up-and-coming wizard dispatched from the Crystal Tower to the Black Mist Jungle. She was the one who brought me from the Farrukh Kingdom to the school, and later became Trish's mentor. Trish. Maxim's expression grew more confused. Another completely unfamiliar name. You and Master Corina should be familiar with each other. Ron's voice took on a certain prompting. You were both members of the same exploration team, venturing into the Abyss 6th layer together. No, impossible. Maxim rasped. I've never teamed up with any female wizards to explore the abyss. My teammates should all be. He suddenly stopped, his face showing an even more terrifying expression. I can't recall the names of any of my teammates. His words were full of despair. I remember having teammates, remember fighting side by side, remember life and death together. But their faces, their names are all a blank. The kind of innate fear made this seasoned wizard, who had faced countless life and death trials, tremble like a child. As if something had erased certain important people from his memory, Maxim's spirits had fallen to the lowest point. I can remember techniques, remember knowledge, remember various details, but those people, those truly important people, are all gone. Seeing the prematurely aged man with graying hair almost breaking down, Ron felt a deep empathy. The influence range of the Land of Oblivion is more extensive than Professor Udall described. He silently analyzed in his heart. Not only those directly devoured will be erased, but even closely related parts of their memory will be affected as well. This was a chilling realization. If the Land of Oblivion truly possesses such a powerful reality-altering capability, then huge gaps might exist in the entire history of the wizard world. How many important figures, events, or even some critical knowledge inheritance have been completely erased by this force, and these survivors don't even know what they've lost. Master Maxim, Ron finally spoke, his voice holding a certain comfort. Perhaps I remembered something wrong. The abyss environment does induce false memories. This was a well-meaning lie. Although Ron deeply believed in his heart, he didn't want to cause Maxim more pain. After all, what good would knowing the truth do? Those who are erased may never return. The abyssal environment indeed easily induces hallucinations. Maybe you've confused your memories with others. Maxim released his tightly clenched fist, shook his head with a bitter smile. That's true. If such a companion truly existed, how could I forget? We shared life and death together, faced unspeakable horrors. His voice grew lighter, as if convincing himself. Memory indeed is unreliable. Especially after staying in the abyss for a long time, many things become blurred. But Ron could see that Maxim did not truly believe his own words. There was deep confusion and fear in his eyes. Like a person missing an important piece of their memory. Puzzle, knowing something is missing, yet unable to retrieve it. Now returning to the flesh and blood forest, Ron could still feel that bone-chilling cold. Corina, Trish. Did they really exist? Memories about them are so vivid. Corina's inappropriate sense of humor beneath her cold exterior, her face disfigured by abyssal erosion after removing the mask. The bright smile Trish would occasionally show during their private meetings, her face full of longing when talking about the future and a wider world, and the pride when showing him her forest elf ears. But if everyone else has forgotten them, how can the authenticity of these memories be verified? This is the most malicious aspect of the Land of Oblivion. Ron bitterly smiled to himself. It not only takes lives, but also robs the meaning of existence. Those erased don't even have the right to be mourned. However, as a rational researcher, indulging in such emotions was of no help to him. What mattered was extracting valuable information from this phenomenon. At least I now know that my unique soul structure indeed possesses some form of resistance. He quickly adjusted his mindset. This resistance is effective not only against abyssal erosion, but also offers protection against reality-altering attacks. This was an important discovery, meaning he had advantages over ordinary wizards when facing similar threats. Reeling back these thoughts, Ron focused on the task at hand. Through the spiritual link, he could sense Explorer 1 approaching an area with a denser abyssal aura. Captain Miller, he turned to the vigilant veteran. I need to perform a divination to determine our next course of action. A flicker of concern crossed Miller's single eye. As a seasoned explorer, he knew well the risks of performing divination in the abyss. Understood, boss. He didn't waste words, immediately directing the team to establish a protective camp. Listen up, folks. Set up the protective circle according to standard procedures. The experienced exploration team showcased astounding efficiency. While cursing the disgusting surroundings, Blake skillfully set up alert runes around. These runes were active ones drawn with a special abyssal creature's blood, capable of sensing and preemptively alerting any approaching hostile presences. Damn flesh and blood forest. Blake grumbled with his distinctively coarse voice. Every time I come here, I feel like I've crawled into the belly of some giant monster. Camilla rolled her eyes at him while helping set up physical barriers. Blake, mind your language. In this environment, your complaints might be overheard by things that shouldn't hear them. Huh? Let those monsters come. Blake retorted disdainfully, patting the war axe at his waist. My axe is itching to taste some fresh flesh and blood. Despite his bold words, his hands moved swiftly, setting up the protective runes in an impenetrable manner. The two other team members were responsible for constructing a temporary shelter. Use special soundproof materials to build a relatively enclosed space capable of effectively blocking various spiritual interference in the abyssal environment. Finally, Miller personally took out a sophisticated device Ron had never seen before. This device seemed like a hybrid of some living organ and mechanical components. Most uncanny were its eyes. Dozens of observation apparatuses of varying sizes rotated autonomously, scanning the surroundings. This is the observatory's latest development, the Silence Box. Miller carefully adjusted the device as he explained the abyss is filled with various spiritual interference, including whispers of ancient presences, wails of the dead, and chaotic signals from chaos itself, after the device was activated. The surrounding environment immediately underwent subtle but clear changes. The twisted whispers that were vaguely audible disappeared. The nauseating sensation of countless bugs crawling inside one's eardrums diminished significantly. The oppressive feeling in the air that could drive one mad seemed to be separated by an invisible barrier. I don't quite understand the manufacturing principle of this thing, Miller continued, a pragmatic glint flickering in his single eye. But I know it has saved many lives. Ordinary divination rituals are nearly impossible to perform in the abyss. The interferences not only affect the accuracy of the prophecy, but might also attract some unwanted attention. He lowered his voice. I've seen divination masters perform rituals in the abyss, only to summon wandering ancient spirits. Those entities are particularly sensitive to prophetic activities once they set their eyes on you. Miller made a throat-slitting gesture, the meaning clear without words. Ron nodded with satisfaction. This professionalism is precisely why he chose Miller's team. In such extreme environments, the importance of experience and equipment goes without saying. In a well-equipped protective environment, he began to take out his divination tools. But unlike the usual star disk, the abyssal environment obscured the stars outside, requiring other divination methods. As a qualified astrologer, Ron naturally mastered multiple divination techniques. Star divination, though the most accurate, is far from the only option. I need to think carefully. What method is most suitable in this environment? First is blood divination, one of the oldest and most dangerous methods. Through the life information contained in the blood, the prophet can glimpse certain fragments of destiny. However, this method requires the diviner's own blood and significantly increases the chance of attracting malevolent entities. In the abyss, an inherently malicious environment, the risks of blood divination are magnified. Secondly, bone divination, using specially crafted bones for predictions. Bones from different animals contain various divinatory traits. Human bones signify wisdom and death, beast bones symbolize strength and savagery, while bones from abyssal creatures can sense chaotic transformations. Then there's rune divination, predicting the future through ancient rune combinations. This method is relatively safe, but demands deep knowledge of rune magic, with results often cryptic, requiring extensive interpretation. Lastly, dream divination, the most mysterious and uncontrollable method. The diviner must enter a special meditation state, allowing the consciousness to touch the boundary between the dream realm and reality, extracting prophetic information. This approach is extremely dangerous, especially within the abyss. Moment of carelessness can trap the consciousness forever in the depths of a nightmare. Considering the current environment and task requirements, Ron ultimately chose blood-bone combination divination. This is a hybrid technique combining the strengths of blood and bone divinations, still risky but relatively controllable. He retrieved a set of meticulously prepared divination tools from the storage bag, 7 finger bones from various abyssal creatures, each specially treated with minutely engraved prophetic runes. Divination tray sculpted from obsidian, its surface covered in vein-like patterns, and 7 specially crafted candles that, when burned, emit a soul-guiding fragrance. The number 7, inherently linked to mystery. The basic principle of blood-bone divination is. While arranging the tools, Ron reviewed the theoretical points in his mind. He lit the candles, with each releasing a distinct scent as it burned, a decayed sweetness, metallic rustiness, the richness of flowers. Together, these aromas melded into an odd scent between fragrance and stench. Bones from abyssal creatures are particularly suitable for predicting chaos-related futures, as they naturally sense abyssal energy fluctuations. He gently pricked the middle finger of his left hand, allowing a few drops of blood to fall into the center of the divination tray. The instant the blood touched the obsidian surface, the vein-like patterns illuminated, emitting an eerie red glow. This light was not steady, but pulsated rhythmically like a heartbeat, as if the dead object had gained life. Next, Ron held the bones in his right hand and closed his eyes to meditate. He needed to inject his spiritual power into these bones, awakening the ancient memory fragments hidden within. As the meditation deepened, Ron felt his consciousness begin to split. One part remained in reality, perceiving the surrounding temperature, humidity, and the sound of his teammates breathing. The other part sank deeper, connecting with the ancient memories contained within those bones. On that level, he saw unsettling scenes, corrosion bugs crawling in a subterranean labyrinth, their compound eyes reflecting countless possibilities of death. Shadow spiders weaving a web of prophecy at the peak of the flesh and blood forest, each thread linking to a creature's fate. Blood-tear flowers, absorbing pain, momentarily glimpsed the sufferer's future. Memory fragments merged within Ron's consciousness, forming a new perception. He could see the hidden dangers in the surrounding environment, sensing the fluctuations of destiny threads. The bones were thrown into the divination tray, and from this moment, the process was no longer under his control of magic power. In the tray, the bones began to automatically arrange themselves under the influence of blood. They seemed to be conducting a complex dance, sometimes gathering, sometimes dispersing. Miller and the others watched the process nervously. Even though they didn't understand divination, they could all feel that unsettling, mysterious aura in the air. "Damn, this thing looks like some kind of evil ritual," Blake muttered quietly, unconsciously gripping the war axe. "Shut up, Blake," Camilla glared at him. Any interference could affect the outcome of the divination. A few minutes later, the bones stopped moving, forming a disturbing pattern on the divination board. The 7 bones created a twisted star shape, but Ron immediately noticed something unusual. 3 bones pointed in the same direction deeper into the abyss. The blood in the divination board began to flow spontaneously. Blood formed connecting lines between the bones, creating a complex network with the center point exactly corresponding to Ron's current position. All the imagery was obscure, requiring the diviner to use their knowledge and intuition for interpretation. "Let's start the interpretation." Ron stared at the complex pattern, using his astrology knowledge to begin the analysis. Firstly, the 3 bones pointing in the same direction in traditional divination is known as fate convergence. It indicates that the diviner is destined to encounter a significant event in the specified direction, and this encounter is unavoidable, no matter how the course is changed. But what exactly will be encountered, the bones themselves cannot provide a clear answer. Ron needed to deduce from other information. The corrosion worm bones pointing to the deeper layers signify that this encounter involves decay and rebirth, possibly involving some form of transformation. The blood-tear flowers direction suggests a blend of pain and passion, heralding a strong emotional impact, and the participation of the mutant beast bone was most striking, representing rebirth and hope. 3 distinctly different symbols pointing in the same direction. Ron analyzed in his mind. This might mean I will encounter a complex being that possesses both destructive and creative traits. Next was the analysis of the bloodline-formed network. Ron could recognize some traditional symbols among them. There was a pentagram structure representing protection, hinting at the presence of some protective force, an infinity symbol representing connection, foreshadowing some form of eternal bond, and some more complex patterns seemingly related to lineage, heritage, and identity. The network center is myself, but the edges extend in multiple different directions. Ron continued to interpret. This indicates that this event is not just a simple 2-sided contact, but will involve the participation of other forces. The pattern formed by blood continued to change. In the northeast area of the divination board, the blood gathered into a blurred humanoid silhouette. This silhouette was small, giving a feeling of an embryo or newborn. But as time passed, this silhouette began to form connections with the surrounding bloodlines, as if establishing some kind of special relationship network. This should be the symbol of the stand-in puppet. Ron's heartbeat slightly accelerated. The blood divination shows that my encounter with the beings in the abyss is indeed closely related to the puppet. In this specific context, it might mean the establishment of some special relationship. As the blood continued to change, more unsettling visions appeared in the divination board. In the southern region, the blood formed a giant eye shape, surrounded by countless tentacle-like blood lines. Ron recorded this critical information in his mind, but what really shocked him was the relationship between this giant eye and the small silhouette. The blood formed a special connection pattern between them. Not a simple straight line, but a spiral bond structure. In traditional symbolism, this spiral bond carries a very special meaning. It represents a bloodline relationship, especially a familial bond. The changes in the blood continued, but the upcoming pattern confused Ron even more. In the northern region of the divination board, a blurred human silhouette appeared, but this silhouette was distinctly different from himself. It was more slender, giving a feminine impression. Moreover, this silhouette was surrounded by red whirlpools, representing danger and temptation. A third-party force. Ron frowned, a female and with a clear threat. Even more unsettling, this female silhouette also formed a bloodline connection with the central point representing himself. But this connecting line was dark red, representing blood, conflict, and life and death choices in divination. Threats will come from multiple directions at once. Ron began to feel the complexity of the situation. Soon, warning changes appeared in the divination board. The blood began to churn violently, forming scenes of intense conflict. Countless twisted figures battled in a sea of blood, including human shapes and completely unrecognizable alien beings. The focus of these conflicts was concentrated on a few small silhouettes representing Ron's teammates. If approached in a conventional way, he carefully analyzed these unsettling images. Miller and the others would become casualties of the conflict. The prophecy is clear, their survival probability is close to zero. The final image completely confirmed his judgment. The blood revealed blurred figures of Miller, Blake, Camilla, and others, but these figures were all surrounded by dense black fog, representing the inevitable arrival of death. The guidance of the prophecy is very clear. Ron took a deep breath, and a decision formed in his heart. I must face the upcoming challenges alone. Having them follow will only lead to needless sacrifices. The final part of the prophecy also provided some specific action guidance. The blood outline changed again, revealing a complex timeline. First was separation. Ron's outline separated from the others. Then was approaching the two main outlines, Ron and Nari, began to converge. Next was communication, a symbol representing interaction appeared in between. Finally was fusion, all outlines merged into a larger, stronger whole. The key lies in the attitude. Ron carefully observed the details of the communication stage and discovered an important piece of information. When his outline approached Nari's, a specific emotional state needed to be displayed. At this stage, the blood was a warm orange-red color, symbolizing closeness, care, and familial warmth. Do I need to show familial intimacy to that abyssal apostle? This conclusion sounded absurd at first. But connecting it to the possible mother-child relationship between the stand-in puppet and Nari, this attitude became reasonable. After the divination ended, the blood gradually solidified, and the bones lost their glow. Yet the complex pattern remained clearly imprinted on the divination plate, reminding Ron of the insights just gained. He took a deep breath and began to organize the information he obtained. First, encountering the abyssal apostle is unavoidable, and this apostle likely has established a bond akin to family ties with the stand-in puppet. Second, the event will involve multiple factions, including a threatening female character. Lastly, the entire process will bring fundamental changes, which could be good or bad. But the divination did not tell him how to respond to these challenges and how to maximize gains while minimizing risks. These issues require him to rely on his knowledge, experience, and judgment to solve. According to the symbol of the blood bond, I should approach that abyssal apostle as a sort of family member. Ron formulated a strategy in his mind, since it regards the puppet as a child. As the puppet's creator, I may be perceived as a special existence. But the key is how to prove this relationship and how to avoid the threat posed by that mysterious female. He cautiously put away the divination tools, also noting the tense expressions on Miller and the others' faces. How did it turn out? Miller's voice was low. From your expression, it doesn't look very optimistic. It's quite complex. Ron answered truthfully, but omitted most of the details. We are very likely to encounter an apostle-level existence, and not just one. This news made the other members of the team tense up. Blake unconsciously tightened his grip on the war axe. Camilla began checking her magic materials, and even the usually composed Miller showed a solemn expression. Retreat, Miller asked succinctly. No. Ron's answer surprised everyone, but you need to retreat to a safe area. I must handle the next contact alone. This decision sparked debate within the team. What, boss, are you crazy? Blake was the first to object. Facing an abyssal apostle alone, isn't that suicide? Mr. Ron, please reconsider. Camilla's tone was equally worried. Even if you are powerful, you shouldn't take such a risk alone. But after a brief thought, Miller nodded. If that's your decision, we'll respect it. The veteran's voice carried resignation, but mostly understanding. In the abyss, sometimes too many people are a burden. Besides, he looked at the other team members. If it really is an apostle-level threat, we would only be liabilities if we stayed, rather than being of help. He understood his limits and wouldn't make a foolish decision out of so-called loyalty. You all retreat to the relatively safe area on the 3rd floor. Ron began arranging the subsequent plans. If I haven't returned within 72 hours, proceed directly to the observation station to report the situation. Understood. Miller nodded in confirmation. But are you sure you don't need us to leave some support? At least a communication device. Not needed. Ron shook his head. The divination shows that this contact requires the display of a specific attitude. Having others present may destroy that atmosphere. Although the team members were still worried, they eventually accepted this arrangement. In the abyss, personal will often matters more than teamwork. Everyone must be responsible for their own choices, including bearing the corresponding consequences. After the magic isolator emitted its final low hum, it fell into complete silence. Ron carefully placed the divination tools into a specially made silk bag. Looking up, he saw Miller's team packing their equipment. In this bizarre forest made of blood vessels and tendons, the human figures appeared particularly small and fragile. Blake's scarred face twisted in the dim light. His rough palm repeatedly caressed the handle of the war axe, and his artificial eye rotated uneasily in its socket, emitting a faint mechanical grinding sound. Boss, Blake's voice was hoarse like sawed wood. Are you sure you don't need any of us to stay? Even if just following from a distance, we could cover for you if something happens. Blake. Miller's voice was as solid as a rock, instantly cutting off his companion's words. He slowly stood up, his eyes, having endured countless abyss explorations, swept over each team member. You are all my comrades who have been through life and death with me. You should know when to make the right judgment. His words were short and powerful, each word striking the hearts of the team members like a hammer. In the abyss, letting emotions rule is deadlier than any monster or curse. If Mr. Ron says he needs to act alone, then he certainly has his reasons. Miller's gaze finally rested on Ron, full of trust. We are neither babysitters nor burdens. Since he resolutely chose this path, we must give corresponding trust. Camilla placed the last healing potion into the storage bag. At least, she turned to Ron, at least take the emergency flare. If you really encounter a situation you can't handle, it's useless. Ron's voice was as calm as discussing experimental data. Apostle-level beings typically have a perception radius of hundreds of miles. Any magic power fluctuations, including flares, would only expose positions and add unnecessary variables. His gaze swept across each team member, his voice carrying an indisputable decision. Trust my analysis, this is the optimal solution. Miller gave Ron a deep look, finally nodding slowly. As a veteran explorer, he knew where their limits were. Understood. 72 hours. The old soldier's voice was heavy like a dull knife slicing meat. If you haven't returned, we will report to the observation station according to the plan. May knowledge illuminate your path, Mr. Ron. When Miller's squad's figures completely disappeared into the twisted organ jungle, the flesh and blood forest returned to silence. Only the liquid seeping from the surface of the trees continued to drip slowly, each drop resonating with a rhythm like a heartbeat. Ron put away the last bit of warmth from his expression, his gaze turning icy cold. Facing the impending danger alone, what surged from deep within was not fear, but a near pathological excitement. Every true breakthrough requires corresponding risks. He gently caressed the storage bag at his waist, feeling the state of Explorer 1 through the spiritual link. The golem was operating steadily deep within the forest, all systems showing normal. The air was filled with a mix of death and despair. Every breath seemed to swallow the resentment of countless departed souls. Ron had long since fully adapted to such an environment, even beginning to appreciate the primordial beauty within. Now, it's time to confirm the specific status of the stand-in puppet. He closed his eyes and began to deeply engage the spiritual link with the puppet. As his consciousness extended, his perception instantly spanned enormous distances, reaching the depths of the Sea of Darkness. In the depths of the Sea of Darkness, the oppressive darkness surged with unimaginably vast existences. Nari's body, like moving mountains, swam slowly at the sea bottom, with each breath causing great fluctuations in the seawater. Yet at this moment, this fearful existence that made countless explorers dread showed a completely different side. "My little darling, how do you feel today?" Nari's face, covered with countless eyes, approached the nutrient sac. Its voice in the consciousness domain, soft as a lullaby. "Yesterday, Mother went to the 6th layer, especially to find the freshest fruit of time for you." It carefully took out a peculiar fruit shimmering with silver light. The fruit's surface flowed with liquid time. Merely watching it allowed one to feel the weight of ages. The stand-in puppet floated quietly in the specially made sack. After this period of meticulous care, it had begun to exude a subtle life aura. Suddenly, the runes on the puppet's surface began to flash fiercely, brighter than ever before, illuminating the entire sack like a mini-sun. All of Nari's eyes instantly widened, its massive body halted. "Darling, what's wrong?" It was somewhat nervous. Countless tentacles began to gently stroke the surface of the sack. "Are you uncomfortable somewhere, or hungry? Mother will immediately find you something tastier." Just then, a miracle occurred for Nari, unprecedented. The puppet began to speak, not with sound, but as a stream of information directly transmitted to the depths of Nari's consciousness. This mode of communication made it so excited it almost lost its mind. All tentacles danced wildly in the seawater, stirring a massive whirlpool. The information from the puppet was intermittent, carrying the peculiar innocence and confusion of a newborn. I can feel such a strange feeling. Like there's another me." Nari felt its heart almost stop beating, if that bizarre energy core could be considered a heart. The puppet's communication was so precious, so long desired, that for a moment it didn't know how to respond. "My darling can talk. My darling can communicate with Mother." Nari's voice echoed throughout the entire vault, filled with pure joy. After a brief emotional surge, Nari soon noticed the key information in the puppet's words. As an ancient being who lived for thousands of years, even with a mind as simple as a child, its understanding of life phenomena far exceeded ordinary beings. "Another you, darling, are you saying? You have another form?" "No, not another form." The puppet's consciousness began to become clearer, as if it were learning how to express better. "It's a symbiotic body, 2 bodies, 1 soul. The main body is very far, far away." This explanation plunged Nari into deep confusion. It had seen countless peculiar life forms, but this situation unfolding in front of it. "Do you mean?" Nari asked cautiously, afraid to disturb the child's thoughts. "You have another body, like some deep-sea jellyfish splitting off a satellite body." The puppet's response became more fluent, as if its ability to express was rapidly growing along with the dialogue. "Moreover, only when the 2 bodies merge can I realize my true potential. Just like you hope, becoming stronger to bring you more stable power." Upon hearing this, Nari's expression began to subtly change. But where is the other body then?" It asked anxiously, its massive eyes sweeping the vault, as if the form were hidden in some corner. "Mother can go and bring it back. No matter how far, no matter how dangerous, Mother will bring back your other half." Nari's promise was so sincere, so unconditional, that even the puppet, or rather Ron far away in the flesh and blood forest, felt a subtle sense of guilt. "No need for you to search personally, dear Mother." The puppet's voice became more tender, filled with gratitude for this care. "Actually, my other half has sensed my location and is on its way here. It can find the exact direction through our symbiotic link." This news made Nari tremble with excitement, but soon it realized something. But what if the other apostles discover the existence of your other half?" The puppet was silent for a moment, then responded in a tone almost sorrowfully. "It is very weak, dear Mother. just an ordinary wizard body without special abilities like mine, if discovered by other apostles. Nari's thoughts erupted into a tidal wave, sending the surrounding sea area into a raging surge, nearby abyssal creatures frightened into fleeing. No one can harm my child. No one can. Its anger was as hot as a volcanic eruption, but was soon replaced by deep worry. Other apostles. They won't understand our emotions if they see your other half. Nari knew the nature of other apostles too well, greedy, ruthless, seeing everything as a resource to exploit. They would never tolerate someone monopolizing such a special treasure. They will take you away. They will hurt you. No, Mother absolutely won't let that happen. A terrifying pressure began to emanate from Nari, a natural reaction of an innate apostle in anger. The seawater started to boil fiercely, and the surrounding reality structure subtly distorted. Mother has a way to protect you. Its voice became firm, filled with the determination of a mother battling to protect her children. Chaos storm. Mother can create a huge chaos storm. Through consciousness sharing, the puppet could sense the terrible power contained within Nari. It was a forbidden ability capable of stirring primordial chaos, enough to distort the reality rules of large areas in a short time. In the storm, except for mother and baby, no other existence can act and perceive normally inside, not even supreme apostles. This information made Ron's heartbeat quicken in the fourth layer. It was the perfect cover he needed. The puppet continued conveying Ron's carefully designed concern. The main body worries, if both bodies grow stronger, would the favor fed back to mother be too much, causing a burden on mother's body? This naive concern only made Nari more moved. Tears began flowing from its huge eyes, those tears congealing into precious abyssal essence, sparkling in the seawater. My baby is so considerate. Actually worrying about mother's body. Its voice was filled with maternal joy and pride. But baby doesn't need to worry. The more favor, the happier mother is. Mother's body is strong, it can fully bear more favor. Nari paused, its voice becoming more excited. Moreover, if the favor can be doubled, mother's spirit will become more stable. Then mother can take better care of baby and can better protect baby from all other bad ones. This pure reaction to the extreme made Ron unable to resist showing a slight bitter smile. Nari's naivety made all his prepared plans utterly useless. It supports any request from the child without reservation. Mother will go prepare now. Nari's voice became urgent. Its massive body began rolling on the seabed. Quick, tell mother where your main body is now. Mother wants to bring you back home, keep you together forever, never apart. Meanwhile, in the reception hall of the Abyssal Observation Station, the atmosphere was tense as if calm before the storm. Chloe sat on a specially made divination chair, her face covered with black silk and appearing extremely pale under the magic crystal lamp's light. In front of her, precious divination tools brought from the Astrology Association emitted ominous glimmers. The celestial sphere floated in mid-air. Clouds of nebulae inside roiling like living things, sometimes condensing into vague shapes, sometimes dispersing like smoke. Those fogs kept changing colors, sometimes a deep purple, sometimes blood red, occasionally flashing a streaks of silvery white. But this time was not a typical divination ceremony. Facing such a significant life or death decision, Chloe needed to utilize the highest secret skills of the Astrology Association, Fork of Destiny. Chloe's voice was as light as a feather, but the seriousness within made the entire room quiet. This divination requires your assistance. I need to borrow your void, remain stabilizing field, to resist potential rebound from the Destiny Torrent. Her fingers lightly stroked the surface of the celestial sphere, feeling the ancient power within. Other's shadow slowly nodded, his expression more solemn than usual. Silvery light began weaving around Chloe into a complex protective network. Each strand of light was soft like silk, but contained enough power to resist most supernatural attacks. Also, Miss Uphemia. Chloe turned to Uphemia standing beside, with palpable reluctance in her voice. I need a drop of your blood as a divination medium. Since you claim to be involved in the rescue, I must confirm what impact you will have on this action. Uphemia's face subtly changed. As the masterpiece, meticulously crafted by the King of Blood, her blood contained too many secrets that mustn't see the light. But under the current circumstances, refusing this request was tantamount to self-incrimination. However, Father had taken certain protective measures, should be fine, perhaps. She tried to maintain a graceful smile, taking out the ornate blood-red dagger from her bosom. For the Ron wizard's safety, such a small cooperation is not worth mentioning. The white-haired witch's movements were swift, but an attentive observer could notice her wrist's slight trembling. The dagger streaked across the fingertips. A few drops of blood slowly dripped into the crystal container Chloe prepared. No sooner had the blood touched the container's bottom than violent mutations began. The originally transparent as water crystal container instantly turned a deep, ominous dark red, deeper and grimmer than the blood's own color. Chloe's celestial sphere crystal began to tremble violently.